Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Kevin, aka The Muffin Mon, and today is our special announcement video. If you're watching this, whether it's when it's premiering or after the fact, thank you so much for coming to check it out. This channel was and has been known as Project XTalk. It has been the host of Xbox content since its inception about a year and a half ago. Myself and the team, however, have really thought about where we want to take the channel and our programming. And that is why today I want to announce the rebranding and the official unveiling of Save the Game Media. Save the Game Media has long been in development. We've been working on this for months behind the scenes. There's been a little hints here and there that something was coming, and I'm so happy today to share this all with you because I really think that this is going to be great. Why did we choose Save the Game Media? Well, for me, when we were coming up with names, I thought about when you save your game in a game, it's about keeping your progress you've made and then going forward after the fact. And that's kind of what I want to embody here. We're not getting rid of Project X Talk. The podcast, as you know and love, will still be around. It'll be weekly, just like it is today. All of the content that currently exists will continue to exist. But we're moving forward. We are introducing 3 new shows today, which you will see. You can click the timestamps if you want to skip to those now. But we have brought in new people into this community, into our co-host circle. They will be leading these shows. You will be getting brand new voices, brand new perspectives. And I really think that is the next step that we all wanted to take when we were looking to rebrand the channel. So without further ado, I want to talk about the new programming that will be on this channel. The 4 main podcasts that are going to be the staples of Save the Game Media's programming block will be Project X Talk and Xbox Podcast. Our main staple, like I said, isn't going anywhere. We are introducing a PlayStation podcast known as No Limits. We are also adding a TV and film podcast called Frame by Frame. And finally, I Hate My Friends, which will be a anything goes general discussion. Any co-host from any of the programs are welcome on that. We'll get together, hang out, just have a good time, have some laughs. That one is kind of experimental. It's not to do with games or anything. Maybe it'll come up on that, but this is what our current programming looks like, and I'm really excited for that. We've already recorded some episodes that you're going to hear if you continue through this video, and I think we're off to a good start. I would love your support, would love the feedback on the new shows, what we could change, what we can make better for you guys, because at the end of the day, this is all about the community. This is all about building something here that we want to interact with you guys more. We want you to feel more a part of the shows. We want this community to grow because we do have a small, tight-knit community right now, and I love it. I love the people we interact with, and I just want to bring more people into this and have them experience this fun thing that we're all building together. So, if you want to be a part of that, and you don't have to do this, obviously, but if you want to see more, you can head on over to patreon.com/save the game media, our completely revamped page from the Project X Talk. And we have new membership tiers with brand new perks in them. So you can read through all of them, choose the one that is best for you. And obviously, the pricing kind of similar to what we had, but we have added a brand new tier, which gets you the ability to even join us on a podcast that we will record with you. So when I say this is about community, it really is. If you look at everything on our Patreon page, you will see what the focus is. You will see that it's about giving you guys more involvement in the content we're making. Getting you involved is our end goal here. Now, if you want more content from us, and I promise this is the last pitching that I'm going to be doing for this video before we get into the podcast, we have set up new monthly goals. And if you can get us to these goals, we will bring you more content. The first goal, $20 a month, will be a new monthly Nintendo podcast. Obviously, Nintendo is not one we're currently focused on, but we will add it to our lineup if that's something that interests you guys. We also have a plethora of other goals. Taylor, one of the new hosts, will bring you a workout gaming podcast hybrid. We have a hot takes podcast that we will do, Amon's Comic Book Corner Book Club. We can bring you all of these and more. Those are our initial goals. If any of those interest you, head on over to patreon.com/save the game media. I want to say that you're about to hear the brand new episodes that have been recorded for each of the main shows that we're going to be doing. And the one I'm going to introduce first is one I really like. I'm excited for, even after their first episode that I've listened to. They're off to a great start, much better than what our initial start was over at Project XTalk. And that is the team over at No Limits, a PlayStation podcast. It is Taylor, Brianna, and Sam who are leading this podcast. And I think that they're really onto something here. I think it's going to be a really good, fun show. It has a completely different tone than Project X Talk does. So don't go into all our shows expecting the same type of content because they're each going to feel different, each having their own unique personality, own unique voice. And that's what I love about it. So without further ado, I want to introduce No Limits, a PlayStation podcast.
Hello, listeners. My name is Taylor. I am joined by my co-hosts Brianna and Sam, and you're listening to No Limits, a PlayStation podcast. First, I'd like to especially thank our patrons, Bucky Blue, Hopple, and Alpaca Tom. Please go to patreon.com/savethegamemedia to check it out. That's our podcast network. And check out our YouTube at Save the Game Media and the Discord. All links will be in the show notes below and on your podcast app of choice. Now, before I go further, you might be asking, what the hell is this? So, as I've alluded to, this is a PlayStation podcast where we're all here to talk about news and rumors, have intellectual discussions, and just fun. I'm Taylor. I'm one of your hosts, and I'm also joined by my friends Brianna and Sam.
Hi.
Hello.
So this show, actually, before I go further, there is some recent events that have happened in the United States. At the time we're recording this, it's June 26th. As of June 24th, 2022, the decision was passed down in the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, not granting access on not guaranteeing access for women to get abortions and leaving it up to the states. And me, Brianna, and Sam just wanted to say that we're in solidarity with women to receive these procedures if they see fit. And it's there are bigger things than games sometimes, and I just thought it was very relevant to address. And Brianna and Sam, you guys have anything to say?
Yeah, I do actually want to add, like, just to touch on it, like, it's not just women too. It's like anybody with a uterus that needs access to that, like, care. And this is going to bleed into so much more, especially trans rights. And trans rights are human rights. So unfortunately, this has like way more consequences, and like we're not going to get into a discussion, but definitely standing with everybody. And I think even though this is like our episode 0, I think it's worth mentioning because it is such an awful thing. So
yeah, it's one of those things where everybody on this channel is a human being, everybody watching is a human being, the people that make the games that we are going to be talking about are human beings, and I think reproductive freedom and bodily autonomy are no question human rights. So every single person on this channel, watching this channel, making games, anybody anywhere in the world should have those rights. And I think that, Bree, you said it perfectly, that I think it's a slippery slope. It's something we're not going to get into, but I think that obviously it's very clear the wrong decision was made. And I extend my heart and my condolences to anybody suffering right now as a result of this decision. And hopefully things change for the better very soon.
Yeah. Definitely, we can always hope. And I really hope, like, if you're out there like protesting and stuff, please remember to be safe. Like, first and foremost, like, your safety comes first. Um, so stay safe.
All right. And on that note, we would be transitioning to the news on episode 1 and onward, but guess what? This is episode 0, so not this show.
Boom.
Now we're
because
just messing around.
this episode serves as an introduction to No Limits. And next episode, we will be discussing the latest and greatest from PlayStation. And I just stole that from Mr. Badbit, who runs another PlayStation podcast called The Trophy Room. And he's going to have to deal with it. And moving on. So this serves as a get to know us episode. So, and we thought the best way to do that would be if we go around the horn here and talk about our 5 favorite games for each of us. And these lists are in no particular order. These are just games that we hold near and dear to our heart. And I guess I can be actually no, I'm not going to start. How about Sam?
Ooh,
Give us one of your favorite games?
I get the honor, do I? Wow. Again, no particular order. We're going to try and remain as vague as possible, just in case any of us haven't played the games we're going to talk about, or anybody watching hasn't.
Right.
My first game, to the surprise of definitely not you two, is Return of the Obra Dinn. Return of the Obra Dinn, for people who don't know, it's a game by Lucas Pope. He created Papers, Please and a number of other titles. It is very succinctly, it's a detective game where you are an insurance officer and you have to investigate what happened to a ship that has turned up on the coast without a crew. I'm not going to go into any more details about the plots and whatnot, but it's probably the most unique game I've ever played in terms of mechanics, in terms of concept, in terms of execution, art style. I think all of those, it trumps pretty much any other game that I've played. It is a one and done, so like you play it once, you can't really play it again because the solutions are all the same. But I think that that's a testament to the quality of it. That I still think, even though I've only played it once, I think it's that special of a title. So that's the first game that I'm throwing out into the ether. If you haven't played it, please try it. Even if it's not going to be for everyone, it's quite niche, honestly. But if you're interested in a game that you've not experienced before, and I mean that in every sense, then Return of the Obra Dinn, you can't really go wrong.
Okay. I just bought it on the Steam sale, the Steam summer sale.
Yes.
So I will be playing it shortly. Not sure exactly when, but I will be playing it. So
I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts for sure.
I'm looking forward to playing it, honestly. I've been wanting to play it since it came out, and it's just like been one of those games that like kind of like it's like I don't want to say like flew under the radar because people were talking about it, but it wasn't like one of those like you absolutely like have to play this game right now kind of titles.
Yeah, it did
So,
the loop at awards ceremonies and stuff, but I still think it never quite breached into the mainstream enough.
yeah.
Which I think that's a nice spot, honestly, because then it feels like you've discovered something quite special, even though so many critics particularly are talking about it. So you kind of feel like it's a hidden gem, the definition of a hidden gem.
I need to play that game at some point. I played Papers, Please, and I knew the makers of that game made Obra Dinn, but I never really looked over it closer than that. But because Sam hates me, I'll probably buy it at some point in the near future.
Yes, you will. I'll make sure of it.
I am being coerced and extorted behind the scenes, and
It's all you're free to do what you want until I tell you to do what I want you to do.
Yeah, it's
You're
fine,
free to
fine.
do what you want, except for
When you're not.
look in my
All right.
eyes.
All right, Bree. What's one of your favorite games?
Okay. I'm just gonna start the discussion because like it's just gonna like spiral out of control real quick. But Dark Souls 3, I feel so guilty saying that. I really do love Elden Ring so much, and I think it's like in general the better game. But Dark Souls 3 just has this like really special place for me. Um, just in the way that the way I played through with like one of my friends, and I've spent so much time with that game. Um, yeah, I really enjoy it a lot. That's definitely in my top. Just like Dark Souls and Soulsborne franchise is like in my top games, but if I have to pick one, it's probably going to be 3.
Was it the first one you were exposed to? Did you play any Souls before
Uh,
that?
I was asked to play the first Dark Souls for a college class, and they the way that it was the college class required us to play it is we had to play a certain route and get to Blighttown. And then when you
Right.
get to Blighttown, you don't have to play anymore. And this was before the remake and everything. So I was like, I'm done with
Oh,
this game.
yeah. The
I
frame rate
hate it.
tanks in
Yeah,
Blighttown.
it was so frustrating because I had like no idea what was going on with Dark Souls games, and I was getting so mad, and I was like, what is happening? Why do people like this? And I got so angry. And then when I described all of my like problems with the game to a friend, he was like, you need to play Dark Souls 3 then, because that'll resolve all of the issues and I think you'll really like it. And then I played Dark Souls 3, and then it became like a snowball where I played like everything else except for Dark Souls 2.
Yeah.
Most Souls fans I've talked to are like, you can just scroll past Dark Souls 2 and acknowledge it's there and don't do anything more than that. But I also know a couple people who love Dark Souls 2. I haven't played it. I don't plan to play it, but yeah, nice.
They tried some interesting new stuff in Dark Souls 2. It just didn't really work out. I think they tried to say that Souls games are very they can be kind of different things. There's some wiggle room there, and then Dark Souls 3 was a return to form overall. And I don't think they deviated that much. I guess Sekiro is kind of the biggest deviation that
Sekiro,
they've
yeah.
done.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think Sekiro. um anyways, we just like absolutely slaughtered the name of that game, but that's okay.
It's
That's
Sekiro,
The
right? Not Sekiro.
so um so it's Sekiro. The R is pronounced a little bit differently than like it's like you hit the tongue a little different. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Sekiro. Um the If I have taken Japanese for 3 years for anything, it's to just pronounce random video game names. I know nothing else. Um, the thing, so I was gonna say, I actually do forget that Sekiro exists at all. Not that it's not a fantastic game, but I do like I have not played that one all the way through. That one is like I get very angry at that game, so like I had to play it for a little bit, and then like I'm like, what is this mechanic? And then I like have to stop playing. So I am currently playing it, but I'm also currently playing like 20 games right now. So
Understandable.
cool.
that's what happens when you
Taylor.
can't finish.
Gotcha. Oh God, it's me.
It
Um,
is.
so I guess maybe the first game I'll mention, going off of the Souls talk, is Bloodborne is one of my favorite games ever. It introduced me. It was my first Souls game that introduced me to the gameplay loop of Soulsborne, and to this day, I think it has the best action combat that maybe the best combat in a game that I've played. Period. For me, it's so visceral, pun intended, for those who played the game.
Hey.
Yeah,
That was
and
no. You're done.
a visceral attack in Bloodborne is when you parry an enemy, with your pistol, right, and then you just like
Mm,
rip your hand out of
yeah,
their body in
it's
very
disgusting,
non
but cool.
PG fashion, but it's okay. Uh, and yeah, I really love the level design, the moment to moment gameplay, and the boss design is the best I've seen in games. And Lady Maria is my favorite boss in all of video games, and she's in a boss in the DLC. I won't say any more than that for those who haven't played it, but it is an exquisite fight, an exquisite fight. And yeah, and it propelled me into trying Elden Ring, which I haven't played since late March. Don't kill me, Twitter. But yeah, I'm like 23, 24 hours in. I really like what I played so far. It's just a lot of game all at once. But yeah,
Mhm.
Bloodborne.
I think it's like, well, I mean, I guess this might be controversial, but I feel like it's undeniably one of FromSoft's most atmospheric games. I think that
Yes.
they absolutely nailed the lore and the world building. Like I can probably by hand map out Yarnum, and that's just because it's so expertly designed. I can't say that for the rest of the game, but I think just how they introduce you to that world, because it's as vague as any other FromSoft title, but I still feel like the gothic horror is so strong of like an anchor to hook everything else to, that you kind of, it's like the Cthulhu mythos, right, where
Right,
you get the
Lovecraft and
name of you get the name of a big creature, and you're like, I don't have to understand anything about what this creature is and where it came from, but I know it's a big creature and it can do this thing. I think that's something that is in Bloodborne's favor more so than anything Dark Souls or Elden Ring. I think Elden Ring is close, but no, Bloodborne for me is probably my favorite FromSoft as well.
That's a really good choice. I really do love the atmosphere of that game, and I think like the story, like if you really get into the depth of it, like, which again I won't spoil it, but
oh, yeah, the lore goes crazy.
like when you get into the depths of that story, it's like it's so interesting, and it's like there's so much there. There's so much there, to say
Yeah.
the least.
Maybe all I'll say about the story is the story's topic for a pandemic.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
I feel like we're never gonna escape. And now it's like I feel bad. Like there's probably games out there that were like, well, now we can't release this game.
Mhm.
Yeah, well,
So,
it's interesting because like FromSoft has set the bar for perfecting combat in a video game. There are Souls likes who've tried to imitate it. Maybe the closest one has gotten to succeeding is Neo. The Neo games a lot of people revere, but it's set a new industry standard, and Elden Ring is the most mainstream FromSoft has now ever been. So I think it's just going up and up. But yeah.
Excellent.
it's good stuff.
All right. What's your second game, Sam?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I guess it
No-
doesn't matter.
No order. Yeah.
No. Hollow Knight for me.
Ah,
I think, like on the topic of sort of roguelites, I think, and Souls-like games, I think Hollow Knight is probably the best executed non-From software
Mhm.
yeah,
I've seen.
completely forgot
I
to
think
mention it for
I
Souls.
think I think Team Cherry have, again, for the same reasons that Bloodborne succeeds. They are experts at world building and lore. I think that the premise of Hollow Knight, being that it's like an insect kingdom underground, and realistically, you're probably only going a few centimeters underground from our perspective. But it's this sort of labyrinthine world that's really exciting and varied. I think similarly to Bloodborne, like you said, the boss design in Hollow Knight is excellent for a 2D game. And I am just disappointed that Silksong isn't out yet.
I know. That's what I was thinking about. I was like, I need to look that up, but I don't think they've said anything about the release date yet, right?
I mean, it was at the Xbox showcase, and
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
said everything is in the next 12 months. So I'm holding out hope that it's this year. But if not, then we know at least before the end of next year.
It's going to be the 11th
Absolutely.
month, 29th day to date of
Probably.
Xbox Showcase.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I think like honestly, so Hollow Knight was like one of my honorable mentions. It like didn't squeak into the list, but like I just couldn't not mention it. Like I specifically do want to also mention like the music for this game is something so special. It's something that like if it's one of those like soundtracks that if I'm having a hard time sleeping, like you can just turn on like the ambience, like people have recorded like the ambience and you get like all of like the like water sounds and stuff like that. And it's fantastic sound design in general.
Yeah. That's my second pick.
All
Good
right.
stuff.
Bree?
All right. I'll go next. Okay. I hate just trying to decide. Okay, let's just do Legend of Zelda. I'm going to pick Twilight Princess as my favorite. Although I will preface, I have never, as I was telling you guys, I've never beat a Legend of Zelda game. I always make it to the
Allegedly.
last, allegedly. I always make it to the last boss, and then I'm like, well, I'm already here. Oh well.
What?
I don't know.
I'm
I have
already
no
here.
excuses.
Just turn off
Oh,
the
well.
game.
Excuses.
Okay.
I'm just like, oh well, I guess it doesn't need to be finished. I mean, the thing is like once you finish a game, it's done, you know. But if you don't
Yes.
finish it, it's never done.
Oh my god. Do you have a fear of abandonment of games?
Probably. I, somebody asked me one time when I was working at Starbucks. My boss, she's like, do you? She's like, do you have mommy issues or daddy issues? I don't know why she asked me, and I was like, both. And then I walked away.
That's kind of condescending question.
Yeah.
That's a ballsy
It was
question
a
to ask.
really weird question to ask, but I just loved being able to both and just like walking away. And she was like,
He's like, yeah, that's right. I'm bad.
bye. Anyways, that was a weird job in general. We won't get in that. But I don't know. I think Legend of Zelda as a franchise, like I cannot like out of there's a couple of games that I haven't touched, but they're just like the really random ones that like that they're just like the random ones that kind of like squeaked out that aren't like necessarily like the main games.
Minish Cap,
Um
Phantom Hourglass.
yeah, stuff like
Mm.
that.
Link
So
Between Worlds is really cool though, and that's a side game. But
I have played that one. I actually have a Link Between Worlds poster. You can't see it. It's like a huge poster right there.
oh,
So I do love that game. But yeah, I think like there's something to be said about all of the games, like just absolutely slapping. Absolutely slapping. They're so good. And they are able to kind of take that same like Legend of Zelda and put it in almost anything. Like they've done Hyrule Warriors, they've done the I can't remember what it's called, but the Crypt of the Necrodancer version. Um
Cadence of Hyrule.
yes. Like and the games are always good. It's just it's such a good franchise, not to mention like all of like the fan art of Link. I'm not saying he's attractive, but he's really attractive. So can't
Wait,
what are you really missing out on, you know?
wait, Link. I thought you play as Zelda. It's called The Legend of
Haha.
Zelda, Brie.
Aha.
I thought it was you played as Zelda until I played Smash, and I'm like, who is this?
I think that really does confuse a lot of people, especially like if you haven't played it. That's why I think that's why it's like such a meme is because
Yeah,
people are
in
like,
Smash
I
Bros.
thought you were playing like Zelda, and it's like,
The-
no,
no.
it's the Legend of Zelda, but it's Link's Legend as well.
Yes. Or
I
you could
love
put
those
your own
games,
name in.
man.
Yeah.
And the sound too, like people still like the like when you open like that chest sound, like people use it. People use it like in their streams and stuff. Like that, the sound, the music, like the art. It's also like prolific across like everything. It's so
Right.
good.
Ocarina of Time kind of immortalized how music can be used as a tool and a really powerful gameplay and narrative device in games. You know, literally, right? Yeah.
Right. And I'm not gonna lie, when you get to like do that wolf singing or like the howling
The Twilight
Twilight
Princess.
Princess, that's fun.
Yeah.
It's kind of silly, but it's really fun.
There you go. Cool. Awesome. So, all right. So I guess that leaves it to me again. Let's see. What game do I want to say next? I think I'll go with Portal 2 is one of my favorite games ever. I've only recently completed it like a couple, maybe like 3 years ago, but it's quite an experience and very inventive puzzle solving and level design and very fun ways to augment the physics in Valve's Source engine. And Portal 2 also got me into kind of more classic Valve. After I played Portal 2, I played the original Portal, and then I played Half-Life and Half-Life Episode, and Half-Life 2, and then Half-Life 2 Episode 2. So kind of got me into Valve in addition to that. But and the ending to Portal 2 might be my favorite ending that I've seen in a game where I just couldn't believe the end, what happened in that final ending, and it like my jaw dropped. In real life, I was starstruck. And I think it's gonna hold true as one of the cornerstones when I look back. But yeah, Portal 2.
It's weird how Valve treated Portal as like just this random side thing for the orange box when
Right.
it's pretty clear. I mean, again, I don't want to be controversial, but Portal is better than Half-Life, right?
As someone who's
It
beaten Half-Life 1, Portal 1, I think they're different games. I wouldn't say one's necessarily better. Portal 2 is my favorite of the classic Valve games, but I think Half-Life 2 is overrated. That's maybe a conversation for another time. But actually, no, I'll talk about it here. I think Half-Life 2 is overrated. But Portal's better than Half-Life. Maybe. A lot of people revere the original Portal's design as well. But yeah, I thought Half-Life 1 was great too.
I think
but,
like
yeah.
the thing is like Half-Life is a good game, but like Portal just has this like the mechanics of Portal specifically are just so unique and interesting that it is a little bit difficult to compare them, but if I had to choose, I'd say that Portal is probably the better game, like the way that the mechanics work and how the mechanics are ironed out
Right.
to create like a really smooth experience.
Right.
Besides like the motion sickness.
Now, which is a more consequential game as far as gaming history goes? I think
Sure.
Half-Life is unequivocally
Yeah.
the answer. It introduced a first-person experience where the protagonist wasn't a superhero like Doom Guy and Blazkowicz and Wolfenstein before. No, you're Gordon Freeman, PhD hazardous material scientist who got his degree at MIT, who goes on to save the world, and that kind of putting the common man into a real world common man into a protagonist's shoes was a very uncommon thing for the time, and it also I think set the path for linear first person story driven adventure games. And then of course with Half-Life 2 with the Source engine, which jump started a ton of things in 3D physics and game engine design after that. And fun fact, Titanfall 2 is coded in a modified version of Source engine for viewers who didn't know or others. Yeah.
Oh,
Interesting.
I didn't know that.
Another great campaign, but not on my list.
It is. It is.
The other thing I want to mention specifically with Portal 2 is the freaking song at the end. So I have a playlist of all my favorite songs. It is 100% on there, and I listen to it all the time.
Oh yeah,
it's so good.
And the lore in Portal 2 is like
Mhm.
there is lore involved behind the main puzzle solving that gets extremely dark. I'm not going to go into details, but there is some shit going on. I'll put it that way.
My third pick. Okay, I'm going to say Outer Wilds. I saw Taylor had listed it as well, but it was on my list originally as well. So I'm not stealing your idea. We think alike, Taylor. Outer Wilds, again, similar to Obra Dinn, I suppose. It's just a game that is. I was going in knowing that there was some hype around it because I played it quite early after release. I knew it was doing the rounds and people were bigging it up and hyping it up and stuff. But even then, it just floored me. Like, it's so unassuming as well, because on the surface, it kind of just seems like a generic indie No Man's Sky kind of thing. But quite soon after you start playing, you realize that there is so much more to it. And I think that the themes and the message of the game ultimately is one of the most powerful things I've experienced in a game. And yeah, I feel saying anything else about my experience might spoil something. So
yes, and that's a game you really can't have 1 ounce spoiled. And I guess it's on my list too, so I'll knock it out here as well for my list. Cause it was, yeah, Outer Wilds is, as far as experience type games go, like think Journey, I don't know, think Gris, think some of these other really artiste type games that don't rely so much on combat but the experience to guide things. Outer Wilds takes that cake for me. The DLC is I still haven't gotten all the way through it yet. I'm incredibly confused in Echoes of the Eye, but it's a work in progress. But from when I completed the base game, it is, yeah, like what Sam said, maybe the most powerful gaming experience as a complete package that I've had. Yeah.
I have not played that one, so.
Oh,
and I actually
no.
don't really know much about it at all. So
Good.
I don't own that one. I haven't played
Good.
it. I've yeah. luckily have not had that one spoiled for me, I guess. It wasn't even on my radar, so I'm like really interested that you guys are like mentioning it. So
Yeah, and it's not Outer Worlds, guys, listeners. These
yeah,
are
see,
two separate games.
that had like I know there's no way for them to have known that that was happening, but like also it's really awkward.
Yeah.
Especially because they were releasing around the same time as
Yeah.
well.
They were released like within a month of each other,
Yeah.
if not like a week. Like it was so close. So unfortunate.
And one is definitively the better game.
Never played
by
either
a
of
country
them.
mile.
So
I've not played
Outer
Outer
Worlds is okay.
Worlds. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay, but it's yeah, it's like a 6, 7 out of 10. You know, it's cookie cutter kind of, quite linear. Ultimately, it's kind of forgettable, I think. Unlike Outer Wilds, play it, people.
I will add that to my notebook. My notebook is all the way in the corner, but I
It
will
goes
add
on
that.
sale relatively often, so don't feel compelled to get it right this second. It goes on sale at least once every couple months.
Okay. Good things. Good things. We got stuff to play. Okay, next. Okay, let's do. Okay, let's do Last of Us. I do want to preface Last of Us. I think that it's safe, especially since they're re-releasing it as like part 1 and part 2. I think it's safe to say that they're kind of the same experience. But if I have to pick, it'd be 1, just because I haven't finished 2.
You might not want to do that.
I don't
Depends.
want to. I don't want to finish 2. I really don't want to finish 2. But like I need to. It just came at a really weird time for me, to be honest. That one I did want to finish, but at the time I was living with an ex-boyfriend. He was an ex and we were living together, but we were still playing it together. And then we moved out in the middle of playing the game, and now I feel weird playing it without him.
I see. Sorry.
So, like, we got to like the very end of that game, and then like I think we only had like maybe 30 minutes left at most. So,
well, there's a
yeah.
point where you might think it's the end.
If it helps, I was like in like a flooded area, and you're on a boat, and there's like a bunch of water rushing because it's like raining.
Okay. Yeah. You're at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sorry, those are slight. Too late now, guys. Sorry, there's a slight Last of Us 2 spoilers for the last 2 hours of the game, but I don't.
Of there being water.
Of there being water, I don't think that really changes much. They breathe oxygen, and the protagonists are featherless and bipedal, and crazy stuff.
Yeah, crazy stuff. No, I think I don't know. The thing is The Last of Us, the experience that is The Last of Us from the ground up, like the music, the sound, like even just the design of the game, specifically like you know what? I do actually want to put a spoiler warning. You guys have both played the first Last of Us, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I have, yes.
Okay. I would like to put a slight spoiler warning. I'm not going to spoil what's actually happening, but it is towards the end of the game. So there's a part where you're leaving an area, and as you're leaving this building, the way that you escape is by running away from the light, which is not something that you really think about too much, but the way that it's designed, because normally in games and in life in general, the exit sign or the way to go is like it's always lit up, right? It's like this is how you get out. Like that's why we like light up exit signs so they stand out to people. But the way you escape in this part of the game is you're running away from the light, which is like also kind of like reflecting what's happening in the story as well. And even just in the small details that like you wouldn't necessarily notice. I've just played that game way too many times, but like in those small details, this game is so brilliantly designed, and it's a fantastic game. Absolutely fantastic. So love it.
Yeah, I technically had I put both part 1 and part 2 in my honorable mentions, because like you said, I think that they are at the end of the day very similar experiences. I think the gameplay of 2 is better, but that's just because they had time to refine some of the
Yes,
mechanics.
but now with the remake, they're gonna take the gameplay engine and put it like I
I
can't.
cannot wait.
Like, if you could take the gameplay, moment-to-moment combat of Last of Us 2 and the physics, like the rope physics, are like some of the best rope physics I've seen in a game, and put that engine on top of the canvas that is the Last of Us 1 narratively, you have what might be the most pristine video game in recent memory. I mean, I'll wait to see if that's fully realized come September. I don't see how they wouldn't, right? The hard stuff, the writing, the narrative was already hashed out in the first game. But yeah. Oh, I also wonder if someone brought this up yesterday when we were talking about the game. I wonder if they'll include Left Behind as like a canonical first 3 to 5 hours of The Last of Us Part 1 will now be what was previously the Left Behind DLC. I
I
don't
know
know if
that
they'll
they're
do that, but yeah.
including it as part of part 1. Like I know it's
Yes,
like
they are.
there and you can play it, but I don't know like
Yeah. I'm curious
where
to
it's
see how
gonna
that would
fall.
go, because then it turns into a 15 to 20-hour game rather than a 10 to 15-hour game.
I like that idea in concept. I think execution-wise, it might not work because of how tailored the actual opening to The Last of Us 1 is.
Mm-hmm.
I think
that's a
that
point.
playing through Left Behind, even though it would make narrative sense to do that first, I think that, you know, the reveal of the first
That opening
infected
sequences.
at the start, it wouldn't quite, you'd be like, yeah, okay, I've seen 100 of these in Left Behind already. So yeah, I guess that they might. I'd like it if there was a mode to like turn that on. If you wanted to experience it that way, you could. But I think as like just a base level thing, I think they should just leave it as two separate experiences.
Gotcha.
A question that's just popped into my head: if they're porting the gameplay over from part 2 into part 1, is Joel going to be able to go prone?
Probably.
Oh.
Because I would say yes as well, but I'm thinking, is there elements of the first game gameplay sequence wise that would break, or like,
I don't think so.
is there a point to Joel going prone in part 1 as we know it?
Oh, I think as far as set pieces go, he probably won't. But when it comes to player controlled combat sequences, I don't see any reason why he shouldn't have to. And if those lead into, they're not quite cutscenes, but if those lead into scripted set pieces still in the gameplay engine, the game, Naughty Dog might just kind of autopilot your controller, and you'll kind of go into a certain animation that may or may not be in prone. I also think, yeah. I don't think it'll be that much of an issue unless there's a narrative, and I don't think there's a narrative reason why Joel would be unable to go prone. Like, he doesn't have bad knees or anything. You know, Joel was interpreted as kind of like this old man in Last of Us Part 1. This guy's like late 40s. He's no spring chicken, but he's not like I don't know, Dalai Lama's age. Okay, come on.
I was not ready to hear spring chicken. That got me.
Taylor, you said that the protagonist was featherless and bipedal.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
And he's not a spring chicken.
Oh, fair. Yeah, okay. You're right.
I'm
right.
affirming.
I'll allow it.
Okay.
Taylor, do you want to go? I suppose because we kind of rolled at the same time, but you might as well jump in and continue around the circle.
Last thing I'll say in The Last of Us is part 1 has some of the best minor characters in a game. Oh my god, that sounded bad. Minor characters, as in not major characters in a video game.
That does, you know what? Yeah, it's okay.
Bill and Tommy.
The other thing is that like all of like that. Maybe I just missed it in part 2, but I feel like there's just so much more like, particularly like with the backstory that you're getting for the characters that you never see. I can't remember the names right now of those characters, but like there's that ongoing story where there's like a faction of people and you kind of follow their story and like what happens to them in the background, where you like are picking up the notes and stuff like that. That story is fantastic as well. So bummed they never did like DLC or like anything for that. I think that it's fine they didn't, but I really would have loved to like actually see what happened.
Nice. All right, so moving on to my 4th game, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go Super Smash Brothers Ultimate.
Hey.
Sorry, Nintendo haters. Smash Ultimate
They're
kind
haters.
of,
We don't need them.
Boo!
We don't
yeah. They kind of, how do I say this? Smash Ultimate, when it came out, it was my first year of college, and it came out, and it was the first Smash game that I was like really present for. I never had a Wii U, so the last Smash game I played was Brawl, and I was really little then, and all I knew how to do was spam items and smash attacks and basically button mash. And I started playing Ultimate, and I fell in love with the competitive aspects of Ultimate. I started practicing on a more semi-competitive to competitive basis, learning competitive techniques, learning more of the history about the franchise, how certain characters work, and it really got me into competitive games and also an interest also in the fighting game community, FGC, as a result of my gateway into it, which is great. And I absolutely love playing the game. And the roster of characters is over 85 at this point. It is just such a grand game that succeeds on nearly every front except good netcode. And Nintendo needs to put rollback in the game, or Bandai does, and they never will, but that's okay. But Smash Ultimate really is such a fun and rewarding game for me that I have probably the most playtime of any game ever, for 740 hours and counting. And that game came out in December 2018. So what is that? That's 740 hours in 3.5 years. But yeah, absolutely fun game. And I'm a Captain Falcon main for anyone wondering. But yeah.
You know what? That honestly, like that's I always see those so you have those like people that are like, "Oh, your personality based on like your astrological sign." I feel like Smash has its own version of like who your
Yeah.
main is your personality.
For a lot of players, that's especially if they don't
So,
like a certain character, that's how it goes. Like, Steve players. I think Steve's hilarious in Smash Ultimate. He's so funny at Minecraft, Steve. But yeah,
yeah,
I agree. I agree with you, Bree. There's a
I
lot
had
of player
such a good time
identity.
with this game.
Mhm.
Exactly. It's like it's so fun. It's like I don't know. I think like haters gonna be haters, of course, but like it's just like it's such a fun game, and it's one of those games that it's so cool to see like everybody like joining together to play this game. And like it's something that like it's kind of like Mario Kart as well, where like even if you don't play games, like you can kind of jump in and play.
Yeah, you can turn on
And like
items, have a good
mhm.
casual time, or you can turn them off, go on Final Destination, and see who's going to be the one who gets the last pizza roll. And and that's how it goes.
Yeah, exactly. I have to say though, for me personally, I get like really unreasonably angry playing this game, and I
Mm,
think it's my friend's fault. He always plays Jigglypuff and then puts me to sleep and then knocks me out of the arena because I don't know how to freaking play the game.
yeah.
And he thinks it's the funniest thing, and I just get some. I'm like, I'm not playing with you anymore.
From his perspective,
I'm
it's
not.
probably hilarious. But yeah,
Oh,
that's
probably.
that's Jigglypuff's rest. So if she lands that, sing sends you to sleep, but rest, there's a very small hitbox window where if she rests and the startup of the animation makes contact with your hurt box in a certain number of frames, it does major damage and knockback to you. And a lot of her combos are centered around moves confirming into rest to kill you, or moves confirming into a sing to send you to sleep, and then resting you and killing you. But that's Jigglypuff's dynamite in Smash Ultimate.
I really do appreciate you putting technical terms to it. I have experienced it
Mhm.
way too many
Oh,
times
and
for
in
not
Melee,
even playing the game a lot.
and she's way better in Melee too. One of the top competitors named Hungry Box in Smash Melee was a top was number one for at least 3 years in recent memory, and he's a Jigglypuff solo main. Um, so yeah, thanks, no problem. And yeah, if that was Melee Jigglypuff, you would have been suffering even worse. So
Oh god, I hate it.
Yeah, Smash is it's like I really enjoy it, but I've never been a fighting game person. I think that you know Smash has always been one of the series that I will get the newest installment of regardless. And I'm okay not getting super heavily invested into it. I think that it is one of those things where You can drop in, drop out. If you've got a friend round or something, it's the perfect thing to jump into. If you're being indecisive about playing anything else, why not just play some Smash?
Yeah.
And even just for me, some people might be like, "Oh, but what's the point? Why don't you get super heavily invested? There's so much to do, and
That's a big
so
time
many characters."
investment. Yeah.
Exactly. And also, like, sometimes it's good just to have a game in the market that fills that kind of niche where, yeah, you can go pro, so to speak, and unlock everyone and know all their moves off by heart, or you can play as your favorite Nintendo character,
Just smash
and just,
buttons.
yeah, just smash,
Yeah.
which is where I fall into.
Yeah, I haven't played the game as seriously as I used to, but I still love I've gained a big love for the franchise because of Ultimate, and I kind of still watch content on it often and follow the major tournaments that go on. Like this past weekend, there was a major tournament called CEO, or actually Grand Finals are tonight, which was we call major tournaments with like tens of thousands of concurrent viewers on Twitch, and it's a whole thing. But like I can be that observer and that appreciator, and still play the game, not as often as I used to, but still feel invested in a positive way into the franchise without practicing 15 hours a week on it or something. Like I can maybe practice, maybe an hour a week total or play it for an hour or two if I'm really busy one week or the other, and it'd still be okay because
Yeah.
I like the game greater than just being an only competitive outlet, which and
Mhm.
it's more than that for me. So yeah. Last game.
Okay. Yeah.
No, we have 2 more.
Well,
Right?
Oh yeah.
Sam and
Yeah.
I.
I have
Oh,
to.
oh, you ever right? Because I banged out Outer Wilds. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go out of left field,
Okay.
and I'm gonna say Beat Saber.
Oh
Um,
Ooh.
wow.
I I was a relatively early adopter of PSVR specifically, the PlayStation podcast. I'm gonna focus on that solely as the VR system of choice. Um, and I was interested. I was trying out all the tech demo-y stuff, and nothing was really gelling. I thought it was cool, but it was very much like a PlayStation Eye, where you had iToy and iPad back in the PS3 days. And yeah, they were cool concepts, but ultimately you played them for maybe a couple of hours and bounced off of them. I think Beat Saber, and it's not the only game to do this, but I think it's the first and arguably the most successful in my opinion. It's not only become super mainstream, and people that aren't even necessarily gamers probably know what Beat Saber is, or if they don't, if they see it, they probably want to try it. I also just think it encapsulates what VR can do and should be doing. It's really simplistic. It focuses on one thing. It does that one thing really well. It's unfortunate that on PlayStation you don't have access to user-generated stuff. That would be
Oh, that's a bummer.
the perfect thing, because then you could have a limitless library of songs. But I still think that even if they are releasing periodic music packs, I think that that's enough. And also, it's exercise, which is that's a plus, right? We get a little bit of exercise whilst we're having fun. It's by far the VR game that I put the most time into, and it doesn't get boring, in my opinion. I think that I can still go back to the very first song that I've played probably 200 times by now, and I'll still, you know, get into the groove, so to speak. That sounds really cheesy when I say it, but
Yeah.
it's true. It's just fun. And I think that there shouldn't really be any more reason than that. I think I will continue playing that for years. I think, um, and that's the reason why it's on my list.
I think that is a really interesting choice to add to your list. I do like that you chose it. It is one of those games, weirdly. So my mom actually purchased a PS5 or PS4 and like PlayStation VR specifically to play Beat Saber because she was so obsessed with it.
Hmm.
So my mom does not play games hardly at all. You can get her to play like maybe Mario Kart if you catch her in a good mood, but she just loves Beat Saber. She like takes all of her friends and she's like, "You guys have to play this game." And so like all of these people that have nothing to do with games like all go to my mom's house and play Beat Saber. So I think it's so fun. Personally, I think I've played it like I think I played like maybe 5 songs. Like I haven't played it a lot. It's just not something that I like. So I have a PlayStation VR, but like I don't really have the room to set it up.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
it's like not something I really have access to, but I do like it a lot.
Cool. Yeah, I haven't played VR or Beat Saber myself, but I mean, I appreciate how cool it looks. It's like Guitar Hero with your body, and
Ah,
Yeah.
that's always fun.
Dance Dance Revolution is so
DDR,
good.
yeah.
I love that. And
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like it feels like Dance Dance Revolution. Like it feels like the progression for me from Dance Dance Revolution rather than like Guitar Hero, even though it's still kind of in that same genre. It just feels like Dance Dance Revolution with your hands, but also like
Right.
lightsabers.
It's a
It's so
rhythm
cool.
game at the core, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so cool. Okay,
Cool.
I will jump to my next one. Okay,
Penultimate.
so, all right. I don't know if this is gonna be a surprise or not, but next one I'm gonna put on here is Kingdom Hearts.
One.
I'm going to choose one,
Okay.
not necessarily because it's the best game of them, but it's the one I played the most, and it's the one that's like in my heart.
Hmm.
Kingdom Hearts.
Hey.
Anyways,
Oh,
hey.
I understand the comedic effect that has been put on me.
Yeah, sorry. Anyways, I just like the way that Disney and just like Final Fantasy and just like unique characters intersect in that game to create like this weird experience that if you try to like summarize the story, nobody knows what's going on. I mean, you can explain it, it just takes a long time, but it works. It's so cool, and it's not my favorite game of all time anymore, but it has been since I was a little kid. And
Oh, the
I have
Disney
played,
effect.
yeah. So it's like it's been with me for a very long time, and I don't know if I'll ever remove it from my top 5 games or top games list because I do love it so much. My biggest problem now, I haven't finished 3.
Okay.
I know. No surprise that I
okay.
haven't finished a game, but like I really want to play it. So I think that one will end up being my favorite of the franchise once I actually finish playing it.
Mm.
But I haven't finished it enough to like put it on the list as like my favorite game. So I did want to mention that I do think that probably 3 is going to be the better game at the end. So
Interesting.
have you guys played Kingdom Hearts at all?
Nope.
I played a lot of 2. I played 1, finished it, but that was ages ago. I played 2 quite a lot. Haven't touched 3, mainly because weirdly I heard not great things about it, or like that it was polarizing. So
I
I just
think
haven't
it's
dipped
just
in
like
yet.
it's different gameplay from
Yeah.
like it's not that it's like a huge change, it just is different. So
Mhm.
because it's been so long since 1 and 2 came out, like I just don't think that realistically they could have released the same combat system and like had the game have any sort of success because that combat system, while it still works for what it was, like I think they had to make changes to the combat system, and I think a lot of people don't like that.
Right.
That would be my guess with what's going on. But I think the gameplay loop for 3 is very satisfying, and the art and the music is amazing. They also have like I really love like collecting things because you get like you got all these things or whatever. I really love collecting all those like little tiny pieces that you don't really need, but like I emotionally need them. So 3 has like amazing systems for that where you can like get all these like little tiny trinket things that you don't really need, but
Hmm.
you need.
I will try it out one day for sure.
Do
Maybe
it.
maybe it gets added into PlayStation Plus at some point.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be so cool. I would love more people to play those games. I think like you should also, if you ever find yourself with time, I know there's like a million games always coming out, but like if you can go back and play like the remastered, remade versions of like 1 and 2, they have like those huge packs of like
Oh
1,
yeah.
1.5, like those like huge
Oh yeah.
packs where it's like a bunch of games.
What a
Highly
great
recommend
naming
going through
scheme.
those.
Yeah.
They really did upgrade them, so they have 1,000,001 games in there, and I don't know if I would necessarily recommend playing all of them. Specifically, don't recommend playing Chain of Memories. I played it and I hated everything. So don't play that one.
Tell us how you really feel.
I will, because Chain of Memories is it drives me crazy. I don't know if you've seen it at all, but it's like a
Nope.
card game. It's a
Okay.
freaking card game, and I'm like, what is
Oh,
this doing
I thought you said
here?
hard game. Card
No,
game. Now get the
card,
fuck
like
out with that. I
CARD.
am not.
Card in the middle of like a Kingdom Hearts franchise. Like you've seen the gameplay at least for Kingdom Hearts, right? Like it's like an action RPG. Like what is a card game doing?
There is one man I know
It
who
is
likes
bad.
card games. His name's Garrett Bland, who runs a podcast over at Nintendo Shack and RPG Cave on another network, and he's the only guy I know who's a big fan of card games. And I'm like, Garrett, it's just you. You are the only person who likes card games, and everyone else
I
who
think
likes Slay the Spire are bots hired by Steam, and that's all.
I think that card games can have a place, but I think that like this weird card game in the middle of the Kingdom Hearts franchise that has nothing to do with cards, that you're like the story of it is like it's actually a pretty decent story, and it's just locked behind this like impossible gameplay loop that's not only like a card game, but it's like a freaking hard card game, at least in my opinion. I don't know, like I think like card games can have their place, but it is not in the middle of the Kingdom Hearts franchise. That's all I'll say.
Preach.
Drives me crazy. Next game.
All right. Are we on to the final round here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I think for the final game I'll mention is fittingly God of War 2018, also known as God of War 4, officially known as God of War, but it's not the first God of War. You get it.
Soft reboot.
Yeah, soft reboot.
Kind
It
of.
is an immaculate video game. I got the stupid edition of it, I remember, because it was I was in high school and didn't have any expenses, and it was like my graduation year, and I'm like, oh, I'll treat myself, and I got the $160 special edition. But
Wow.
it had the statue of Atreus and Kratos, but in the steelbook. Such a special game, though. Okay, now let me get into why I actually like the game, not just stupid plastic. Not to say plastic is stupid, but the game is where it's at. The God of War 2018 has some of the best set pieces and the best opening fight I've ever had in a game. And that fight, you know what I'm talking about. If you know, you know, is my favorite fight in the game, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Just a fantastic story. The gameplay was great, especially coming off God of War 3. You see Kratos and, really mature into fatherhood in a way that we haven't seen him, that we only knew of in God of War. As we know, the premise of the first game was when Ares tricked him into killing his wife and daughter. And, then he goes on his path of vengeance to kill the gods. But in God of War, we have a much more humbling experience where Kratos is wants to abandon his past and look at it with regretful eyes. And how the game confronts that is also incredible. In his moments with Atreus, and just seeing Sony Santa Monica fully realize Kratos is a three-dimensional character narratively, not just, or more explicitly than they have in the past. Because a lot of people will say, oh, in the original trilogy, Kratos had no emotion. He was just a macho killing machine. And while he is that, I don't want to spoil more early in the franchise, but I argue he did show many glimpses of humanity in the earlier games. But it's like that on steroids in God of War 4. And there's also so many great minor characters too, like Mimir and and Freya and a few others. Oh, Jorg. I don't know if I'm pronouncing a big Serpent, that's fantastic. And of course Atreus himself, but it's all just a very complete experience on every aspect. I think it is the quintessential example of PlayStation Studios' potential in recent years, and it's just a masterclass of a game. And God of War Ragnarok has been my most anticipated video game ever since the very end of God of War 4, and of course the confirmation that Ragnarok exists by Sony. I still don't believe it's coming out in 2022, even though every leak in the world and Sony says it is. I'll believe it when I'll see it, but I'm going to convince myself not to drink the Kool-Aid just yet, even though it's 95% sure happening this year. But
I don't know if you've seen like the documentary that they kind of released about the first God of War.
Where the thumbnail has Cory Balrog with the baby harness and wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the I guess like for that before I do love God of War and I'll get into that in a second. But like I was just gonna say like I think like they're trying to be more cautious this time around because you kind of saw what happened when they were like trying to like show that they had God of War. They had to spend all that time just making that trailer. And kind of like I don't want to say like wasted time, but like put way too many resources into just like even proving the game existed. And I think that they like are definitely like pulling back this time to because like everybody knows it's coming now, right? So it's like they don't really have to like push it as hard. So
yeah, hope so.
I think not only is it, like you say, immaculate, but I think it works on so many levels, like the technical side of the game, the fact that it has the one camera shot that doesn't cut, the fact that it runs perfectly smoothly on a base PS4, at least in my experience. That is a technical marvel in and of itself with the quality of the game. I think it's, as you said, Taylor, kind of like the definitive version of what a reboot can be. I think that it scared a lot of other studios and other companies into pumping out iterations of a franchise rather than actually trying to shake things up, because it's such a huge detour gameplay wise for the most part from what the original trilogy was, but it's still this good. Like I don't see how, I mean, and to be fair, it's happened since God of War 2018 came out, but I don't think that it's a tenable thing for other companies to continue to just release continual installments in a franchise, particularly yearly installments of a franchise, and not have this kind of innovation. Because they turned the ship around. God of War was a practically dead franchise, and now it's practically their flagship. And it puts Santa Monica on the map more
once again,
so than. Yeah, go.
Sorry, I said like put it on the map once again after.
Oh yeah.
I think the previous high note was God of War 2, I think, for most people.
Again, Cory Barlog.
And that was Cory Barlog's director work, yeah.
He's so good. The thing with like PlayStation, I think they do have a lot of franchises that they can pull from, but I think especially with like Last of Us kind of like being finished, like I know there's like part 1 coming out, like, and Uncharted not really, like we don't know like how that's coming back, if that's coming back.
I think it will
like
be.
I think it will be as well. Exactly. We just don't know like what's going on with that. I think then like the next, for me at least, I think the next big thing is God of War. So I would argue that like God of War is what's driving like PlayStation right now, like as far as like big franchises.
Well, they also said God of War Ragnarok is going to be the last. God of War Ragnarok will be the second and last game in the God of War saga that started in 2018. Like there is no third God of War with this Nordic chapter of the series. It starts with God of War 2018 and ends with Ragnarok. As the name suggests, for those who don't know, Ragnarok is in Nordic mythology, apocalypse, end of the world scenario. But the creators already said that. So I think after Ragnarok comes out, we're going to see the series dormant for a while, and I don't know how they're gonna reinvent Kratos next, or maybe just take a break from him for a more extended period of time than before, right? Because 20,
I
Yeah.
don't think. I don't know. Like, I guess like I don't. God, I don't know how to say this without like. So I'm just gonna like spoiler warning, but I'm not like spoiling any story. It's just my feelings on like how the story may go. I don't think Kratos is coming back.
oh,
I think Kratos is
I'm
done.
there as well.
you think so? Yeah. But then it's
Yeah.
like, but then when you come at it from the financial corporate perspective, Sony would be idiots to kill off their
But I
most
don't.
recognizable mascot from the adult audience.
Yeah, but the thing
Yeah.
is like that's what they're doing right now. I think is they're having the franchise be inherited
Mhm.
I mean,
in a sense.
Oh,
Last of Us
inherited.
Part Two.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
You
good
know,
point. It's a good
I
point.
think that the more success that these games have, and God of War is one of their most critically acclaimed ones yet, I think that that's earned Santa Monica the kind of cachet that Naughty Dog has had for a while, where
Yes.
they can make really bold, creative choices and things that probably quite a sizable portion of the fan base might not like.
Yes.
But I think that, take it or leave it. I think that having that kind of shake up, even if you don't necessarily gel with it on a personal level, probably is more beneficial for the health of the franchise long term. So yeah, I'm with you, Brew, where I think that after Ragnarok, maybe it's Atreus, maybe it's a brand new character in a different mythology. Maybe, I think
Who
that
knows how
there's
they go
plenty
with
of
it?
places they
But
could
yeah.
take it.
Yeah, I agree. I think like it's not even that like it's something that I like want to see happen by any means.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like I just have this feeling of like that's where it's going and like it just feels like there's like it just feels like that's where the story's going and that like there's nothing really that like to do to stop it kind of thing, like
Yeah.
an
Mm-hmm.
inevitable ending.
Well, they could kill Kratos and then 6 years, 7 years later say, "Oh, pranked. He's back."
Yeah, they
And
definitely could do that and they've done that a lot in like Sony franchises, but like I don't think we'll see Kratos again for at least a huge chunk of time. I mean, the thing is like like franchises keep rebooting, and like we don't really know like what the future holds as far as like rebooting games and stuff. So like God of War could come back again in like
right.
20 years time or something like that. Like we have no idea like what
Mhm.
like that could hold like as new people come into the
Right.
studio and stuff like that. But I think for like where we're at now, I think I don't know, it makes me like so sad saying
Yeah.
it.
But as far
Like
as
I
It'll
genuinely
make it'll make Ragnarok that much more potent, though, right? Like
right.
if they're really going for it with Ragnarok, and these are the kind of moves that they're making narrative wise, I think that is gonna do nothing but help it overall.
Yeah.
I
I
think.
think like yeah, I don't know. Like for me, so my main study was like stories and stuff, and I think that like it's just like the inevitable of like not where it has to go, but it just feels like this is the path that we are on, the inevitable end. Anyways, I will say just to like kind of touch on like God of War just in general, I really do love God of War. It's like another one of those games that like the music and the design is
oh yeah,
fantastic,
I didn't even touch on
and
the music.
it's not even just like the gameplay because the gameplay is amazing, but the lore building and the world building specifically that they do in that game where you go to like different societies and you kind of see how like they're like different people like are functioning. It's very masterfully done where you feel like, oh, this is like a different culture and you kind of get to experience that in a way that you don't really get to in a lot of games. Like it's usually you just like set up one culture and you're done, but I feel like there's like they have different spots. The other thing I do want to mention that I think is absolutely brilliant is the way that they made the game load. The loading screen for that game is genius, and I hope that games keep that same energy forever moving forward because so freaking cool that the loading screen is like him traveling. Like that is the loading. So cool.
Mhm. And for those who continue to play the game, that loading screen ends up holding an integral part later in the story. So that's all I'm gonna say. Mhm. All right, last one, Sam.
Yeah, I'm going to say Infamous 2.
Okay.
I'm a big Sucker Punch boy, have been for a long time. And I think Infamous as a franchise that is dormant currently, hopefully not for long. I think it's something that, yes, Sony have Spider-Man now, which fills in like the superhero kind of porthole of their collection. But I still think that Infamous has a place. So I'd hope it would come back. Infamous One is really the main reason that it's here for me, because Infamous One has a really special place in my heart. Not even really that great of a game, but it was the very first game that I played on PS3 on the day that it arrived. And the PS3 was really the era where I became heavily invested in games. I was playing on the PS1 and the PS2 casually, but PS3 was where I started having more different kinds of experiences and realized that maybe this is the kind of avenue I want to travel down in the future. And Infamous 2 is better in every single way. And I think, the subsequent games, Second Son and First Light, were kind of misses, or not necessarily misses, but they lost what was special about Infamous, I think. Infamous 2 is something that I wish that they would remaster or remake, or just bundle the first two together in remaster. I'd buy it. I'd pay all the money. Take my money, Sony.
Just don't stream it on PlayStation Plus Premium.
Yes, I have to actually purchase it. Oh, see, that is a way to get people to subscribe right there. I think that's the kind of thing they could. It depends though, because if they remaster it, it might potentially be labeled as a PS4.
If they remaster it, it'll be download. Or if they make native PS3 games, if you could download Infamous 2 offline, that'd be great.
Yeah.
But the streaming for people who don't have internet that stable, which is most of the world, I really wish Sony gave us a better avenue to access those games again. But yeah, awesome stuff, Sam. I played some of Infamous 2, but never completed it. Never played the first game. I never played Second Son. I never played First Light. But I have a modded PS3 around here, so I think I'll go back to at least Infamous 2 eventually, but maybe Second Son. But like you said, I hear so things about it.
Yeah.
I have not played any of those games. I think for me to get into it, they would have to like remaster the game, because it's like it feels like it's kind of far gone at this point to kind of, especially like I think the other thing is that I personally don't love superhero stories. So I feel like it would take, I don't want to say like a ton to get me into it, but it would take like a minimal amount of effort to get me to go play that game. At least like having a remaster so it's easily accessible on my like PlayStation 5. So
sure.
I've heard fantastic things, and I would love to play it, but I'm also not gonna work super hard for it. So
sure,
understandable.
Okay, so my last one, I will preface by saying it is actually like this one is numbered for me. It is actually my favorite game of all time. It's the one that I know for sure, and the frustrating thing is that people pronounce this game two different ways, and I think I know why that is. I won't go into that, but nobody freaking can tell me how to pronounce it correctly. But it's Nier Automata. I'm just gonna say Automata. I do realize that people say Automata.
Automato.
I'm just gonna say Automata because I think it sounds a little bit cooler. So I don't know, but I'm gonna say, yeah, for sure that one is my favorite game of all time. There's just something special in that story. The music is definitely my favorite. The gameplay itself is fantastic. The characters are fantastic. The world building, if you see people play it casually, it looks like the world is so empty and you're like, this game is kind of weird. But then when you play the game, all of a sudden everything makes sense. It's like, oh, this world is empty, but it's empty for a reason. And the world is so masterfully built and the story is so masterfully built. It's absolutely my favorite game, and I think like the weird conflict that I won't like again get too spoilery, but it's basically there's robots and there's androids, and it's like you hear that and you're like, that doesn't really make sense because those are the same freaking thing. It's like this whole conflict where the androids have like this weird thing where they're like, we're like we're androids and like they just murder robots. And then the robots are like they're like help me, like this hurts, that kind of thing. And they're like robots can't have feelings, and it's like this weird conflict where it's out of context of the story, it doesn't make sense, but inside the story it's this beautiful world where you're like there really is like is there really a difference between androids and robots? What would that difference be? And like just kind of discovering like what has happened to the world so far in the future. It's beautiful.
I've never touched it. I've heard really great things. I know that there are like dozens of endings. I know some of them are quite comical from what
Yeah,
I've
that's what I
heard.
heard too.
But no, like even just from I've seen like the opening half hour of gameplay, I think, and it switches between different styles of game. From what I can tell, it's like a top-down shooter at points, then it's a hack and slash.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems really interesting. Just something I've not touched yet, but maybe with your recommendation, I will finally
Yeah.
give it a go.
I played a little bit of it, and I never got back into it for some reason. And I was like in a stage in my life where I'm like, oh, I played 2 hours of a game. I don't like it. Trade it in. So that was unfortunate. But I think I'll check it out again on Steam sale at some point. It's not on the summer sale because Valve hates me. But I'll eventually, I think I'll pick it up again.
Yeah, definitely. I highly recommend it. You can also pick up, they like remade the prequel to Nier as well.
Right,
It's called
Replicant.
Nier Replicant,
Yeah,
and it's got like a bunch of numbers. I'm not even gonna try and give the full title,
like
but
an After Kingdom Hearts. Yeah.
it's a really bizarre name. But I'm currently playing through that, so um like I can't really give like opinions too much on that yet because I'm not far enough in the game to really say. But for like yeah, I'd highly recommend Nier Automata. I think the you're right, it does have a bunch of different kinds of gameplay, and you're like, that sounds really freaking weird, but
I
it's
like that. That's cool.
so good.
I love bullet hell and side scrollers, and it does both of them.
It yes, it does. It's so weird. It's like bullet hell. There's like this weird hacking thing. There's like just like regular RPG, like top down, like and you also have like this weird side scrolling at some points. Like it's so good. So good. The gameplay is fantastic and just like listening to the music and living in that world. There's just not for me at this time. There's not an experience that can really beat that for me. It's just amazing. Let me know if you play it because I would love to discuss it. It's
I
so
will.
good. So good. I'll play Overton, you play Nier.
That's a good bargain. Yeah, I'll take that trade. I'll take the trade.
It's a terrible bargain. I'm gonna be honest. Nier is a really long game. In terms of like quality, I'm sure it's a great bargain. As terms of like time invested,
I will make the sacrifice.
okay, I appreciate that.
Worthwhile.
Maybe I'll also play Outer Wilds.
Oh,
Do
yeah.
it.
Is that everything as far as like the top 5, right? And then we can go into like
Yeah,
honorable mentions because I have
Yeah.
a
that's
couple.
all about top
What
fives.
about one honorable mention per person?
Ooh,
How dare you?
I'll go first.
Hey, guys.
I'm going to say What Remains of Edith Finch.
I had that in my Epic Game Library when I got it for free, and because it's Epic, I need to play that.
Yeah,
I
it's
own
another
it and
like
haven't played it.
it's very short ultimately. Again, kind of something that I don't want to dive into because it's very unique mechanically speaking. That it's kind of like Super Mario Odyssey in the sense that every 10 minutes or so it just introduces a new thing to you, and it gets in really quick, it gets out. I think the story that it tells is really interesting, and profound. It's a walking simulator for sure, which doesn't necessarily gel with everybody, but I think it's probably the most creative one that I've seen. And yeah, like you say, it's given out for free quite often. Actually, I think I've seen it on Epic for free a couple of times over the past couple of years. And if not, then it's super cheap as well. So if any of that sounds even slightly interesting to you, which it should, give it a go.
Awesome.
I have no excuse to not play it. Like, honestly, I have no excuses for myself. It's like not that long of a game. I already own it. Like, there's no reason for me to have not played it. It's just haven't played it yet. So
One day,
I'll have to do that. It can be like I have like a list of games that I'm like that I just have like a list of games like right here on my on my monitor that I've like downloaded and I'll play. So I'll have to add that to the list.
Awesome. Bree?
Honorable mention. I hate picking just one. The real problem for me is that because I have such a hard time finishing games, I have several games that I think would replace other games, but because I can't finish them, like or have not finished them,
Mhm.
I can't put them on the list. I will say I think like my pick for honorable mention is going to be Final Fantasy 14. The only reason that that game didn't make my list is because when I was playing it, I was trying to catch up to my friend at the time, and so I did not pay attention to the story at all, which I know is like really sad because the story is like really good. I only paid attention to the story literally like this last patch that released in December, and I actually played through the story for the ending, for Endwalker. So I'm missing out on the rest of the patches, like as far as story. And because of that, I didn't add it to my list because I feel like not having fully played through the story, it's like a disservice to to the game. However, I have probably put like conservatively like 600 hours in the game, probably more. I played it on PS4 first for like 200 or 300 hours, and then now I play it on PC.
Does it transfer
And
over?
it does. You can transfer it, but you have to purchase the license.
Oh, great.
So it's like you're still attached to it. It's kind of an annoying process. That's probably the worst part of the game is like the whole account stuff, but you just have to purchase the license and then you can transfer the account over. It's pretty easy to do, just kind of like annoying. So definitely recommend it on PC because it's way easier. I have like my RPG mouse than trying to like do all the controls by like holding a button, and there's too many buttons for a controller to say the least. So yeah. Let me know if you guys want to get into it because I'm looking for people to raid with. So
All right, maybe.
Oh, you're asking a lot of me, Bree.
I
it
heard
is
Here,
it
now
is
this.
so much time. That's why I'm like casually mentioning it. It's just the problem is that I really want to run the high end content, but the high end content gets so hard that if you don't have people like on Discord that you're talking to, it's really hard to run it. And so people won't really run it with strangers. But I don't have any friends to play it with. But I want to play it so bad.
Give
So
me
let me know if you get into
600
it.
hours and I'll maybe be there.
I'll think about it. I usually don't do well with turn-based RPGs, but this is not a turn-based RPG.
It's not.
But I've never been like MMOs have never really attracted me, but I've heard Final Fantasy 14 is an exception for so many people because of the narrative. So maybe I'll give it a closer look.
It's so fun. I enjoy it. What's your honorable mention?
Okay, so I think my honorable mention is going to be Grand Theft Auto 5's single player. Exclusively, it's single player. No GTA Online, because fuck you, Take-Two and Rockstar. But man, where do I begin? I bought this game behind my parents' back, and it was great. I was definitely not of. I was not 17 when I accessed this game. It's a failure of parenting, but it's okay.
No.
And GTA 5 was just so fun for me. Like when I think fun, two games come to mind: Spider-Man 2018 and GTA 5. It's just I absolutely loved screwing around in the world. I loved driving around, shooting around, escaping the military base with a fighter jet, all the wacky stuff that GTA is known for. I just had an absolute blast doing. Countless times where I just turned it on and did that. But I also loved the missions, the how much the game didn't take itself seriously, but still managed to keep me entertained, and it was very funny. Granted, I was probably at the prime age to find anything that was crude funny, because I was like, what, maybe 14? Yeah, I think I was like 14 at the time. So about there. But even if I played it again now for the first time, I'm pretty confident I'd find a lot of it funny, especially how batshit crazy Trevor is. But I just loved. Few games can have good writing while being comedic in nature, and in my opinion, GTA 5 does that. And also the heists were really great. Just a really, really fun time, and I am very skeptical, but looking forward to GTA 6 whenever that rears its ugly head. But yeah.
I've not gotten into GTA 5 at all, but I think that you're right. Definitely there is something to say that's like my my mentor, as far as like my college mentor that helped me with like writing stuff, she would always say, like, if you want a low blow, like, it's easy to make people cry. Like, it's not that difficult to like really like pull at people's heartstrings and make people cry. If you really want to like test your merit as like a writer, make people laugh, because it's much more difficult. So I think there is something to be said for like the way that so many people just think GTA is just the best and think it's so funny and fun, and I appreciate that, although I have not played it. So
All good. Nothing to say, Sam? He doesn't.
Yeah, I think like I have to be subjective, because similar to you, like the whole GTA Online cloud has just been looming more and more over the base
Yes.
game as the years have gone on. But yeah, if I do separate those two things and look back, I think that it's really where Rockstar. I still would probably say, as a franchise, I prefer Red Dead Redemption, but that's probably just because I'm weird. But no, GTA 5 is, I think, undeniably a masterclass in narratives with multiple characters.
Right. We bring these three people together and not have it be blow up. Well, it does blow up, but that's part of the narrative.
Yeah.
It doesn't, writing wise, the writing doesn't get really bad when it's very prone to doing so with the protagonists who cross paths like this. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. To have three separate and then interconnecting stories and have it flow that seamlessly, and for no one character to really suffer because of having to share screen time. It's very impressive, and I hope that it's something that, yes, Take-Two and Rockstar have been potentially paying more attention to the online side of their games, but hopefully GTA 6, whenever that does come, they really stick to their guns, at least in that single player department,
I hope so.
and iterate more on what GTA 5 gave. Totally.
Yeah. All right.
Wow, I feel like I just like know everybody so much better now.
All right. So wait, we're not quite done yet, guys. But we wanted to thank you all so much for listening to episode 0 of No Limits. And once again, please check out our YouTube, Discord, and Patreon at Save the Game Media. All the relevant links will be in the show notes. And as also in the first episode and episodes moving forward, we can get in our socials and stuff like that in there too, for each of us. But yeah, thanks so much for listening, everybody. And until next time, have a good one.
Take care.
Bye.
Next up, we have our experimental Anything Goes show about nothing. Seinfeld reference there for anyone catching it. I hate my friends. What is up, everyone, and welcome to I Hate My Friends, episode number 0, I think we're going with for these ones. I'm your host, Kevin, aka The Muffin Mon, and today I'm joined by the future of esports himself, Aman. How are you doing?
As good as always.
I am also joined by the returning human alpaca himself, Mr. Tom. How are you, buddy?
I'm fine. I'm actually really happy that this lines up with my schedule, so I can be back. We're Save the Game Media now, since this has been announced in post. But yes,
in post, that's right. That's right. And joining us for this episode, our first podcast together. I don't have a nickname for you yet. I'm sure it will come. Brianna, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I'm sure the nicknames will come. So No
I
worries.
came up with them for everyone. But if you didn't know, guys, this is I Hate My Friends, a podcast where all the podcast hosts of Save the Game Media's variety of podcasts come together and kind of just hang out, talk about random topics, shoot the shit, whatever we got going on. If you've seen Seinfeld, this is kind of the podcast version of that. It's a podcast about nothing. Today, and for the first few episodes, we're actually going to go kind of a deep dive into one of the hosts in particular. So the call to arms here has kind of been bring your questions or whatever you want to grill the host of the day about. Today will be me. But before we get into that, if you like these podcasts, make sure to hit the like, share, subscribe button. Head on over to patreon.com/savethegamemedia and choose the tier that is right for you. You can get early access to Patreon shout out, just like Bucky Blue, Hopple, and Mr. Alpaca Tom himself sitting right here. Thank you all for your support. If you don't catch us on YouTube, we are also on every podcast service around. So head on over to Apple, Spotify, drop us a rating, a review. We'll read it live on the show, and we appreciate all those. It helps us grow these podcasts, and that's what we need your help for. Guys, I think that's all the housekeeping we have out of the way. Obviously, this is part of a big compilation announcement video for Save the Game Media's launch day. But I want to know who wants to go first in asking me a question or grilling me or bringing up any sort of discussion that they want to get into. Tom, I see you smiling over there. Is that an indication you really want to jump in here?
So my thing is like I have like over a year's worth of Discord general chats and constant stuff that I slammed you about before. What do I whip out for the general audience though? That's what I'm wondering here. I'm gonna start light with you then.
Okay, all right.
What the hell is your obsession with banjo?
Oh, okay. All right. A little gaming question to sprinkle in. So, if anyone is new here and hasn't listened to Project XTalk, Banjo Kazooie is the greatest 3D platforming mascot of all time. He is adorable. He has the best catchphrase, "Gah!" And Kazooie is a fantastic companion. She literally allows him to do his moves he uses her as a gun. He uses her to fly. It's just you ever use your best friend like that? I don't think so. Banjo does. That's a relationship that you don't have. I'm telling you right now, the relationship between Banjo and Kazooie, you ain't got that in real life with no one. But it really comes down to the fact that it's just the best 3D platformer of the N64 era. And the world design, the level design, everything about it is like my ideal video game.
That's never gonna come out. No
Bro.
remakes, no re-release. No upscaled version. It's over.
No,
Kevin,
listen.
lose
Whoa,
hope.
whoa.
It's not happening.
It's coming. It's coming. It still holds up. If anyone hasn't played it, go on to Xbox, go on to Game Pass. You get the HDR version. It's upscaled, looks amazing on the Series X or S. I imagine it looks the same. But the game is really special, guys. I Carpool Gaming, all right, their Discord, friends of the shows over there, they've been going at me hard. Okay, Console Cato, Donnie, Sean, they're all over there saying Banjo overrated trash, and it's hurting me personally.
I just really love that you had like a statue to just like whip out. Like,
Oh, he sits here. He sits here next to me, along with Ice Climbers, Squirtle, Ivysaur, and King Dedede. Those are my homies. Yeah, I got Ivysaur here.
Okay, yeah. My point. Yeah,
I got the
I was
Smash
gonna say,
Brothers amiibos.
I was saying I'll play Banjo when you play the Batman Arkham games.
Oh, bro, didn't we already have a bet like that where I said I
we
would?
did. We did.
Yeah,
We did.
I think I don't play them specifically out of spite to you at this moment in time.
Yeah,
Like
I know that. I know that. But like,
there have been
I don't play
moments.
Banjo out of spite for you. So like,
There
we
have been
can.
moments where I literally look at like PSN and they're like free or like $3, and I'm just like, nope, can't give Amon the
Not cheap enough.
satisfaction. Literally,
Nope.
can't do it. I have them for free on multiple platforms, and I just refuse. It's It's not in the cards.
I mean, Bucky Blue, if you're watching this, you are subscribed to the $5 tier, so you can request you can actually force Kevin to play games because you're technically paying him. And the new all the Batman Arkham games are on the new PlayStation Plus service, so you know what to do.
It's true.
You know what to do. Call to
It's true.
action.
That's one of our tiers. If you subscribe at the $5 tier over on Patreon, you can actually vote on what game I play. It's 4 times a year you get to pick a game for me to suffer through on PlayStation Plus or Game Pass. So if that sounds appealing to you,
Perfect.
go on over there.
Perfect.
The trilogy
There are
counts
4
as
Batman
one
Arkham
game, by
games.
the way.
Well,
There's 4 Batman Arkham games, 4 picks a year. Perfect.
I'll play all of them. Amon, Brianna, do you want to? Tom kind of gave you a little light softball here. All right, do you want to ask me a question? Any one of you?
I'll let Brianna go. I'll go last.
Okay. Sounds good. I am actually interested. I kind of wanted to know like where you'd be at if you weren't here. Like what's an alternate universe Kevin doing? Like programming, like I don't know, like TV host. Like I don't know, like what's an alternate universe you doing?
Oh, so that's. I mean, what I do in my day-to-day job is not exciting. I'm a social science research analyst. Is my official title. I basically put numbers in Excel spreadsheets all day.
You're boring our audience.
Yeah. So it's like I said, it's nothing super exciting, but I was originally going to be a psychiatrist. So I would probably alternate universe Kevin is probably a psychiatrist because I did work in a psych unit for a year and was actually like I got assaulted a few times by some patients. It's a crazy things happen over in the psych unit, but I didn't like biology. And that is because my biology professor for 16 weeks straight sat down at the beginning of every class, put a piece of paper on this projector, and drew a circle and went, "This is a cell." And I'm like, "Bro, it's been 16 weeks. I get it. It's a cell." So
Man.
I was
Man,
literally
it's just like there are just really some college professors that you're like, I don't know what you're doing here. Like I don't know what you're doing here. Like
So
uh
him and his wife, they were like kind of a duo at the college. She taught the biology lab, and we would go into biology lab. And these two, they must have been beet farmers in their free time. They were obsessed with beets. All right, because
are we like in the office now?
no, every lab we had to do something with beets. Like today we're gonna heat up beets. We're gonna freeze beets. Everyone would, and if you've ever done anything with beets, you know your hands get super red. So you'd walk out of the labs looking like you just murdered someone. It was the stupidest thing. And I was like, this literally made me not want to go to med school because like if I have to do biology again, I'm literally gonna jump off the roof.
Wow, interesting. I love that the psychiatrist answer. I think that that's a um great answer. As far as like, I guess it's not something I would have expected because it's like almost like I don't want to say it's like opposite because it's still to do with people, but like just different, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah, you imagine Kevin wanted to be like a game show host with a huge pompadour, sharp shoulders, like the big shoulder pads, big microphone in his face. And welcome to Save the Game Media, where we will do Jeopardy one day a week.
Yo, I could be the next Alex Trebek.
You
I'm
can
just throwing it out there, right?
just
The
get the
next
pompadour.
Jeff Keighley. The next Jeff Keighley.
Listen, all I know, Jeff, I would say Monkey D. Luffy, right? All right. I wouldn't go Monkey De Luffy.
Yeah. I'm not
Oh,
I'm not
God.
gonna lie. I don't want to be Jeff Keighley, but like if I were to able to write a video game and then be able to be the one presenting that video game like on a floor like that, that would probably be like a real dream. Like how cool would that be?
I
Like
want
making
to.
games and then presenting them. Oh,
What I always wonder about Jeff Keighley is how does he like afford to live? Like he puts on like what 3 shows a year. Do those 3 shows give him enough money to just like live throughout the rest of the year?
he does a bunch of stuff. It's not just those shows because
Oh,
he's
okay.
like he God, I can't remember what company he worked at before he started doing all this. But yeah, he does like a lot more stuff where he's like doing a lot of things behind the scenes. I think he does get a ton of money from those shows, but I do think he also has like a lot of like host work. I think he does like random podcasts. I think he just does like a bunch of random like independent stuff.
Interesting. Aman, you wanna throw me one? We're starting a little soft here,
Yes.
guys. Give me something hard,
Yes.
controversial.
What is your guilty pleasure, Kevin?
My guilty pleasure? Oh man. Probably trash reality TV shows. If I'm being like, so
I
I
knew you watched Bad Girls Club. Come
no,
on,
I've
dude.
never seen that, but it kind of starts like it's my girlfriend. She always puts them on, and I'm the classic, oh, this is stupid. Like, why are we gonna watch this, right? And then you just kind of get into it. Like, we literally just watched a season of America's Next Top Model, and at first I was like, this sucks. And then, like after 2 episodes, I was like, yo, why is she being so mean? Like, that photo looks great. I don't understand why. Like, this has happened with America's Next Top Model, The Bachelor, The Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise. I actually genuinely like that show. That show's kind of fire. Like, everyone's just always in bathing suits, fighting on the beach, screaming. I don't understand. There's something about these shows that just kind of like click in your brain, and you're like, okay, this is trash. But it's also like I can grab my Switch and like I don't have to pay attention, and then you just hear like girls screaming at each other. You look up, you're like, what's going on? Who are they fighting? What's going down right now? So I'd probably have to say trash reality TV shows.
So a follow-up question to that. A
Yeah.
follow-up question. Have you watched Love Island?
No, I haven't
No.
watched.
Okay.
I tried to get my girlfriend to watch Love Island, and she didn't want to. And it's specifically because she doesn't really like watching shows where people have accents because she says it's hard to understand. And I'm like, you can put the subtitles on.
Uh,
I live with the subtitles
Me
on.
too.
I
They're
like
on
can't understand what
anyway.
anybody is saying. Like even if they speak the exact same like Midwestern accent that I have, I still don't know what they're saying.
No, they're on 100% of the time for all the shows we watch anyway. But if she misses what they say, instead of just reading it, she'll rewind and just listen. I'm like, it's on the screen still. You can just read it. That's a good one, I'm on. Guilty pleasures. Reality TV shows.
Yeah, see, when he said that, I thought he was gonna say like 90 Day Fiance.
Watched it. Yep. 90 Day Fiance, Married at First Sight. Yep. Those ones are actually like
okay. 90 Day
garbage.
Fiance is just hilarious to watch. It's like it's so bad it's funny at that point. Like it's hilarious. Like I see PewDiePie reaction.
Ooh, he's turned into a robot. So speaking of 90 Day Fiance though, do you remember when we had Zach from Hey Listen Games on? It was like way back in the day, one of our very first episodes on Project XTalk.
He was a teacher, right?
Yes, he is a teacher. One of his coworkers is going on 90 Day Fiance. He tweeted about it and he's deleted the tweet since. But I was like, I just want to know, like, give me more details, bro. I need to know.
That's crazy. I always love those like weird coincidences where it's like I know somebody that knows somebody.
Yeah, like my friend's cousin was on the Jerry Springer show, and that's how I know the Jerry Springer show's fake because he got paid like $500 to just like pretend to be in some like trash ridden situation.
Nice.
I kind of blame my grandma for a reality TV show because Jerry Springer was on constantly growing up. Like I went to visit recently and it was on, and my girlfriend mentioned it. I was like, oh yeah, she watches it. She just leaves it on, and just watches all day, even though she doesn't really care that it's not actual TV.
I think for me it was always like the game shows. It was like
Love game shows too.
it was always game shows. And my grandma would always be doing like crossword puzzles and like watching game shows. I don't know. It's a lot. But...
The last game show I watched was Is It Cake? Are you familiar with Is It Cake?
Yes, I haven't watched it, but
Okay,
I've seen
Tom.
so many TikToks about it.
Tom, you're looking at me weird. So there are people that can make cake look like anything, like jeans, tacos, literally any item, like my cell phone. They could not tell if it was cake. So there's a whole game show around people. They get like 8 hours to bake a cake. and then they try to convince like 3 random people to like, is it cake or is it not? I literally can't tell. I don't know what the fascination is. There's a whole subreddit dedicated to this too, where it's just people cutting into these objects, and it's like, is it cake? Like how is it not cake? Crazy, crazy. We also watched Bullshit, which was good. You just like had to lie for money, so like you could get it wrong, but if you convince people you knew the answer, you got
Have
to
you watched
go
The
on.
Circle?
No, we haven't watched the start. We were
That
watching
one's also a lot of lying.
we
You
were
might
watching
like
the
that
trailer
one.
for it. I kind of like the lying, the deception ones, and I'm liking the little trend we're getting of those kind of game shows where, I don't know, something about it, because it's like I always think, I'm like, oh, I can tell when people are lying, and then they just are like, oh, I was telling the truth. I'm like, I guess I don't know what anybody's thinking at any point. I don't know if
Yeah.
Amon is here or not, but we're gonna continue the show regardless. So, uh, Tom, you wanna throw me another one?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna just light a fire into you right now.
Oh boy.
So there was a conversation that was brought up way before, where it came up where you don't season your food.
You know what?
This
I
is
honestly, I
what he
can't be
said.
that surprised.
He says he only uses sauces. It can be like teriyaki or barbecue. There's no seasoning. There's no cumin, no cayenne pepper. No, like, come on. What? Why? What did the spices do to you? You stay in the bathroom all day? Can you not? What's
I
the issue?
was
What's the deal?
I was kind of hoping that this conversation would like wait a little bit. Like I didn't know this was going to be like a pilot episode conversation. Um So yeah, I don't season my food. I don't put salt, pepper. I don't put any of that on it, mainly because I don't really get the point. It just seems like you're adding salt, and it's like, well, too much salt is bad for you, so like I might as well just not add it. Especially when half the time I'm like, I'll dip it in barbecue sauce, or I will put it like teriyaki or some sort of Asian thing that like will go on rice, and then I'll mix it all together. So like at that point, the sauce is the flavor. So what do you really need salt for? You got the sauces. I don't understand
No,
why
you
you
got me
need
at
to season it.
the mixing everything together. You need to leave the rice on the you leave the rice on the side so that you
No,
can take some of the sauce and then the rice can like cleanse your palate. What are you doing? What
oh
are
my
you
god,
doing?
no, 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 no. Okay, I have a friend who literally says that the rice is just your sauce napkin, and that's
It
like,
is.
no, it's not, Brianna.
Yes,
What
it is.
what are you on about? Oh my lord. So you're telling me you just leave all your plain white rice off to the side, you dab it a little bit with the sauce, and then you eat it, and then at the end you eat your leftover sauce rice?
Yes. That is exactly what I'm telling you.
But what? No, someone back me up here. Tom, Amon, you mix the rice in.
No. So I grew up in a Hispanic household, and our like main
What are
dish
you
is
guys
rice
talking
and
about?
beans.
I'm
My
so
beans,
confused.
it's like saucy beans that is always on the side, and then I just grab some of the sauce with my rice and go at it. It's never mixed in.
You don't mix it together. You grab a little bit and then grab a little bit and then you can enjoy it separately. So that way if you like need like what if you get a oh, never mind, I got the problem. I understand now. So if you don't season your food, then you won't have a bite that's too seasoned, so you don't have to cleanse your palate. So that makes
Mhm.
sense, like why you wouldn't
Well,
I get it. You don't
well,
like good food.
no, so I eat a lot of. I'm vegan, so I eat a lot of tofu, and I know it's not seasoning tofu. That's probably like a big like. What do you like? It has no flavor, regardless, and that's fine. I air fry it. I throw it down. I put some rice, some vegetables. I put some sauce, and I mix it all together. And then I literally take like I stab some tofu, scoop up some rice and veggies, and shovel it all in there in one go. Like it's really just kind of like I like to be done eating basically as quick as possible.
You don't want to enjoy the food you're eating. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah,
You
that's
want to. You just
honestly
want
what
to
it
get it
sounds
over. With.
like.
Oh, it's such a chore.
I think it's because he's vegan, guys. Like, I don't think vegan people.
No,
No,
I've
No,
no, it's
that's
always
not
been like
that.
definitely
Because
this.
I've had so much good vegan food that actually has a
Mhm.
lot of seasoning in it. It's not because of
Mhm.
that.
No, so Aman, even before I was vegan, I ate this way. Like my tacos growing up, where it was just like just put beef in a pan and cook it, and I wouldn't like season it. Like I don't need. I'm
Not
just
even
gonna,
taco season.
No
There's
taco
literally a
seasoning.
taco
no,
seasoning.
it gets all like it's too much. It's just too much.
Oh, God.
Sometimes it's fine, but like it's just a little too much. And like at the end of the day, like what does it really matter? It's all just going in there anyway. I'll be done with the meal in 5 minutes. Like let's get this over
Because,
with.
like, that's like the thing is like meal times are like the times that you get to spend with your friends and family to like enjoy company. And so
Mm.
you may as well like sit and enjoy the food rather than like
Well, so growing up, my family didn't eat together. We would grab our food and like go to our separate rooms or whatever we want. And now as an adult, when I have to cook for myself, it's like, what can I put the least amount of effort into and get like a meal that'll be like satisfying and like nutritious?
Mm.
So I kind of just like, if it takes more than like 15 minutes of like me to prepare something, I'm probably not doing it. Like I love lasagna, but I'm never making a lasagna because the amount of effort it takes way too high. I ain't got time for that. I want to go do other things. Plus, like I said, I'm gonna finish the meal in 5 to 10 minutes. I'm not gonna. If it takes more than that, I'm not gonna make it.
Okay, I'm
Dude,
gonna say
at this
like
point,
go ahead.
yeah, you can go, Brianna. Oh no. Yeah,
Someone
okay.
go.
At this point, just put everything in a blender and just drink it, man. Like, what's the
No,
point?
ew.
Honestly,
less than
at that
15
point, if you
If
don't
you
want
spend
any
less than 15
seasoning,
minutes, what's
if you
the
don't care
point?
about the flavor, and you just want to get the meal over with, just chug it down.
No,
Exactly.
liquids aren't filling though. When I got my wisdom teeth out a few weeks ago, I was starving. Smoothies did not do anything.
I
Guys,
mean,
Throw a little bit of chunky bits in there. I don't know.
What?
yeah.
What is wrong with you? Guys, I don't understand
Well,
why
that's what we're asking.
What is
What's
wrong
wrong
with
with you?
what's so I don't put salt or seasoning on my food. It's fine. When my girlfriend cooks, she will season the food. So like I do get some season, but like it's fine. You know, there's not that big of a difference between seasoned and unseasoned. As someone that's had both, I can say there's not that much of a difference. Y'all wasting your money on these spices at the store, all right? You could save a few bucks.
Dude, something's wrong with your taste buds, man. Like something's
You
genuinely
go to a
wrong with your
doctor.
taste buds.
I got that.
Okay,
I got that.
while we're on this topic, I do have a question. If the world was supposed to end tomorrow, what would be your last meal, and would you still be vegan?
Interesting question.
You want something fast, so his life can end over like
Well,
super
no,
quick.
because I assume
Chug it down so I can die real quick.
am I making the last meal or is it being provided to me?
It's being prepared for you.
Okay. If the world's gonna end, I know I'm gonna die. I'm probably gonna not have a non-vegan meal because, like, what at that point, what does it matter, right? Like, there's nothing. We're not working towards anything here. So, I think I would go with ravioli. I love
Ravioli.
raviolis.
That is
Yes,
a
raviolis
good
are
choice.
amazing.
Fancy.
I miss ravioli
But
as
like
a
ravioli
vegan.
without seasoning is not it, dude. I'm just saying.
Well,
Ravioli without seasoning.
you don't need the seasoning. It's got the pasta sauce, bro. It's got the
Oh, well, the
sauce.
pasta sauce is seasoned.
What is the
That's
sauce
fine. Okay,
have
that's
inside
fine. You
of
can
it? It
have the
has
you can.
seasoning.
Okay, but that he said season the ravioli. You don't need to season the ravioli. You season the
Oh
sauce.
my
That's
You
God.
do. You
different.
put some Parmesan on it. Is that seasoning?
But
Yeah, that's
also,
seasoning.
no, Parmesan's not seasoning. Parmesan's
It is
cheese.
seasoning.
Cheese
It's
isn't
shredded.
seasoning. Cheese isn't
It's like
seasoning.
shredded to a powder. It is seasoning.
Cheese is not seasoning.
I'm
It
gonna
can be
say
seasoning.
Parmesan. Yeah, Parmesan is seasoning. Like
Or- or
specifically,
Parmesan is
specifically that
seasoned.
kind.
The Parmesan is seasoned.
That is true. It
It's
does
not
have
milk.
salt
It's not
in
just like dried milk, is it?
Okay, but also if you literally just gave me unseasoned tomato sauce, I'd probably still eat it and be fine with it. I will say that. Like, it really didn't matter that much to me. Like the
I-
honestly, guys, when I was younger, I would just boil frozen raviolis and eat them plain. Maybe some butter, but I would just eat them plain.
I mean,
It's
if
completely
Taylor
fine.
and Ethan were here, you would. Oh my God.
Oh yeah. Taylor especially would tear me apart because I've seen what he's cooking up over there. He's very talented in the culinary world from the looks of it. I don't want to have a culinary discussion with Taylor on the show, but I'm sure it will happen at some point.
You boil ravioli
Frozen
and just,
With
ravioli,
butter.
and
yeah.
just eat
With
it
butter.
with
Yeah.
butter.
Yeah,
Is,
frozen
is
ravioli.
this cheese raviolis or is it like meat ones?
No, I don't like meat raviolis aren't that good. Cheese
They're
raviolis.
so. I do
Cheese
not like meat raviolis.
No,
They're
No,
no.
me neither.
nasty.
No, meat raviolis aren't the trend. You definitely want cheese raviolis. Maybe cheese and spinach if you're getting like fancy at like an Olive Garden. Um,
Wait, well, okay. Like, I want to go back to the ravioli and butter part. Is it unseasoned butter or like normal butter?
bro, I don't know. It's probably margarine growing up. What the hell do I know? I just
That's
grabbed
seasoned.
it from
Margarine
the.
seasoned.
It's basically rubber. Like margarine's almost rubber. Like we're
Still
that's how
seasoned.
close. Listen, man. All I know is I used to just like to eat around the edges and then like pull the ravioli apart. It's like playing with your food. It was a lot of fun.
I'm not gonna lie. Mine did have sauce on it, but I do like nibbling the edges off of
Yeah, it's
ravioli. I
fun.
still do it, so I have no excuses there.
Yeah.
I did want to say, like, I don't know if I'm sure they do have vegan ravioli, but what I was going
They
to
do.
say is if you really want to get lazy with lasagna, you layer like cooked ravioli
Oh,
with sauce and
so good.
cheese, and that's like a
So good.
that's like a fake lasagna. So
I had
good.
to explain this to one of my coworkers recently that because her son thought that he invented using ravioli instead of lasagna noodles, and I was like, no, he didn't. I've had that. Like it's a thing, and it's amazing. You should definitely make it
So
for him
good.
because it's phenomenal. It's a lot of cheese and like it's a lot, but it's amazing. So if you wanna go that route, for sure, they do have vegan ravioli. The problem is it's like $8 for like 6 raviolis in a little pack, and I was like,
Oh
I can't
God,
justify this. This is way too much.
that does not sound worth it.
Uh, all right, food. What's next? What's next, guys? I think we're livening up a bit here. All right.
I cannot. I'm like still. I'm just shook. Like I feel like I can't trust anything anymore. You know what
Okay,
I mean?
let me
I'm
divert
feeling
it now. Let me
betrayed.
divert it. This is a little deep, Kevin. Little emotional, little deep. Have you ever been heartbroken?
Oh man, I was taking a drink. Yeah, of course. Probably twice for sure.
Do you mind explaining?
What's there to explain, bro? Well, I'm 29, so
Mhm.
I've dated a few women in the day. I would say the main one was probably my high school college girlfriend. It was like 4 years, and then we broke. I mean, we broke up when she went to college. It was like a classic high school. Looking back now, it's like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's what like every high schooler does. You date someone in high school and then you break up when they go to college. Um, but yeah, I mean, it sucked at the time. Went to therapy afterwards. Great. That's one of the reasons I'm a big proponent of therapy. Go to therapy if you need some therapy, guys. It's good stuff. But not recently. Not in the last like eight, nine, like decade almost. So it's been a while. It's been a while. I'm on having a good. Well, I wouldn't say I'm having a good streak. I've been with my current girlfriend 2.5 years. We're fine. Before that, I was like, I'm okay. I'm gonna do the single life.
I'm gonna jump in there a little bit. So follow to like a Mons. Would you say your cooking skills of no season had any sort of impact on any of the previous ones besides your current one?
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say yeah.
Are you asking if my lack of cooking ability led to me being dumped?
Yeah.
Not that I was specifically told. I actually feel like I used to cook more back then. I used to be more willing to like put time and effort into cooking, and it's only since I like started living on my own that I basically was like, I can't be bothered with this. This is like a waste of my time. So I'd like to think no, that wasn't a factor. But maybe if I ever run into them, I'll be sure to bring that. Was the fact that I didn't put salt on the meat the reason that
Yes.
you don't? Yeah, yeah. Brianna's like, yes, that's a. You know what's funny is you actually have the same name as the girl that I'm speaking about.
Do you want to know something super weird? My co-hosts, not to plug my podcast, no limits. Anyways, my co-hosts. So my dad's name is Sam, And my ex-boyfriend that we dated for almost 8.5, almost 9 years, is named Taylor.
Wow.
So yeah, that freaked me out. So yeah, also super weird that I have the same name as your ex. This is like all super weird.
Tom, Amon, come on. What names are in common?
My dog's name was Amon.
No, it wasn't.
my goldfish was named Tom. It died.
That would be a really good goldfish name. I'm not even gonna lie about it.
Not a bad goldfish, Dave.
I
That
really
is-
want to get a cat and name it Greg.
Greg? That's one of my friends' name.
Greg.
Yeah.
My friend's name Greg. My girlfriend's cat's name is Fredo. She calls him Fred.
That's a nice name. That's a nice name, yeah.
I never understood like why people give human names to animals.
It's
You know?
peak comedy is the answer. It's peak comedy. How funny is it if I'm like leaving work for the day and I'm like, I'm gonna go hang out with Greg, and they're like, oh, is that your boyfriend? It's like, nah, that's my cat.
It's like cat meow.
I usually name like any pet I had. I always name them after fictional characters that I really like. So
Yeah, that's what I do as well. But I just like the idea of having a cat named Greg is it's
in
peak
high
comedy.
in high school, I had a turtle named Sasuke. Sasuke from Naruto. I
Yeah,
had a turtle named Sasuke.
That's
Oh,
my dad is obsessed with Sasuke, and if he gets a cat again, he's probably gonna name it Sasuke.
Your dad is obsessed with Sasuke. I just want to make sure I heard that right. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. That's
Anime has no age limit, Kevin.
No, I'm
Why?
not shaming. I'm not. I'm just. I think it might be a little weird for. How old's your father?
That's a good question.
Age range it.
47.
I think it's a little weird for a nearly 50-year-old man to be obsessed with an edgy anime boy. All right, that's what I'm
Yeah.
getting at. All right, he can
But
like
he
the
likes
anime.
it.
That's completely fine. But to be obsessed with Sasuke Uchiha is a whole different
Dude, it's
conversation.
just it always cracks me up because he calls. So a lot of the times he'll say like when he's talking, he'll be like, hey Bree or whatever. Like he'll like call me. It would always be hey Sasuke. He'd call everybody Sasuke. Like I don't know what was going on. He's like what's up Sasuke? And I'm like, that's not in a term of endearment.
No, I used to think Sasuke was so cool when I was a teenager, and I'd be like, I gotta learn the hand signs to do the Chidori. I never got it. They go way too fast. So that was
They
me
go
as like
so
a
fast.
me as a nerdy teenager. But now I'm just picturing Brianna's dad sitting there like doing the Chidori hand signs.
I don't think he's ever tried it, to be honest with you. But that's like, it's so interesting because he's just like a businessman that just like watches anime while he runs every day. He just runs on the treadmill and watches
That's
anime.
dope. I think it's awesome. I
Yeah,
just think
I
it's
love
funny
it.
he's upset of all the characters to be obsessed with though. Like
Yeah, that's true. I think I think he does like Kakashi, but like I don't like he doesn't say his name all the time. He just like drops Sasuke all the time still. And
I get back on pet names. To get back on pet names, all right. I don't name my pets after humans. I give them like my one cat, he was born with like a thumb paw, so I named him Mittens because his hands looked like he was wearing like snow mittens,
Mhm.
which I thought that was a cute name.
That is a
I
good name.
I don't really care what people name their cats. I personally wouldn't. I'd feel weird being like, oh, I gotta go hang out with Ed tonight.
isn't that like peak comedy?
Tom, back me up here, man. What are your birds' names?
Guava,
Okay.
Loki, Momo, and Chocobo.
All right.
Those are some solid choices.
Yeah. Lean more. No human names though.
No,
But-
why would I have a human name?
But
Like
Kevin,
you were
if you,
saying, oh, I gotta go home and bathe. Oh, what the heck? Can I even speak today?
I hope you're not betting any pet.
Whoa, this is like judgment-free zone. What people
God.
do in
Not
their
for that
personal
innate.
free
Not
times,
for that
alright?
innate. Nope. I'm laying the law down now. We're strictly judging that here. All
Yeah,
right.
you're right. That is funny. Like, yeah, I gotta go give Greg a bath.
It just sounds like you're bathing like a child. Everyone's gonna think. But if you go home and say, I gotta go feed Guava," Nobody's gonna be like, "Oh, you named your child Guava? What a unique name!" Like they're definitely gonna just be like, "Oh, that's an animal of some
You
sort."
can't tell me that there's not somebody named Guava.
I'm
I
sure
promise
there
you, there are
is.
people named
There is.
Guava.
There is. Guava Juice, the YouTuber.
Yeah, I'm sure that's his real name legally. Guava Juice is his real name.
Hey, if there are people legally named ESPN, Guava can't even be that surprising. Like,
All right. Any
that's what
more
I'm saying.
questions? Any more questions, guys? We're on a good roll here. Let's keep it up.
I might have one.
You asked the last one,
All
but
right.
go for it.
Okay, what is the most embarrassing moment you can recall?
Bro,
in your entire
what are these
lifetime?
what are these questions? Oh man. Oh, this is super hard. I don't really know about embarrassing.
It's probably because we already talked about it. It's that you don't season your food.
That's it.
Calling me out. I don't know about that. That's hard to like retroactively like think about what was embarrassing at the time, because I feel like most of the things I felt embarrassed about probably weren't big deal, like aren't big deals now that I'm a 29-year-old, but were super big deals when you're like a teenager, because everyone has the whole like, oh, I'm the main character syndrome when you're when you're a teenager. You all think like everyone looks at you, and when you walk by, they must think something about you. When and I tell everyone this, I'm like, reality, 99.9% of people that you walk by do not care about you at all, do not have a single thought going through their head. But like it's hard to tell that to a teenager, where they're so like, no, they must be looking at me. I'm so self-conscious. I don't know. It's probably some high school thing, man. I really can't pinpoint an exact one.
So have you ever done any like? All right. So for those who don't know, Kevin is a twin.
Yep.
Right. So
I didn't know that.
have you ever done like something like super bad where like you ended up getting your brother's like ass beat instead of your own? Like I feel like I would have so did that. Like, oh, I broke a vase. It was definitely him. You saw a quick glimpse, and it was definitely my brother.
No, I was my brother and I never we had our obviously arguments and fights, but we never really like turned on each other like that. We did in school one time, we did like switch classes once and like kind of do that. I remember one time the teacher was yelling at me but using his name, and I specifically was like, my name's Kevin. And that kind of sent them over the edge. And it was like, go to the principal's office right now. Like, I'm sick of this. So when I got there, I was like, she just called me by the wrong name. I just corrected her. I don't even know what I'm doing here. Like, what is this nonsense? And then I just got to hang out there. They're like, that sounds reasonable to me. Like, why don't you just spend the rest of the period here? So, no, I mean, we were kind of homies. I remember one time we got into an argument, and he went to punch me, and I grabbed our Kingdom Under Fire Xbox game case and used it as a shield, and he punched through the case. And then we had to go tell our grandma, and we were like, how do we make it so she goes and buys us a new copy? And then she did. We got it. Like she's like, we're like, oh no, we need GameStop would not take our shattered game case. But we got a new copy out of that. So that was probably the closest to what you're describing, Tom. Is where we were like, all right, we got to fix this situation. But that was one I
I
definitely
love how you
caused.
picked up a game like as a shield wall.
It was the closest thing to me. What else was I gonna use? A pillow,
Your hands.
bro. I think it was more like he won't punch the game.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. We both play this.
there's no way, right?
I bamboozled you. I won this battle.
Yeah, and then you just see the shattered pieces of your mistake, and you're like,
and then you both sit there crying.
yeah, for real
How are we
though.
gonna explain this to Graham?
How do we get a new game? You broke the case. Wasn't even the game that was broken. It was literally just the case. But it was like,
I would have just like banned, and I would have even got a new case. I would have just slide it into one of those like disc trays and just call it a day.
Now, despite my complete, I don't care if I ever own a physical game again attitude right now, back in the day, I was like, I want the cases. I want everything pristine condition. So this was like kind of a big deal back in the day. All right.
Oh, right.
Next one. Brianna, you got another one?
Yeah. This one isn't going to be super like a crazy question, but I am curious. Like, what kind of clubs were you into in high school? Like, what kind of activities?
Oh, uh, I was not athletic in high school. I was like 80 pounds heavier than I currently am in high school. So I couldn't really do any sports. I liked watching soccer in high school. But like I couldn't play it, obviously, because you have to be able to run. And running to me in high school was like, this is death. I want to die. So the only club I did was, it wasn't even like a real club. It was one of my periods. We got to do like a video editing course. Like we basically got to make videos and edit them for these school announcements. And I remember, I always tell like the most fun project that we did was we were doing an ad for, I think it was like to go to the basketball game or something, but we were trying to make it like hype. So we were like, we got the great idea. We're like, what if we make it like WWE? And so we were roaming the halls during when everyone else was in class, and we found some of the foldable steel chairs that like they set up in like the auditorium or like the gymnasium for like assemblies or like school band. And then we're like, okay, we're gonna like hit each other with them to get hyped. And I was like, it's gonna be fine. Like this couldn't hurt that bad. My God, guys, I literally it was one of those like jabs to the stomach and then the overhead hit. I went down and I was just laying there. And then eventually like I got back up and we went to show the teacher, like oversaw the club. We're like, all right, this is what we were thinking. And he was like, you can't show that. You will get in trouble. Like we are not putting that on the announcements. I was like, I took a steel chair for this. What are you talking about? Like, you see me laying on the ground in pain. I did this all for nothing. So eventually he kind of took away our privileges and we just became like an editing thing. Like I had to edit the talent show, and sitting for like 3 hours worth of not very talented individuals is not the most exciting thing to edit. Let me tell you.
It's not fun to watch
You're
either.
supposed
Not
to,
gonna
you're
lie.
supposed to put your hands up, right? When you get hit with a chair.
Yeah, I didn't. So it was one of those, like he was holding it by the sides and hits you with the top end of it in the stomach, and then you lean over. And I always thought that was like a dramatic, like, oh, you hold your stomach because it's like you got to lean down for WWE so they could hit you in the back. No, like I genuinely, like my reaction was like grab my stomach in pain, and then he was like, yeah, and I'm just like, oh my God,
It's real.
it wasn't a steel chair like they have in WWE either. It was literally like one with, like the foam seats they have on it, and there's like the hard backboard. It was not a great time, but that was I think that might have been the only club. I did the school newspaper too for a little bit. I would like review concerts that I went to. That was fun. It got me to go to concerts, which I obviously love going to concerts. All right, guys, we got
All right,
about
I got
15
one.
minutes left, so let's keep it going.
I got one. If you could switch genders for a day, what would be the first thing you would do?
We can't talk about that on this podcast, so why don't you ask me a new question? It's not appropriate.
I mean, because we know what the answer would be.
We'll go hang out with the homies.
Hang out with the homies. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I don't know. I was thinking more like some alone time, but we're gonna. Amon, I think you can piece together the answer, but why don't you guys ask me a different question, one that every teenage boy hasn't been asked and has the same answer to.
Yeah, well, when did you become a vegan and why?
Oh, okay. All right, Tom. Man, a lot of food questions. You guys are so obsessed with my dietary
I'm
habits.
really upset about the seasoning still. I'm not gonna lie.
That's why Brianna's not asking questions. She's just seething over
I'm
there.
just like in shock. Like it's not even like an anger. I'm just like shocked.
Yeah, last night I had tofu and some mushrooms and some rice, and I didn't season them. It was great though. Lovely teriyaki sauce on top. But I have been vegan for 8 years now. 20 2014, I believe, 20, maybe 2015, for 7 to 8 years. I've been vegan. And I became vegan because one, I wanted to lose weight, and I thought it would be very easy, like easier on a vegan diet where I didn't have access to like all the junk, like fast food and all that junk food that is like super. I mean, obviously, I know you can be healthy and be an omnivore and eat, not just avoid all that stuff. But for me, it was like I'm gonna place the restriction on myself, and then it was also more for animals. I think I watched a lot of documentaries back in the day. I was like, wow, we treat animals like garbage. I'm gonna do this for them too. So I went vegetarian first, and then I was like, man, I really like yogurt. Giving up yogurt was like a big struggle for me, and everyone was like, it's just yogurt, bro. And I was like, I love yogurt and granola. It's so good, you don't understand. But then they came out with vegan yogurt, and vegan yogurt is pretty dope. So um, yeah, I would say health reasons, and then animals, and I just kind of stuck with it because it's easy. It works for me. But I don't really care if other people eat meat. I cook my girlfriend meat sometimes, or I help her cook. She'll be like, "Can you flip this for me?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, whatever." Doesn't really, like, she eats meat all the time. Doesn't bother me at all.
Okay, I have a follow-up question.
Go for
Have
it.
you ever broken your vegan rule? Have you
Not on
ever
purpose.
not on purpose? Okay.
Not on
So never,
purpose.
even when you were vegetarian, you never broke the rule.
No, no. When I went vegetarian was easy because you still have like cheese and like dairy and everything. And I actually like the meat substitutes that they have, depending on which ones. Like tofu, I like. Seitan is really good. Love seitan. Um, Tempeh is all right. It's a little interesting, the texture wise, but when I went vegan, I was like, all right, I'm just gonna, like, it's super easy. Like, I just have to check a label, or like when you order at restaurants, it tells you what everything comes into it. So it's like it's pretty easy to know like what's vegan, what's not. You can ask. Nobody's ever like made fun of me at a restaurant for asking a question, because I feel like this day is pretty common in 2022 to have some sort of like dietary restriction. But the only times that I'd say like I broke it and it wasn't on purpose was like someone at a restaurant gave me something, then afterwards they're like, oh yeah, that's the honey in it. And I was like, well, you didn't say you had honey in it. And it's like, okay, but it's it's honey. Like, I'm gonna get over it. Like, you do your best and then you move on. That's my life. If I've never intentionally been like, oh, I'm gonna order this lamb steak because it looks great.
Yeah. Oh, I ordered some tofu. Oh, I didn't know this was steak.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's already on the plate. My bad, guys. No.
I mean,
So
he'd
do you-
probably have unseasoned steak, so it wouldn't be worth it.
All right, so
It wouldn't be
steak,
worth it.
steak, you can just. I think it's fine with steak, honestly. Yeah, because a lot of people just do salt and steak or salt and pepper. But
Salt and
I
pepper-
think the
salt and
juices of
black
steak.
pepper is amazing.
This is the one food I would die for without seasoning. I think steak is the one meal that I can do with no seasoning.
Do you have it well
You
done
need
as well?
Salt and black
Ew.
pepper.
No, that it has to be like
Oh, okay.
rare. Yeah, I have to feel the carcass of the living creature in my mouth still.
I was
Don't
gonna say,
describe it.
I was gonna say, I was gonna make a joke just to make him on mad and say, like, what do you need seasoning for? You just dip it in ketchup.
Ah.
And I was like, okay.
I mean, to
that's
be fair, ketchup on pizza and pasta.
No,
Yeah,
okay.
so ketchup
You-
and mac and cheese. Go.
I'm trolling, guys.
Oh,
I
you
don't
keep
actually
saying you're trolling,
Okay.
but the amount you've said it, I'm starting to believe you're not trolling.
See, it was just this joke I had when I was in Italy. I was like, "Oh, let me put ketchup on my pizza." Yeah.
Oh man.
And we think he actually did.
Did you guys have it like, I hate that this is an experience that I had, but in junior high, did everybody always put like chocolate milk with their pizza? Like, put it and then
No.
eat it?
No,
What
see,
is wrong with
we
these
did normal
people?
stuff. We like dipped it in ranch. We
It
didn't pour
wasn't
chocolate
me.
milk on it.
I
Pete-
thought it wasn't just like one person either. There was something wrong with my junior high. Everybody was like putting chocolate milk on their pizzas, and I was
That's
like,
disgusting.
"This can't be normal."
Chocolate
No.
milk? Oh God.
Well, me and Tom and I are both in New York, and I've never seen that, Tom. So I'm gonna say this is not something that's normal. What I will say is I used to have cereal with chocolate milk in school,
That's good.
and that was
Yeah,
dope.
that's fine. That's
Yeah,
fine.
thank you. All right, justified.
Mhm.
Pizza and ranch, also dope. Love it. What's everyone's favorite type of pizza? Just throwing it out there.
Ooh, this is a
Not-
hard one.
You know, I
Not
know
beat
this is
this
so
pizza.
easy for me, and like this is pineapple is always controversial, but pineapple and then olives, like black olives on pizza, those like the saltiness and the sweet with like the savory of the cheese. Oh, so good.
Yeah, no.
No, thank you.
No.
It's so good.
See, no,
All right.
I'll do pineapple. I guess just any sort of meat lovers pizza I would like. It's my favorite.
At
Buffalo
the
chicken's fine.
Yeah, I like
Hawaiian
buffalo
style
chicken.
pizza's awesome.
at the Save the Game Media meetup, we're all gonna get individual pizzas. Is all
Yeah,
I'm learning.
that's exactly what's happening.
Tom, back in my non-vegan days, meat lovers for sure. I would do like ham, bacon, and pepperoni all on one pizza, and I was like, "This is just a heart attack," but it was so good.
I mean, one of my favorite pizzas is the chicken tikka pizza. I love that
Oh,
one.
so
with
good.
ranch chicken
I've never
tikka.
had that.
Amazing.
Chicken tikka pizza.
It's
What's
so
that?
good.
It's the it was at this fusion restaurant where they mixed like Indian food and pizza. So yeah, that was
It's
that
the
was really
best
good.
fusion ever. You
Yeah.
can also get
Mm.
like they like sometimes have like specialty breadsticks where it has like special seasoning and stuff too. Oh, so good.
Seasonings.
Oh, so good.
I'm gonna name this episode "Kevin Doesn't Season His Food."
You should.
You should because
You should.
it's that upsetting.
It's like the main topic of this episode for sure. But
Literally, like
I would say my favorite pizza is mushrooms, spinach, roasted garlic, red and green
garlic,
peppers.
Yes, yes. That's a
Love it.
decent pizza.
Love
That's a
it.
decent pizza.
So good. Last time
What
I got
sauce
it,
though? What sauce though? Marinara or
I'm
mushroom
good with
sauce?
just the traditional red sauce, but I do like a white pizza. They can do some white pizzas.
What type of cheese? All right, guys, this is controversial. What
Well,
type
I'm
of cheese do you
vegan,
Oh,
like?
he's
so
vegan.
I get whatever
Oh,
I
okay.
get whatever the pizza place has, which is
Tom
usually
Brianna, what
like
type of cheese?
Daya.
If I can pick, it's gonna be ricotta.
It has to be
I
mozzarella.
I also
I,
love
I really
mozzarella.
do. I really do love mozzarella on cheese, but like if I get to like pick, like I really want like just like dollops of like ricotta on there because
On
like
pizza?
have you never had it on pizza? Oh, you're missing out. It's so
Only
good.
time I've had ricotta cheese is in a calzone
Or
Yeah,
lasagna.
or
it's
lasagna. Good
Yeah,
call.
lasagna.
exactly.
Yeah,
So it's like
lasagna.
it's that kind of like same thing, but it's like
I think it could work. Actually, I've never tried it. That could
it's
work.
so good. It's
So
I highly recommend it.
Where I went to college, they would give you a slice of pizza and then they would shred cold giant shreds of mozzarella on top of it like this high. And for audio listeners, I have a very big width between my fingers. They would just give you a lot. And I was like, I don't understand why anyone would want a giant mountain of cold cheese on top of their warm pizza.
Wait, they didn't warm it up? Jeez.
No, it was cold cheese, but they had the warm pizza. So they put the cold cheese on top of the warm pizza.
That sounds disgusting to me.
You know, wait,
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to eat that, to be very clear. However, the pizza Lunchables do have cold cheese, and those are really good.
That's different,
But
though.
that's different. We grew up with that.
Yeah.
Elementary school kids would
the
bring
hell
out
is
the pizza Lunchable.
So
It was a
good.
dream.
Aman,
What is
did you have? I was gonna. Do you have Lunchables in the UK?
I
So-
mean, I didn't grow up in the UK as a kid, so I
Well-
don't know if they do here, but
I don't
don't
know
think
the
so.
best way to explain a Lunchable. It's kind of like you buy a packaged lunch, and it's usually like crackers, crappy quality ham, cheese, and then you like make a little sandwich out of
Oh, yeah.
them.
It's
Yeah,
the
like
driest
this
thing you've ever
box with,
eaten.
little sections. They have
Yes.
crackers here, cheese
Yes.
there. Yeah, we have that. Yeah, we
Yes.
have that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
so they have like a pizza one where it's like a little like
you
get like a
squeeze
little
it out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. You get like a little pizza
Mm.
thing and you put the sauce on and the cheese on it. Sometimes there's pepperoni. It's good.
I think that's only acceptable to eat when you're a child, though, right? Like,
Oh, I
Yeah.
bought one probably
I've
like
done
last
it.
month.
Yeah.
Really?
The one thing
I've
I
done it
hate
the last
though,
couple
I
years.
hate Pop Tarts. I absolutely hate Pop
Pop
Tarts.
Tarts are good if you
Pop-Tarts
toast
are
them.
good.
If you eat
They're
cold
No.
Pop Tarts, it's
disgusting.
disgusting.
Have you
No.
guys tried the little
disgusting.
like packet of Pop Tarts that are like the little tiny bite-sized Pop Tarts that you just
No,
like
never
oh,
seen these.
so good. You should definitely, if you can find them, definitely try it because it like eliminates the issue where like the crust gets a little too thick without the sauce because it almost is like a puff of like the sauce and the Pop Tart, so it's like more evenly balanced of flavor. It's really good.
I mean, when I was in the US, I tried Pop Tarts and toaster strudels.
Mm-hmm.
I really
Oh,
like
so
those
good.
ones. I love toaster strudels. Those were amazing.
I don't like
But
toaster
Pop
strudels.
Tarts, nah, guys, come on. How do you guys
I can't
survive
even.
on that?
I
I don't
can't
How do
like.
you guys
even
survive?
like nothing Kevin says anymore is like surprising as far as food because it's like it's clearly because he doesn't like flavor. Like
I was just saying I have some hot takes on Pop Tarts. All right, so unfrosted Pop Tarts are better than frosted Pop Tarts,
how did I know you were going to say that?
and and don't toast them. I like them cold. I
No,
like
come
them
on. Okay, you have to
straight
toast.
out
They're
the
so soggy without toast.
no
Oh my
straight
god,
out the pack,
it
and then
feels raw.
and then I eat around the edges because the edges are where the filling isn't. So you got to get that out of the way first, and then you can like eat the middle part where it has the good like juicy like center bits.
You're a weird man.
I'm devastated right now.
You can just cut the edges and not have
I
to go through the
honestly,
pain.
That's a waste of
least.
food.
I honestly like as like a kid, I vividly remember thinking like I wonder why they make these unfrosted ones because nobody likes them.
I like them.
Kevin.
The
There are
Kevin
people like
Kevin was the
Kevin.
nobody that existed.
The 1% of the population that exists, Kevin.
Oh God.
Listen, if they're selling well enough that they keep making them, then I'm not alone. And
But I
the
guess it's because they're vegan, right?
well, they are vegan, but I like them better when before I wasn't vegan too. Like that's just like this has just been a thing I just got lucky and I was like, oh wow, these are vegan. I can still have them. So the unfrosted will rise. All right. Hashtag unfrosted. I got some food takes, guys. Like it's I
You
could
got
I
a
could
lot of food takes.
yeah, we haven't even scratched the surface to be honest.
Oh
Like
god.
I'm
Okay,
scared.
give us
I
one more
don't
before
want
we end it.
anything more.
Give us one more before we end it.
Cinnamon toast crunch sucks.
I
Awful
don't like
cereal.
cinnamon toast crunch.
Yeah, it's not the
I don't like
best.
it either.
Wow. Okay. You're
Yeah,
a
I'm
whole
I'm a
group that
fruity pebble
agrees.
guy.
Fruity Pebbles are pretty good, to be honest. I like Fruity
I
Pebbles.
They just get
I love
soggy too
Fruit
quick.
Loops. I love
I
They
Fruit
love
do,
Loops.
but
I love
you
the
know,
soggy cereal.
yeah, I'm with Kevin there.
Soggy cereal?
No.
Yes, I
Wait,
Soggy
love.
Fruity Pebbles is
again,
fine.
Soggy cereal?
Yes, when you let the milk absorb into your cereal and then it gets a little soggy and then you can eat it. Like,
Wait.
n-
No.
What?
nothing better.
No.
Nothing.
No.
Cornflakes,
No.
soggy cornflakes, dope.
Oh
All right, so,
god.
no, Fruity
Let
Pebbles
me
is the
guess.
only exception to the rule. Everything,
Let me
like, come
guess.
on.
No,
No.
you like cornflakes more than frosted flakes, huh?
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, Frosted Flakes are way too sugary and like they have. I don't like the
So
powder
you'd
on
rather
them.
have no sugar at all, just like
Yeah, I don't
milk.
put sugar in my cornflakes. I just put the cornflakes in there.
It tastes like nothing though. I guess you like
Send
that because
help.
you don't season your food.
Well,
All
I
right,
mean,
so at least if you like throw a banana or something in there.
no,
fruit
fruit doesn't belong in cereal. Fruit is
That's
okay.
not
In,
true.
fruit is okay in
Oh
oatmeal.
my
Fruit doesn't
goodness,
belong in
this
cereal though.
guy. Okay. Do you use hot milk or cold milk for cereal?
Cold milk. Who uses
Okay,
hot
good.
milk?
Okay.
I've met someone who does hot milk.
I
What
use
radio
hot milk
gas
for
is
I
it?
use hot milk for oatmeal though because you cook it in
Yeah,
the
okay,
obviously
yeah.
that makes sense. But
Okay,
that's
do you
fine.
put the milk first or the cereal first?
Cereal first. If you put milk first,
Cereal
you're a
first.
terrorist.
Okay, you're not as bad as I thought. All right.
I had a friend in high school who actually he kept them separate and he would take the spoon, grab a scoop of cereal, put it in his mouth, and then drink the milk.
That's actually kind of smart. It's a lot of work, but like that way your cereal doesn't get soggy.
But I like the soggy. Rice Krispies are
No.
good soggy. Captain Crunch,
I hate
phenomenal
Rice Krispies.
soggy.
I hate Rice Krispies. They're disgusting.
Rice
It's like
Krispies are
eating-
dope.
No, it's like eating
Rice
rice
Krispie
with milk.
treats are good. Rice
No.
Krispies are
Cereal.
disgusting.
No, Rice Krispie cereal is great.
No, they're not.
Ugh.
Oh god.
No.
Guys, you
Wait, so
can't.
Have you
if
guys
you
had
like,
Honey Loops? Have you guys had Honey Loops before?
Honey Loops
Honey
are
Loops?
not a
Never
thing in
heard
the
of
US.
that.
Cheerios?
You mean Honey Nut
They
Cheerios?
might be called something else, but they're called Honey Loops here.
Are they
It's like-
little tiny circles? Yeah, they're Honey Nut
little,
Cheerios.
Oh,
like
Honey Nut
circles,
Cheerios.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes,
Like, yeah,
they're great.
Like Honey Cheerios, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
have you guys had
that's my favorite
banana
cereal.
Cheerios?
No.
Oh,
Never had them.
Never had
those
that.
are so good. They don't make them anymore, but they're really good.
Hot take: I like fruity Cheerios more than Fruit Loops.
It's
No,
because it has
nothing beats
less
Fruit Loops,
flavor.
man.
No,
You know
fruity.
what? I've never
they're
had
good.
fruity Cheerios to compare.
You should get a. They still make them. I'm pretty sure you can get a box and compare. I'm telling you, fruity Cheerios are better than Fruit Loops because
But what's
they're
the
not as
difference?
hard. They're not as like grainy as Fruit Loops. All right. I do like Fruit Loops though, but like Apple Jacks, another great quality cereal.
I've never had Apple Jacks.
It's okay.
I love
They're-
cereal.
It's not the best.
They're like
I
not
mean, if Kevin
terrible,
says
but they're
it's
not
good,
great.
I'm already a little cautious. If
Honey
Kevin says
Bunch,
it's good,
Honey Bunches of Oats used to be my favorite cereal.
That's
I
my
do.
main cereal, regardless.
Oh, so
I like
good.
Honey Bunches of Oats. I like just like the regular like Honey Bunches of Oats with like bananas, slices of banana in it.
Guys, this might be the last thing we talk about. All right, is cereal. So I hope all the listeners are loving it. But I'm just gonna put this out there. Kicks, you're familiar with Kicks? We all eat
Those are
them
the
as
Circles.
little tiny infants. We all eat them. They're still fantastic. I
Oh,
sometimes I just
never
buy
heard of it.
the giant. They're cheap.
You don't need them.
They're little tiny corn
not
balls,
good.
okay? No, they're amazing. Berry Kicks are phenomenal, and they're pretty low calorie for a cereal because you feed them to infants, so you can have a whole like a ton and feel all right because you're like,
You
all
know
right, this
what?
doesn't really have many calories.
This is my recommendation for you. Go buy baby food. And I don't
No.
mean like the mush food. I mean like the puff and like the stars that they sell because those are super low calorie and they have barely any flavoring in them. You'll love it. It'll be a great snack for you.
And on that note, I think we will wrap up episode 0 of I Hate My Friends. I had fun, guys. A little we started off a little slow, but I think we really got into a rhythm there. So great show. I hope everyone else liked it. If you want more, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Head on over to the podcast feed for I Hate My Friends. Follow us over there. Make sure you get all of the weekly content and head on over to patreon.com/save the game media for more. But until next time, Aman, where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Amon_M05.
Tom, where can people find you?
You guys can find me on Twitter at Alpaca Tom.
And Brianna, where can people find you?
You can find me almost anywhere at Fabulous Brianna, and it's one E and two N's for my name, which I know is a controversial spelling, but that's how you spell it.
And you can find me at the Muffin Mon. It's a 1-7I and 0-7A. Make sure to follow us over at Save the Game Media for all the updates of our content. But until next time, we'll see you. Goodbye. Next up on the docket, we are going to dive deep into the world of film and television with our brand new show, Frame by Frame. This podcast will be headed by Aman, who is really passionate about all things comics and DC, Marvel, Star Wars, pop culture in general. He's always talking about it in the Discord. If you're over there, you know this. So without further ado, I want to introduce Frame by Frame.
Woo. What is going on, everyone? Welcome to the first official episode of Frame by Frame, a brand new podcast all about your favorite movies and TV shows. Today is truly an exciting day as we have officially launched Save the Game Media, a brand new podcasting network containing 4 different podcasts all about gaming and all other nerd culture. Make sure to check all our other shows out, which will be airing weekly on the Save the Game Media channel. We've all been working very hard for this past month to get this project off the ground. So really hope you like it, and we're open to any and all feedback. So let us know in the comment section below. Before we start, I would like to shout out our Patreons, Bucky Blue, Hopple, and Alpaca Tom. If you want to hear your name at the start of every show, make sure to head on over to patreon.com/savethegamemedia.com and get some exclusive perks to enhance your experience. You can also join our Discord and interact with the hosts and co-hosts of each show. You can also visit our brand new website for any inquiries and additional information on all our new shows. The links to all of these will be in the description below. With that out of the way, I'm your host, Aman, and joining me today is Mr. Physical Copy himself, Ethan. How are you doing, buddy?
Aman, you killed it with the intro. I'm proud of you. I'm doing good, man. I'm
Thank
ready to
you,
talk
thank
about
you.
some film. I'm ready to talk about some TV shows. I'm so excited to get started with this.
And joining me for the first time ever is Sam. Well, sorry, Sam, I don't have a nickname for you. You know, this is our
It's
first
okay.
podcast
It'll
together.
come in time.
Yeah, it'll come in time. It'll come in time. Same goes for our other new member. The latest addition to the Save the Game Media channel is Jemmy. How are you doing, buddy?
Pretty good today. Pretty good, you know. Excited, you know, get nerd out, you know, talk about some really
Oh
cool
yeah.
stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yep. So as you all know, this is episode number 0 of Frame by Frame. So today we're going to be doing something different so that, you know, the audience get to know the co-host of Frame by Frame better. So I have put together a list of very deep and intimate questions so that the audience can know us on a deep and intimate level.
Intimate. Ooh.
Yeah, very intimate. Okay,
Expose.
so let's just jump into it. The first question I have for you guys are: what were your favorite movies or TV shows growing up, and what are your favorites now? And you know, how has your choice evolved? And I want to start with you, Ethan.
So when I was a kid growing up, I had a VHS tape with the Iron Giant on it. As a little kid, I probably watched the Iron Giant every day. I mean, I'm talking, my mother can back me up because I might be too young and not remember well enough. And I've asked my mom about this, and she said, you watched that movie probably 200 times in the frame of a year. And I'm like, are you serious? And she's like, yes, I would put it on every day for you. And you'd sit in front of the TV in your underwear and just stare at our big CRT TV and watch this VHS tape. Iron Giant to me has a very special place in my heart. I still watch it every now and then as an adult just to have that nostalgic kick. It still holds up. It's an incredible animated film. In terms of now, you know, I had a really hard time coming up with this answer. I have a bunch written down, but I got to one. But I wrote down, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Star Wars Episode 4, Hereditary, Tommy Boy, Monty Python, The Holy Grail, 42. But I came to one movie, and one movie that I watch at least once a year because I love it so much, and that's Gridiron Gang. For those of you that don't know what Gridiron Gang is, it's a story about 2 juvenile detention officers played by The Rock and Exhibit. And they decided to start a football team in their juvenile detention center because they saw that all the kids were just getting out and either getting killed or going back to jail. And it's a heart-wrenching story. It's a dramatic story. It's a sad story, but there's a lot of hope and a lot of goodness in that movie. And it just hits me in the soft spot every time. When I want a good cry, that's the movie I'm going to watch. So I think that movie probably has the most special place in my heart right now.
See, guys, I told you, deep and intimate level. Ethan almost started crying here. But yeah, that did pique my interest. I haven't watched the movie before, so I'm certainly interested to check it out now. And I want to go over to you now, Sam. What was your favorite movie growing up, and what is it now?
It's tough. Like my mind jumped to Spirited Away when I was younger. I think it's Studio Ghibli's best film. But realistically, I think my answer would probably be Scott Pilgrim.
All right.
Mainly just because I think Edgar Wright is one of, and he misses probably more than he hits at the box office, but I think his directing style is second to none. I think that when he does nail it, he really nails it. And Scott Pilgrim as a character is just, it was so similar to what I was like going through my school years, that I just personally connected with him a lot. Now, my favorite film, again, kind of fluctuates, but, and you know, much like Ethan, I'm a physical media lad. It's a very small indie film called Robot and Frank. Now, this is by no means an excellent film. I would border on saying it's just an okay film, but I'm one for story and themes more so than necessarily execution. As long as it's got a good hook, I will watch it and probably enjoy it. And there's a lot of emotional stuff in there that really struck a chord with me and my personal experiences at the time when I watched it. I think I found the film at the exact right time. And I think that's really special when you can find a film that really resonates with you at a specific moment, and then that sort of latches on. So for the past few years, it's been that film.
We are getting intimate here, Amon.
Oh yeah,
this
I
is
told you guys.
awesome.
I did
Film
not
means a
expect
lot to
this
people's
level.
lives, you know. So
Yeah,
it
I
makes
did not
sense.
expect
Definitely.
this level of intimacy, but glad you guys are bringing it. But yeah, I have to agree. Edgar Wright is a very, very creative filmmaker. I watched his two recent movies in the theaters, Baby Driver and Last Night in Soho. I
yeah.
did have a good time with both of them, although not perfect movies. They're still
Yeah.
pretty enjoyable. And now I want to move on to you, Jemmy. What was your favorite movie or TV show growing up, and how did your choice evolve?
Okay, so I'm gonna buck the trend and talk TV shows since everyone else
Ooh.
has gone movies. So okay, so I would say so similarly, I got a VHS story. So on my family actually got the old TV still behind me. What we
Nice.
would do is my dad he would record a bunch of stuff. He used to have a hard drive and it was full of cartoons, and that was how I got like all my exposure. He would download them and we'd watch them. I remember favorite thing I would watch Justice League, Batman the Animated Series, Superman. Those right there, those were my C's. Every
Ooh.
Saturday, I kid you not, that is where you would find me. You know, all that like classic Justice League DC stuff, those were like my jam. Now I'd have to say it honestly vacillates. You know, like I like the prestige TV. You know, like Breaking Bad. You know, Better Call Saul right now. You know, stuff like that. I'd have to say one thing I really enjoyed that just blew me away was Arcane that came out. You know, I was not a
Yes.
fan of like League of Legends or anything that wasn't on my radar, but happened to watch Arcane with my brother and absolutely loved it. So I'd say that's probably my favorite right now.
Nice.
Arcane was indeed amazing. I loved it. The art style, the story, everything
The
just
art
took
style
me
was
from the
nuts.
straight
It
away.
was great.
And the
Yeah.
music, like Imagine Dragons, guys. Come
I
on,
know,
how can you
right?
say no
Yeah.
to it?
I would listen to that
Absolutely.
intro in my free
Oh
time
yeah.
when I wasn't even watching the show. It was great.
Oh yeah.
And I think what's particularly impressive is that it's a League of Legends show,
Yep.
and for
You would
somebody
never
who
know.
really doesn't care
Yeah.
at all for League of Legends,
You
it
would never
still
know.
manages
Exactly.
to capture you.
Yep.
And it's made like really big mainstream splash. You know,
Yeah.
it's in all the awards contenders. So absolutely
Yeah.
good choice.
Yeah. Big move by Riot. You know, like license that IP out. Big move.
Mhm.
So yeah, I mean, Jemmy, you stole some of my answers there. But yeah, my favorite movie growing up had to be Jurassic Park. That was my first introduction to
Ooh.
dinosaurs, and as a 4-year-old, I used to watch that movie every day. Again, as same as Ethan, according to my mom, she's the source here. So she's told me every day whenever I came back from kindergarten, she used to play Jurassic Park. I did not remember this until like what 8 years old. That's when she told me like, oh, you used to watch that movie every day. And then recently, I went back and watched all those movies, and they have aged quite well. You know, my movie choice wasn't particularly critique level at the age of
Mhm.
4, but you know, I'm glad to see the Jurassic Park movies age well. Jurassic World movies could be better in my opinion, but I'm also going to mention my favorite TV show growing up, and as same as Jemmy, that had to be Justice League Unlimited. That was
Nice.
my gateway into the comic book superhero genre. Like it just opened the floodgates right there. You know, I just love how that show handled all the different characters, not just from the Justice League, but like the whole DC universe itself. And it was just amazing, you know, seeing characters pop in and out of the each episode and all. And yeah, it also opened the door for comic books. You know, I'm a huge comic book collector. I have like 200 comic books sitting up me right now. But yeah, that was like the opening, the doors that opened me to this vast new world, and you know, eventually led me to start this podcast. So yeah, but my favorite movie right now, I only watched this movie last year. It's called Prisoners. It has Hugh Jackman and Jake Gyllenhaal in it. Absolutely amazing. I just love how this. Yeah, it's like it's a very basic plot, and it unravels into this huge thing, and then it comes back again together so perfectly. And yeah, in my opinion, that is masterpiece level. That's one of the only movies I gave a 10 out of 10. And yeah, I thought Jake Gyllenhaal, Hugh Jackman, they're both great in it. And my favorite TV show, again, kind of a basic choice, Breaking Bad. Jemmy said this as well, but you know, that show hooked me and like emotionally hooked me while I was watching it. You know how a simple, innocent, you know, a good guy makes one bad decision, and how his whole life unravels in front of him,
Hmm.
and how he gets addicted to this really bad thing. And yeah, it was a really gripping show. And you know, in reality, that could happen to anyone. So yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, guys, I did not expect this to get this deep or intimate, but this
Yeah.
is wow.
Good shout out for
Wow.
Prisoners there, though. Jake Gyllenhaal is definitely one of my favorite actors.
Oh yeah, Jake
I
Gyllenhaal.
think his best performance is in End of Watch when he's an LAPD officer. I think that's probably the best
I
movie he's done, in my opinion. I
I
absolutely
haven't watched that.
love.
That's a
Oh,
good one.
Have you
that's a
guys watched
really good one.
Nightcrawler?
Yeah.
Nightcrawler.
Yep.
That is
Nightcrawler. Yeah,
one of my
Nightcrawler is
favorites,
amazing.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, whenever someone says Jake Gyllenhaal, Nightcrawler is the first thing that pops up to my mind.
Mhm.
But yeah, guys, let's move on to the next question. So I want to know, in your guys' opinion, what makes a TV show or a movie great? So again, I want to start off with you, Sam, this time.
Okay. This is a very subjective question. I think it varies very much on what specific project you're talking about. But I think the majority of the time, the one thing for me that makes or breaks a film or a show, whatever, is the writing. I think you can have a show or a film that is poorly directed, with poor VFX, poorly acted, even in some cases. But if its script is strong, it can still be saved. It's still a good film at the end of the day. And again, that is subjective. Take each film as it comes. But I think that writing is the biggest crutch that a film has in its arsenal. And also the thing that deserves probably the most attention out of any of the pre-production/production stage of making a show or a film. I think that the writing sometimes can get overlooked in favor of flashy action sequences or splashing out on VFX for this or that, and it doesn't pay off. It might look cool, yes, but what's the substance there? And I think a lot of films suffer, particularly. I mean, this is a conversation for a different time, but you see it more and more with some superhero stuff nowadays, where they are just, it's becoming more about spectacle, and the nuance is being lost, and therefore it just becomes less interesting. And just as a quick finale to my point, I think the two best examples in TV right now for me in terms of writing and why writing is so important is actually my two favorite shows right now, which is Ozark on Netflix and Succession on HBO. Both of those shows, I think, are probably the best written television I've ever seen by quite a considerable margin, just because of the consistency and the attention to the characters, and the through lines of the plots, coming back season after season. And it's probably the two most engaging shows I've ever seen, and that is mostly, everything else is great too, but the writing is the foundation of that.
Yeah, I mean, Ozark is absolutely amazing. That I still haven't completed it, but from the few episodes I've watched, it's absolutely amazing. And I get that the writing, I can notice that now that you're pointing it out, the writing is absolutely top class. The Succession, it's been on my list for a while on HBO Max, but I still haven't quite checked it out yet.
Same.
But now that you've said it, I might just hop in there and take a little quick peek at it. But now I want to move over to you, Jemmy. In your opinion, what makes a TV show or a movie great?
So, I think there's all like the surface level stuff. Like, I'm a writer myself, so of course I'd agree. Writing, you want to make sure you have good acting, good chemistry. I would say, though, one element that I think I've become increasingly aware of that not a lot of people talk about is, I guess, the passion and the involvement of everyone. Like, you can have like some of the most prestigious directors, writers, people. But if everyone who's doing it doesn't love what they're doing, doesn't come work today saying, hey, we're going to make a really good project, you're going to be able to tell that. I think, honestly, like, that's the biggest difference I see between, say, the Marvel Universe right now and what they're doing with movies in DC. Marvel, I believe, has done a really good job. Not saying that everything they've done necessarily is a success, but they've done a really good job. And you can tell that because every movie you can see that they're hiring people who are comic fans. They're getting actors who really enjoy the characters. Compare that to DC, who on paper has had directors who are, pretty good. Zack Snyder, I feel like, is not a bad director or cinematographer by any standard. His movies, DC has been a mixed bag, to say the least. And, I think that's because, they're getting these high budget prestige director, like, versus actually getting people, are invested in the project. And I think, there's still ways you can do both. Like, look at another HBO show, Watchmen. That was a really great show. I really enjoyed Watchmen. And, David Lindelof, his writing was on point. The directing was on point. The casting, Jeremy Irons, for crying out loud. but everyone who came there, actually believed in the project, and that showed. So that way, it wasn't just some other puff piece, prestigious, oh, we're going to examine humanity superhero film that they've done, 5 times already.
Well, one thing I gotta say is you gotta be careful around the name Zack Snyder these days. All right, we don't want a whole army marching towards us. It can get nasty. It can get brutal. But yeah, I do agree with you there. I think that goes for any project, not just movies itself. That goes for video games, TV shows,
Podcast.
any yeah, a podcast exactly. The people need to be committed. The people need to believe in the project to actually for it to be successful, and they need to put in the work. And yeah, that's a very good point there. And now, Ethan.
Yes.
In your opinion, what makes a TV show great?
Can I just say before I say my piece is how glad I am that we have a couple of writers on this cast. I think that's going to be a fairly valuable resource when it comes to film and TV critique. So that's pretty cool. But for me, I think what makes a great film or a great movie is setting, environment, and atmosphere. An example I have is 2 TV shows that came out around the same time, and that's The Pacific and Band of Brothers. Both of them are World War II settings. I watched both of them, enjoyed both of them. But the one that's really memorable in my mind is Band of Brothers. And I think that's because Band of Brothers encapsulated World War II Europe so well, and it just showcased the chaos of that time period. And I think you can have bad acting in some cases. You can have maybe you can't have a bad script. I guess that really is something that can kill a movie, but you can have some bad writing. But as long as that atmosphere is right and it's a good setting, I think it can be a memorable movie in people's minds. And I think that's why so many people really enjoy anime, because anime has these over the top settings. Sam mentioned Studio Ghibli. I mean, they're famous for that, for their atmospheres and settings. I think the guy who does Studio Ghibli, he's not necessarily the best at drawing characters, so he really honed his craft in drawing backgrounds and settings and scenery, and that's what makes his movies so special in our minds. So yeah, I think atmosphere and all that, and I know the main criticism for that take, some people might say, oh, you just want to watch the big budget, high budget, Hollywood films. And I would point to a film called Monty Python and the Holy Grail, which had a very, very low budget. And I think they only filmed in a handful of locations around Scotland. They used one castle for like 8 different scenes, the Trojan horse scene, the your mother was a hamster scene, all that stuff. And they were able to give this environment of ancient history, and it felt serious, and it contrasted well with the goofiness of what the characters were doing. So I don't think you need a lot of money to create good scenery and good environment, and good props and stuff like that. So I think that's what really makes a movie and film memorable in people's minds and what makes it great.
Yeah, definitely agree. Band of Brothers, great TV show, by the way. Michael Fassbender, Sam Livingstone, absolutely amazing. Love that show. But yeah, for me, what makes a TV show or a movie great is the world building. That's why I love One Piece so much. I know it's like just not just One Piece, any long running shonen anime in general. Also that's also why I love big franchises like Star Wars, Marvel, or DC, because the world is established. You feel like you're living in a world. They've got every little detail ironed out. Especially One Piece, because the plot in One Piece isn't great at all. The writing isn't great. It's a goofy show about a bunch of pirates, but the world just makes it so much better and wants you to have more. Like each location has their distinct characters, distinct landmarks, and like you'd recognize someone you haven't seen for like 300 or so episodes. So yeah, that really says something about a show. Another show I'm going to point out that did this is Game of Thrones. The entirety of Westeros, each what you could say, each area had their own unique sort of vibe to it. The northerners, the southerners, people out of Westeros from the eastern coast, absolutely amazing. But yeah, world building is especially key to for me personally, for a TV show or a movie to be great, because that's what really it makes you feel like I'm there, because it feels like a real fleshed out world. That's why I really like the recent Batman movie by Matt Reeves. Gotham felt like a real place.
Yes.
Gotham felt like a character in the movie. And I think world building is one of the most crucial elements in a movie for me personally. And the story might not be great, the characters might not be great, but when the world feels real, the movie feels real.
Yeah. I think it's impressive that we got 4 different answers on that question.
Oh, yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
I thought someone was going to get my answer for sure, but
yeah, that's pretty cool.
And now, guys, finally, the last question. What is the movie or TV show you guys are most excited for that is releasing this year? I want to start off with you, Ethan.
Me? Okay. My most anticipated movie this year is Nope, directed by Jordan Peele. Jordan Peele, to me, is one of the most creative minds in directing right now. I think his movies are spot on. I mean, every time. He had that one weird cat movie at the beginning there. I don't know. I forget. I think it was called Keanu. But that's kind of an outlier. But when he moved into horror, when we're talking about Us, when
Get
we're
Out.
talking about Get Out, when we're talking about Candyman, these movies, I mean, they were absolute masterpieces in my opinion. And I'm not a big horror fan. I'm not like a massive fan of horror. I just think the movie was so well done and it tackles really serious and philosophical questions in the movie in addition to just being a wonderfully directed movie. The acting in it is stellar, and from what I've seen in Nope with the limited previews, I mean, I'm so excited. That same actor that was in Get Out, he's going to be the main character in that, and I absolutely loved his performance in that. So Nope is definitely going to be release weekend for me. I'll be in the theaters, button seat, popcorn, and lap, ready to go.
Yeah, just for some context, when Ethan says he doesn't like horror stuff, he actually doesn't like it because he has a zombie phobia.
I have a
Everyone.
very big
Yeah.
zombie phobia.
He couldn't play Dying Light 2 alone. So
I could barely
just pointing that
get
out
through
there. Yep.
Zombieland, even though it was a comedy.
Yeah.
It's bad.
But yeah, Ethan, you know how before the podcast you were making fun of me saying that, oh, I'm probably gonna pick something like Thor: Love and Thunder.
Yeah.
My pick was Nope.
Really?
Again, yeah, I love Jordan Peele as a director. Get Out, Us, Candyman, amazing movies. So yeah, I guess I'll just go next. Nope is probably be my most look forward to movie of the year.
Nice.
Aside from Nope, I would say Bullet Train.
Oh.
You know, I don't know much about the movie, but it has Brad Pitt in it, and the trailer looks pretty cool. That caught my eye more than any other Marvel trailer I've seen so far this year. But yeah, in terms of TV show, I would probably say Game of Thrones: House of the Dragon. Again, this one, as I said before, world building is important, and it feels like again this is a fleshed out world. We've already been in this world before, and we're revisiting it again with this prequel. And yeah, the one thing I'm actually looking forward to this one is because the book series is actually complete. Not like Game of Thrones, where it was left incomplete and the writers had to come up with something on the spot and totally ruin the show and what they've worked hard and built for the last 10 years. But yeah, the most important thing is the story is complete, and yeah, can't wait to see it in live action. So Jemmy, do you want to go next?
I would say it's hard because like I'm like a huge Spider-Man fan. So like initially I would have said Spider-Verse, but of course it was moved. I would say the one movie which I'm honestly surprised a lot of people haven't been talking about is Black Panther. Black Panther Wakanda Forever. I'm really looking forward to that, you know. The stuff, you know, with Chadwick aside, you know, and the fact that we lost him, unfortunately, I think, you know, this movie is really going to be good, especially, you know, with what they've been talking about, possibly integrating, you know, other kingdoms, Atlantis, or maybe even seeing Latveria, possibly, or something like that. Like, I think Wakanda Forever is really going to blow our minds. TV show, I'd have to think. I would probably say Sandman on Netflix. I'm a really big Neil Gaiman fan. Love his writing in both comics and in prose, and especially how with this show he's actually involved in the process creating it. So I think that one is going to be really good.
Oh yeah, Neil Gaiman is an absolutely fantastic writer. There was a book of his I read. I can't remember. I think it's called Nowhere. But yeah, Neil Gaiman, I enjoy. I've read a couple of novels of his. I enjoyed it. I didn't know he did comics, so that's interesting. But yeah, again, the Sandman universe, DC Vertigo. I'm a big fan of that. You know, John Constantine, Madam X, Zatanna. Bring it all in.
Have they given a release date for Black Panther yet?
I know it's
November.
November, yeah. I thought it was November, yeah.
November.
And that's going to be the next Marvel project after Thor: Love and Thunder, right? There's not one.
Pretty
in
sure,
between.
yeah. They have like
film-wise, yeah.
Film-wise, yeah. They have like TV shows in between, but that's the next movie coming up.
Awesome.
Yeah. So Sam, what about you?
Black Panther was my honorable mention. I thought it was worth raising. I think that yes, there's a lot of hurdles that they have to overcome. Obviously, again, losing Chadwick is a big one. Some of the stuff with Letitia Wright, that was a bit controversial a while back. I think that there's still going to be a bit of trouble sorting that out perception-wise. But regardless, I have ultimate faith in Ryan Coogler. Again, like Jemmy said, the stuff that's on the grapevine about this film, I think it's going to be, if Thor isn't, I think Black Panther is going to be the return to form for Marvel. And I can't wait. The first film was awesome. The second one seems to be getting even better. But my actual pick is one that's seemingly building a bit of interest, but still kind of under the radar, I think. It's Don't Worry, Darling. It's a film by
Is
Olivia
that the one with
Wilde,
Harry Styles in it?
Florence
Yes,
Pugh and
okay.
Harry Styles. Essentially, it's a psychological thriller. It's essentially about the Manhattan Project, kind of, I think. Again, all the plot details are very, very vague. Even the marketing isn't really giving that much away. I'm not that big of a fan of Harry Styles as an actor. I don't think he's quite proven himself yet. I think he's capable, but he still has a long way to go. I think this might be it. And the fact that he's getting a massive assist from Florence Pugh, who is, to me, one of the best actresses working right now. I am all in. If it's going to be kind of like a Get Out / Hereditary kind of psychological trippy film about a dystopian cult, kind of, sign me up.
Oh yeah.
Sign me up.
Well, I had seen I think, a poster for that movie, but I didn't expect it to be a psychological thriller. So that is information to me. But yeah, that's on my radar now. I know Olivia Wilde is either writing it or directing it. I'm not sure.
Both,
but yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
but yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, guys, I think that's where we wrap up episode number 0 of Frame by Frame. So Ethan, where do you think we can find you?
You can find me at WhiteCedar1 on Twitter and Gravy3448 on Xbox.
Sam, where can we find you?
You can find me at Sam Heaney on Twitter. That's HEANEY.
And Jemmy, where can we find you?
All right, you can find me at Jemmy_421 on Instagram.
And you can find me at Amon_M05 on Twitter. Before we leave, I would like to congratulate the entire team at Save the Game Media for making this fantastic project possible. And make sure to subscribe to our channel so you can keep up to date with all our latest content. We're going to be having tons of content in the coming weeks. Make sure to leave a review on Apple Podcasts. It really helps us grow. And we will read out the reviews live on this show. Only the good ones. The links to our Patreon and Discord server will be in the description below. Follow us on Save the Game Media on Twitter, and we will be back very, very soon.
And finally, the podcast that is long running on this channel. We have 90 episodes deep, but we're bringing you a bonus episode of Project XTalk, an Xbox podcast. Everyone, I hope you enjoy. This will be the last podcast for the day. I really, really want to thank anyone that's watched anything that we've shown today. If you've made it through the entirety, wow, that is amazing. Each of these podcasts have their own unique feeds, so make sure to go over there, follow, rate, review them, help us boost up the charts. These are new podcasts. We're going to need the community support on these. But like I said, guys, this is about you. This is about what we're building here together. So please, if you have feedback for the shows, what we could do differently, what we could do better, please leave it down in the comments. Please DM us over on Twitter at twitter.com/SaveTheGameMedia and let us know what you think about the rebrand. We put a lot of work into this. I do want to give a special thanks to Jonathan Brown, the man behind the music on all of our shows. He literally made all these intros and they are phenomenal. Alpaca Tom also gets a shout out for making the amazing video portions of the intros for all these shows. So thank you all so much. And now Project XTalk. What's up, everyone, and welcome to Project XTalk bonus episode. I'm not numbering this one. This is not counting towards our main goal. Hitting towards 100 here. We had episode 89. This is going to come out after 90. But this is just a bonus. I'm your host, Kevin, aka the Muffin Mon, and I am joined by the future of esports himself, Amon. How you doing, buddy?
As good as always, excited. So if you guys are watching this, you probably heard the announcement. And yeah, good things coming. Good things
coming. That is right. I'm also joined by Mr. Physical Copy himself, Ethan. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm hoping to do better today than I did on the last round of Jeopardy. All right, so we're gonna get the crown today.
You couldn't do much worse. Is really the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I beat you.
Crap, I forgot we're
Ethan,
doing
like,
Jeopardy.
Everybody beat me. I'm on.
Yeah,
that's
I
not
beat
an
you.
accomplishment.
Like you lost to me. That's
All right.
come on, Ethan. You
We're
can do
gonna
better.
change that today.
And making a rare appearance because he's busy with life. We have the what the word am I looking for?
It's been so long.
The
It was
voice
the
from the
it was
abyss.
the man
The
from the
voice from
void.
the abyss, the double A man himself. Garrett, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I've
Came
been
back to
playing
me.
that Blade Point. It's been a heck of a lot of fun. How have you been
Oh
doing?
yeah.
I'm great. It's good. We're recording on a Sunday, unusual for us. Normally on Thursdays at 5 p.m. Eastern time over on youtube.com/. I hope it's /save the game media. I have to get YouTube to fix it because they really, really don't like me over there. If you don't catch us live on YouTube, we post every Friday morning on your favorite podcast service. Head on over there, leave us a review, leave us a rating. We really appreciate your support. If you leave us a 5-star review on Apple, I will die, but we'll also read it live here on the show. If you want to interact with us more, please join our Discord. The link is in the description down below, along with the new link for Save the Game Media's website. Head on over there. Amon put in a lot of work. This website looks fantastic. Go check
Hell
it out.
yeah.
You can look at this. It's a work of art, really. Work of art, along with all our new graphics and thumbnails. Amon really stepped up here and made everything look
It's the
great.
graphics
shout
Senior
out,
department
brand
right
Amon.
there.
designer, guys.
Yeah.
I'm senior brand designer. Tom's junior brand designer.
That's
we gotta
true.
keep that in
That's
mind,
true.
okay? We gotta
If,
keep that in mind.
I think Tom might have something to say about that.
if anyone was wondering, and I haven't said it, future me, if future me hasn't said it, which will be at the beginning of this long video, shout out to Jonathan Brown for the brand new music for all the Save the Game Media's podcasts. And thank you to Alpaca Tom for the banging intro videos because they put in a lot of work and really, really stepped up. Appreciate everything. Jonathan Brown, you can go find him. His new album In My Element is out on all platforms, so go check that out as well. Really good dude making some sweet music. If you want all Save the Game Media's audio content early, head on over to patreon.com/save the game media. This includes our brand new shows, No Limits, a PlayStation podcast, Frame by Frame, a film TV podcast, and I Hate My Friends, where the co-hosts of Save the Game Media sit down and just hang out, shoot the shit, whatever. It's going to be a lot of fun. You can get all that content. Choose the tier that is right for you over there. Once again, patreon.com/save the game media. And I'll probably detail the goals and how you can get more content from us probably earlier in this video, just me sitting down, telling you what's going on, why we're changing. But, rewind if you want more on that. But shout out to our current Patreon supporters, Bucky Blue, Hopple, and Alpaca Tom. We appreciate all of you. Thank you for your continued support. And I think I finally got housekeeping out of the way. I think that's all I had to mention.
Kevin, I gotta ask, how hard was it to say Save the Game Media and not Project XTalk during
Oh,
that?
it's pretty difficult. Let me tell you. That's why I'm sitting here stumbling over my words. Everyone's gonna think
Rebrand's
like,
tough, folks.
yeah, everyone's gonna think like, oh, this dude doesn't know what he's doing. This is the host. I can't listen to 90 episodes of this. I promise you. Give me 2 weeks. I won't stumble over this anymore. It's all gonna be smooth, just like it was for Project X-Talk. All right, it's gonna come back. Yeah. Or you could say, no, you're a liar, and then leave and never come back. I don't, those are your options. You're a free
too bad.
person. I can't. Yeah, too bad. You're gonna miss a lot of good content. But guys, as we do every week here on Project X Talk, we begin the show by going around the room and asking one simple question. And that question is, what you playing? So, Aman, I'm going to start with you. You were not on the last episode. I want to know what you've been playing.
Okay, so this Thursday, something special happened on Game Pass. FIFA 22 finally came to Game Pass, and I've been putting tons of hours into it. Okay, it's a terrible FIFA game. I have to say that first out of the way. But that's just me. I'm gonna put in like hundreds of hours into it. I think I have 29 hours already, and I only downloaded it like Friday night. So that's pretty good. I started a brand new player career mode, create a club. I love that mode. I created my own club, kit designs, awesome stuff. So I'm having fun with that. The other game I've been playing is Naraka Blade Boy. That also recently joined Game Pass. I played it with a couple of friends, and it's a very unique battle royale game, I will say. Certainly not the best, but I did have a fun time with it. So again, I think it's an exciting addition to Game Pass. I do recommend you guys to check it out, especially if you like playing with friends, co-op and stuff. And yeah, it's a good friend. It's a good game to mess about in. But yeah, that's all I've been playing.
You should just don't play FIFA anymore. It's not worth it. It's not worth the
Bro, like
First of all,
I say that to myself, like I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna play FIFA anymore. I'm gonna try other games. I delete FIFA, and then next day I'm like, I want to play some FIFA. I go back and download FIFA again.
first of all, you play player career mode, manager
I
career
did.
mode,
No, I played
manager
both.
career
I
mode,
played
bro.
both. I played
Okay.
both.
All right. As long as I like setting the tactics, buying the players.
yeah.
I don't like being stuck on my one crappy pro that's like, you're gonna get 13 minutes off the bench this week. I'm like, oh great, thanks. This really helped my career. Mr. Physical Copy over there, Ethan, what have you been playing? I know we talked a few days ago, but future people will be hearing this. So what have you been playing?
Well, we're kind of on backlog season right now, but I've decided not to even bother with the backlog, and I'm trying out some new things. Been going out of my comfort zone, Kevin. The first game is Naraka Blade Point. Like Aman just said, it did just drop on Game Pass. It is a battle royale, of which I don't play many of. This is basically Dynasty Warriors Fortnite in a good way. I actually really like it. It's pretty fun. I fully expected to jump into this game, play one match, delete it, never play it again. I ended up playing, I think it was like 3 or 4 matches with Garrett here.
We did pretty good.
We did pretty good. Yeah, we did pretty good. And I have it still downloaded on the Xbox, ready to go. I'm ready to check out some of the other playlists. We were kind of just playing the quick match, at the beginning, but looking forward to jumping back into that. Not much to say. It's a hack and slash 60-person battle royale set in like a samurai, age and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. And then the other one that I got into that was surprising to me was an MMO, and that's Elder Scrolls Online.
Oh no.
I created an account. I played probably 5-6 hours of Elder Scrolls Online. And it's been interesting. MMOs normally for me are something I avoid like the plague, because I just don't like the grindiness of it. I don't like having to be forced to play with other people to do dungeons and stuff. But Elder Scrolls Online for me, as I've been playing, I've realized it's very different from other MMOs where I played, where it feels like it's a solo game at heart. It feels like I'm actually doing things, as an individual, and I'm not being forced to play with other people. So that's been really fun going through. You get dropped into these maps, and there's all these different things you can collect, and there's all these different side quests. It feels like an Elder Scrolls game. Obviously, it's a little dumbed down from the mainline Elder Scrolls, being an MMO and all, but it seems like there's a massive amount of content in this game, hundreds of hours worth of gameplay. They're still updating it with new stuff, so I'm looking forward to delving a little deeper into that. And I think I may have actually found the MMO that I want to stick with, so we'll see how that goes.
That makes sense. You're a big Elder Scrolls guy, so
yeah.
If there was one to get your attention, have you played the new DLC? Isn't the High?
No.
Did that come out yet? The High Isles?
It came out, but I'm nowhere close to that. You got to start in the beginning area.
It
you
is
got
a
to
level gated thing. Okay.
Well, I don't know if it's a level thing per like area and stuff like that, but right now I'm just focusing on the main quest line and like finishing up the first area I went to. I went somewhere in Skyrim. And I'm just finishing that up right now. But I will say that they didn't dumb down the amount and depth of the lore of the Elder Scrolls universe for this MMO. It really does feel like an Elder Scrolls game, which I really appreciate Bethesda doing.
Last question, is there a monthly subscription fee for this?
Nope, free.
Really?
The add-on DLC, I think. So it's Tamriel Unlimited version you get on Game Pass, which I think unlocks some of the older DLC, but I think for the High Isle DLC that just came out, you still have to pay for it, and I think the previous DLC you have to pay for. But for now, you get a couple of the DLC when you download it off of Game Pass, and that'll last you 100+ hours. I mean, honestly, it's going to be a while until I get to the point where I want to buy those DLC, and by that time, they might just give it to me for free. So,
can you go first person in it?
Yeah, first or third person. Same thing as all the other Elder Scrolls.
Perfect third person.
The combat isn't as intuitive as one of your mainline Elder Scrolls games. I mean, you have the hotkeys for different power attacks and stuff like that, like you would any other MMO. And then you just have regular, basic combat you'd see in Elder Scrolls, like power attack, quick attack, block, hit with the shield, stuff like that. Basically Skyrim controls, but with hotkeys like you would get in an MMO.
Okay. Garrett, I'm gonna throw it to you. We haven't talked to in a few weeks now, buddy. What have you been playing?
I've been going back. I played some Last Oasis again. That game is still fun for me. Giant wooden sands like walkers going across. It's a lot of fun. But Fall Guys has probably been my game of the week this week. I've been having a heck of a time with that. And everyone in the family room can play it, right? Like it's not like a buddy can come over, have a few drinks, then you just toss over the controller and like, what's the buttons? A and the 2 sticks, go. You can hand it to anybody at any time, right? And it's a heck of a lot of fun. It's a good time for everybody. I suggest everyone try it. It's out on Game Pass. And then, like Ethan was saying, I was also doing Blade Point, and it's a pretty good game. It's got I don't know. He said it's pretty well with Dynasty, but it has some stealth mechanics where you could hide up on roofs and wait for people to get into a little valley or narrow spot. So it's a lot of fun if you're tactical. But yeah, that's been about it.
Yeah.
Have any of you tried Hyperscape, Ubisoft's battle royale game?
Didn't they shut that down?
God, no.
Yeah, I tried 2 rounds of that before deleting.
Yeah, it's I think that's what's it called, Naraka Blade Point. The mechanics are very similar to Hyperscape. If you
I've never played it.
Yes and no. I feel like it's just the melee version of that. Well, that one's the ranged one. Right?
Yeah. More. Yeah.
And I do want to say to expand on Garrett's point about how the whole environment really has a lot of verticality to it. You can climb over all the different assets that they have on the map, and I think that adds a really cool element. And it's not like Fortnite where you can damage the things and break them. I mean, these are solid structures that you can't get rid of, so it really does add that sort of stealth and that interesting mechanic to it. I think that's really fun. I haven't utilized it yet. Me and Garrett have been just kind of running in and hacking and slashing. It's been working for us so far, but I think eventually we're going to have to modify our tactics a bit and try that out.
Is Naraka Blade Point team based? Can you squad up together?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I think it's up to 4, like Fortnite.
Yeah.
Okay.
So imagine 100 Soul Calibur rounds, and you could bust down a full squad on one guy quickly.
Yeah. And I will say, with more people,
it
seems easy. It seems easy because it seems like a lot of people are playing this solo.
Yeah.
And you could just absolutely overwhelm them.
Oh, so it doesn't match you against other squads?
No,
it does,
experience, but it seems like a lot of people just break away, right? You'll get into one fight and then the guy will go down, and then the other 2 will come by after 10-15 seconds, which gives you time to heal up.
And I think we also have to take into account it just got released on Game Pass, so many people are probably just jumping in real quick to check it out. We'll see how long that lasts.
For sure. So I also have been playing Fall Guys. I know, Ethan, after our last episode, me, and my brother actually all squatted up playing some Fall Guys.
Had a blast.
It's just so much fun. The narrow qualifications that Kyle had jumping through, he's 29 out of 30, 41 out of 42,
just making it.
We're watching him, we're what you doing, come on, get in there. It's just a fun game, even if you get eliminated, watching your teammates, and it just gets you going, yelling at the screen.
You definitely want to play with friends with this game. It's fun solo, but with friends, I mean, it just takes it to a whole new level.
Oh yeah, the best thing they ever did for this game was allowing you to squad up with your friends, because before it was just you and you're alone, but duos, squads as a whole new element, and it's just a whole bunch of fun.
Yeah.
So I saw they hit 20 million players, I think, since they've gone free to play. So it's blowing up.
Congrats.
That's what you get when we talked about it last week on episode 89. Cross-play, cross-progression, free to play. They got the key to success there, and it's showing. So shout out to the Fall Guys team. I do think the monetization is a little bad now that it's free to play, but it was to be expected. Right?
Just ignore it.
Yeah. I already got my Sonic outfit. I'm never changing.
We're good.
I was in there good. Gotta go fast. Other than that, Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes.
Ooh.
And I told you, Ethan. I told you. This is my current game of the year.
Insane.
Hands down, this is my current game of the year. This is it's they looked at the previous Warriors games and they were all right, What if we made it good? What if we made it not run at 12 frames per second? What if we gave them additional RPG mechanics like blacksmithing and relationship building and all of these good mechanics?
So this is
And
the
then-
standard we're giving Nintendo. If it's not 12 frames per second, I'm happy.
I think the game runs it runs above 30 most of the time.
Oh,
I think
thank
it gets,
goodness.
gets into the 40s. I don't know, like performance wise, I think it's completely fine. It's for a Switch game, it runs better than most, to be honest. But I'm just loving this game. I'm like 14 hours into the Black Eagles. I think I got 4 on the Golden Deer and the Blue Lions, but I did those in the demo, so I haven't jumped into them since the full release. But there's just they keep adding new mechanics, and you get like a tactical world map, and it's like, okay, here's the 5 missions for this chapter, and you get to choose what mission you want to do. And then if you do side quests during those missions, because they'll just randomly pop up, they'll be like, okay, a random spy appeared in this top corner, and you can like tell your unit, okay, you go take care of them, I'm gonna handle the main mission. If you do all the side quests, it unlocks like survey points, you can get more materials and resources. It's just so well done. I absolutely love this game. And I obviously loved Fire Emblem Three Houses. I loved it enough that I pre-ordered the Edelgard and Bernadetta statues, and I don't collect those, but I love that game.
Wow,
so much.
you're getting some physical stuff. Look at
I
you
know
with the
bro,
collectibles.
Welcome
to the club, Kevin.
It's
Let's
just how
do
much
it.
just how much I love Three Houses and the characters in the world in there. So I'm all in on this. I know there's
awesome.
The rest of the year, 5 more months before I can say what's my game of the year, but this is sitting this, and then Nobody Saves the World. All right. I don't need your Elden Rings. I don't need your for Horizon Forbidden West. All right.
Wild.
Nobody's playing those games. Garrett, shut up. I know
really?
you're playing it. I see you on PlayStation. But yeah, go play Fire Emblem Three Hopes.
And if I remember, Fire Emblem Three Hopes is on my fantasy list, correct?
I believe it is, and I think it got an 80, 81, something
All right,
like that.
I'll take it. It's not going to help, but I'll take it.
Wasn't bad. Listen, all right, I'm already running away with this. I would have to have the biggest collapse in the world. You would have been in with a shout if you didn't choose Babylon's Fall, as we've mentioned, and I'm going to keep mentioning because
we'll look at it at the end of the year. We'll see what happened.
Then you got Garrett over there who chose every game that got delayed this year.
Yeah, dude. I'm sorry. I signed up for the wrong fantasy football. I thought it was to see who got the most delayed games this year, because if so, I would have won.
Mm-hmm. You would have. Yeah.
Wrong league.
Starfield. Starfield Redfall. Breath of the Wild 2. Like,
so
Stalker.
Shameful. Like, honestly, could I get like a second place if I just stick with my list, but 10 out of 10 get booted to 2023?
Like, you know what? That has to be acknowledged.
Amazingly big feat,
yeah.
Okay. 10 out of 10 all games. Like, I just signed up for the wrong
Can I just say that if all those games actually did come out in 2022, Garrett would be up there right now.
Yeah, for sure.
It was high risk, high reward, man. Like, that's all I went with.
Sorry, in January when we do our 2023 draft, all right, just pick the same list you currently have,
exactly.
And you're golden.
Yeah,
and you're golden.
Can you just copy and paste?
Yeah. He doesn't even show up. He just DMs me same stuff.
Yeah.
Don't even.
I mean, next year I will be showing up and I will be winning. So just a disclaimer, guys.
I don't know about
I think you say that at the beginning of this year too, but we'll see.
No, but I wasn't there. Kevin picked the list for me. I was not there.
You gave me a list of games and I picked them.
Didn't follow that list. Half the games I gave you weren't on the list.
That's not
voted.
They got taken.
You can't give all the blame to him. I'll take some of it. We all voted on your stuff.
Yeah.
Listen,
I thought
they wanted you to counterpick Horizon, and I said that's too mean. So we gave you Sonic Frontiers, I think.
Actually, Kev, regarding PlayStation, I think I found a game that actually terrifies me. The Village? Or The Forest?
Oh, The Forest.
Oh my God, is that game
The
scary?
Forest is so good. It's that survival game where you get stranded on an island like Lost style, and you have to survive and build like stuff. And
grounded in the Wrong Turn universe.
Oh no,
Like
thank
you're
you.
just like basically
Oh.
that's what it is. Because like they creep up on you. Like imagine
It's horrifying.
like the grounded mechanics for the spiders, how they sort of like stalk you a little bit first.
Yeah, yeah.
So you'll just be like chopping a tree, then all of a sudden you'll hear like some weird giggle, like, and you'll just like look around and just
was
like
that
in
Banjo
between
Kazooie?
yeah,
So
like in
basically-
between two trees, there's like some dude holding a jawbone that's an axe. Like, oh my god, you just start running.
Now, Garrett, have you explored any of the caves yet in that game?
No,
Have you done any cave
no,
diving?
I've sort of backed myself into a corner just due to fright because
Have
like
you,
I've killed the first few of them, but then everyone's saying the story progresses when you die to them and you get knocked out, and I
Yeah.
can't let myself happen. So like I built like a little
Mhm.
tree fort, and I have like an arrow, and I just defend myself from my little tree fort, and I have a fishing.
Just
pond
wait
over
until
it.
you go into the caves, Garrett. The caves are
Oh
where you
my
get the best
God.
stuff, but
Like-
it's a little dangerous.
Yeah, like it is scary.
Yeah, it's a horrifying game.
Aman, do you watch Donkey? This is a tangent, by the way. With that happens
Video
here on
game
Project
Donkey?
XTalk. Yes, video game Donkey.
Donkey.
Yeah, I love video game Donkey.
Okay, so he did his anti E3 video.
Yes,
I don't
he
know if you
did.
watched it. My favorite part when Jeff Keighley was talking, he was introducing the One Piece, and it's what we made fun of during the stream. It was like Monkey DeLuffy, and then then Donkey cuts in and goes, "It's pronounced Banjo Kazooie." Like, that is the funniest thing. I still crack up thinking about it. I just had to bring that up. Yeah, shout out to a much bigger creator than we'll probably ever be. But
yeah,
yeah,
you
funny-
gotta watch his videos.
funny
They're so
dudes.
funny.
all right, guys. There's no news because we literally recorded an episode 3 days ago, episode
Yeah.
89. If you want to go hear me and Ethan talk about Final Fantasy and a bunch of other stuff, head on
It was
over
a hell
there.
of a show.
Check out the VOD, check out the audio. It's there. Or, keep listening after this, of course.
Of course.
So what I thought we would do today, guys, is we're going to have a little fun, mainly introduce our fun topics here because we don't only just report the news and what we're playing here. We also like to have a little fun with some Jeopardy, some viewer questions. If you can always tweet at us questions, join the Discord, as I mentioned, get your questions in and on the show. So we're going to start with the viewer questions, and then we'll go into the Jeopardy that Aman has graciously made for us. So the first question comes from Lucas Agan over at the LAN Parties podcast. He says, "We're seeing Xbox make some great moves over the past few years. Are there any moves they've made recently that make you concerned, however?" You have one, Aman, right off the bat?
Activision acquisition.
Why does it make you concerned?
It doesn't make me concerned. It's more like, oh, they acquired Activision now. They're probably a monopoly and they can't acquire the studios I want them to acquire. That's what's sort of concerning me.
I will tell you they are not anywhere near being considered a monopoly.
Yeah, but like I don't know, the Activision acquisition just wasn't
So
for me.
your
I thought-
concern is just that they won't be, because the eyes that have been brought on them, they won't be able to acquire more studios now.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
that's
to
more
let the
fair.
dust
can.
settle.
They can, but they don't even need more studios at this point, you know?
Sure.
So
Sure.
like I'm like they could
Yeah.
have acquired someone else, WB Games right there, but they had to acquire Activision.
What were you questioning there, Garrett?
Well, no, I just think like the Embracer Group, man. Like, if you just want to look at numbers, yeah, like, no, stop. Put it down. Everyone's just
Yeah.
on it because it's Microsoft behind the
Mhm.
wheel.
Yeah. Well, because Embracer's also not a platform holder, though. They don't have a console. They don't I think that's the difference why nobody really
Embracer
gets
can't
upset.
lock games behind any particular
Yeah.
platform. That's the biggest
Right.
thing, right?
Yeah.
But
For
me and
100%.
Ethan were even talking about that. I think Embracer Group is this secret hand of anybody
They're like the
any
Dark
third party-
Brotherhood.
Well, no, not like the Dark Brotherhood per se, but all that I'm saying is that if a new like Amazon or Google actually wanted to do a console, buy the Embracer Group, have like the whole scene out of the Joker where, hey guys, we're going to make some cuts to the crew here. Everybody gets the budget to make a AAA game. Half of you
That would be wild.
get to be successful after.
You have to imagine
See
if
what
that's the
happens.
case, it would thrust them into becoming the big four with that kind of money and that
Mhm.
kind of IPs backing them. I mean, that would be a huge move.
Like
And
if that's the realistic only way. Like if they have the money, that would be the way to do it.
And that's a
Is
really
just
good idea.
Buy the Embracer Group, have them all do exclusive stuff for a new console.
Yeah.
Half of them just like project it in some legal way. What I just said is horribly illegal just on the sound of it.
But you got to think, like, is Embracer
But-
Group filling its portfolio so that it can increase its price for an eventual sale? That's a very real possibility.
Yeah.
I mean, other companies have shown interest in wanting to get into the video game market. You never know with this world.
And like there was some podcast I was looking at a few weeks ago. I forget the name of it. It was a fringe one, not game related, but they brought up Embracer Group, and they were actually surprised that they're not talked about them more because like 60% of all good B-rate indie video games Embracer Group has purchased, all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody seems to be talking about it.
I mean, they have Gearbox for a AAA, but they did pick up like the Deep Rock
Yeah.
Galactic team. I know that was a big one that they
They
grabbed.
also picked up
Goat
the
Simulator.
Back for Blood team as well, Turtle Rock.
Yep.
Wow.
And Square
And
Enix.
then-
Like if
obviously.
there's a good
Mhm.
indie game, chances are.
Yeah, and it's not a bad thing. They see
Yeah.
what's because I don't think they've had much success by themselves. I think they're trying to buy it by buying those indie and AA games that really blow up.
Yeah.
Does anyone else have any concerns they would like to share?
I don't know if it's as much of a concern because I think it's been ironed out, but I think Xbox bit off more than it could chew at the beginning of this year, especially with all of its acquisitions and stuff like that, and it pushing, hey, we're coming out with all these games this year and giving dates to everything, and trying to push that narrative how Xbox has games. We have more games than PlayStation, and it seems to have backfired on them hit significantly this year because we're seeing games like Starfield get completely pushed. Everyone's eyes were on that. We're seeing games like Redfall get pushed, and I think it's a trend that's going to continue for the rest of this year. I think we're going to see some more delays, and Xbox has been promoting a lot of IPs that aren't coming for a very long time, and it's kind of leaving Xbox players in a little bit of a drought right now. We've been talking about Avowed for how long now? We still know nothing about it. We've been talking about Elder Scrolls 6 and Fable. We don't know anything about those projects, and I think they need to rein it back on the front of how they promote these games and giving it dates and stuff like that. But ultimately, I think this is all going to be ironed out next year. I know we keep saying it's the next year, but I think it's really in this case. Next year, we're going to see things get flowing smoothly with all the new studios that have been acquired. So hopefully that's a problem for the past.
Yeah, but on the other side, hats off to their marketing team because they pushed all that. We've seen all these articles about Xbox outselling PS5 in Japan and whatnot, right? So in that regard, like they sort of did push the narrative that they wanted to in that regard. And like some things were done, don't get me wrong, but like I don't know. It sucks that we're not getting the games, but in contrast, who is? Other than like PlayStation?
I mean, I think Xbox has what they've been doing is setting our expectations so high and they're just not meeting them. And that doesn't mean that those things aren't coming.
We're just given a little bit too big of a budget and they were just
go. Go at 100 miles per hour when we need to scale it back a bit because we need to be realistic about our launch, our launch windows and what titles we're going to be able to release.
Mm-hmm. Kind of building on that, my only concern is that the games we're all excited for, Starfield, Hellblade 2, Fable, they come out and they're not great. They're not the 90 Metacritics, high 80 Metacritics that PlayStation is touting. They're not the Horizon, The Last of Us level games. They're still just like, this is a good game. I think Xbox really has, and I heard this analogy somewhere, is like Xbox is kind of the Burger King of video games, right? Like McDonald's is the king of fast food, and that's PlayStation. So Xbox is like Burger King. And if you go there, it's like, it's good, it's fine, but it's not the McDonald's quality, right? So I think they really need to shed that. And unfortunately, the only way they can do that is by getting those critically acclaimed games.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And, we're moving into a stage where it almost feels like Xbox is about quantity over quality. I've seen that comparison before where PlayStation is a fine dining restaurant where you go in and you pay $100 for a nice flank steak. Xbox is McDonald's, where you go in and you get a burger and fries for $5, type of thing. And Game Pass kind of fits that narrative where it's just throwing hundreds of games at you, in your face for a low monthly fee. And there's good things about that. Of course, I absolutely love it, and I think it's a great thing for the industry. And there can be downsides to it as well. So there's that whole argument. But I think Xbox, what they need to do is prove that they can put out those quality things. They need to prove that their studios can produce these quality titles, like a God of War, like a Horizon, like a Gran Turismo. And I think hopefully next year we'll get the answers to those questions of whether or not they can accomplish that.
For sure. Absolutely. And I think that's not to say Xbox's strategy is bad, that they should focus on games because Xbox's strategy appeals to a certain type of gamer. Like I prefer my Xbox because I would much rather have 10 80 rated games than 2 90 rated games a year. Like I would much rather have that approach where it's like, okay, I played a bunch of good games this year as opposed to I played 2 absolute masterpieces this year.
And I'm not saying that Xbox games aren't quality. I mean, look at Forza Horizon 5. I mean, look at Forza Horizon 5. It was an incredible game, but you look at some of the biggest IPs for PlayStation, God of War, I mean, Horizon Forbidden West. These are close to flawless video games. I'm not on the PlayStation ecosystem. Maybe some PlayStation players out there have some gripes with these games. I don't know, but from what I've heard, they're almost flawless. They may not have as many of them as Xbox, but at the end of the day, when they put out a product, you damn know it's a good product.
Yep. 100%. We can move into our next question from Matt Sawinski, former guest on this podcast. Shout out to Matt over at Burnout Brighter and the PlayStation Drive at our friends at Carpool Gaming. Ooh. What genre/type of game would you love from Xbox Studios, and which developer do you want behind it? I'm gonna go right now. Banjo-Kazooie. I want Double Fine to make it. Or give me a Smash Bros. Style game. And I don't know who I would like to make it. I don't know if they have anyone currently able to make such a game. I think they would probably have to ship that one out third party.
Yeah.
Open rain, guys.
I'll go next.
Okay.
So I want they've already sort of done this, and Exile's done this, but I want a nice isometric type of RPG like Disco Elysium, made by Obsidian. I think they can
Pentiment.
but like isometric. Pentiment's 2D, like an isometric 3D Disco Elysium style RPG from Obsidian.
So you want Pentiment, but with the camera shifted. Gotcha. Okay. Ethan?
I have to say, I want a BioWare style RPG where you have multiple branching storylines and you have, different dialogue trees, and, you have a big team that you can choose from. I mean, when you think about Mass Effect, you think about Dragon Age. Those are my favorite RPGs of all time. You think about Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. I mean, BioWare is by far the king of RPGs in my mind. I would love to see a BioWare style RPG. I guess I would have to say made by Obsidian. That's my other favorite RPG studio.
But isn't Outer Worlds sort of BioWare style RPG?
I mean, it is, but it isn't.
Not really.
I don't think so. I think Outer Worlds is more like Fallout.
Yeah.
I see it more as a downscaled Mass Effect.
No, I don't think so at all.
So when I think of a BioWare RPG, I'm honestly thinking about third person. I'm thinking about a lot of I'm thinking about a lot of narration. I'm thinking about a lot of dialogue. I'm thinking about a lot of branching dialogue. I understand that that Outer Worlds has some of those elements, but not to the extent that we see in BioWare RPGs. And yes, some of the decisions you make in that world do affect the outcome, but it's fairly linear in that you have to do this, you have to make this decision, then it goes off into 2 branching paths. When we're talking about BioWare, we're talking about the first game could affect the third game. We're talking about, these 4 different things could happen in the second game because of one decision you made in the first game. Like things like that, where there's real consequences, in the games that you play.
Yeah.
Oh, I got another one while we're on the topic. A first-person horror game similar to like Resident Evil 7 Biohazard and Resident Evil 8 Village by Tango Gameworks. By Tango Gameworks.
Yeah, Tango for sure.
But yeah, like a full-on horror, not like Tokyo, Ghostwire Tokyo, a full-on horror game.
That's a good shout-out. Xbox really should expand its ideas with horror. I don't think Xbox has really touched horror much in its history.
So if anyone gets a chance to play Ghost, well, you will when it comes to the Game Pass next year. But Ghostwire Tokyo, I said it in my review of the game, it is caught between two different viewpoints. You have the open world stuff, which is not horror at all. And then you have these 7 main story missions, which you can see the horror elements in. You can see, like, there are some creepy moments in that game. I wish they had leaned into just the linear story, like creepy horror stuff, because I think what you're saying, Amon, that could really work. Like, they almost had something really good there. I liked the overall story, but they did not nail the overall execution of that game. Garrett, we can hear you rustling around over there, by the way.
Sorry, my bad.
But what you were saying about Ghostwire Tokyo, it's almost like the two themes of the game were kind of pulling from each other. And, you couldn't get a single cohesive type of, experience from that. And that's disappointing to hear. I'm still excited to play it. I haven't lost my excitement.
I think the combat is really cool. There are some really... the open world stuff is what drew me away, because I had to go to every Torii gate and cleanse it, and then the map opened up. I was like, this is so like 2015 Assassin's Creed open world, right? Like, this is still, it's just that formula over and over again.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Evil Within, which is Tango's other IP, those were linear experiences, right? Linear horror.
Yeah, they were.
Okay, so this is kind of their first foray into open world.
Yeah.
Would you say that you would rather Tango stick to that linear horror experience over trying to expand into an open world game? For both of you, because I know both of you have played these games before.
Yes,
I've played Evil Within. Amazing games. If you haven't played it, definitely played. But they are scary. They are really scary.
Yeah, I've heard.
But I love they have a really good linear storyline. Love it.
Yep,
they're on Game Pass, correct?
Linear for sure. Yeah, they are.
Yeah, both of them are Game Pass.
Sweet. I might pick it up.
The first one's a little hard to go back to, just because I don't think it technically is all that great.
Yeah, Evil Within 2 is way better. I think it had a higher budget as well. So yeah.
Okay.
Garrett, do you have a game you would like them, or a genre they would like to make, and what studio?
I think mine is the most realistic. Kev, you are gonna hate everything that I'm about to say.
Yeah.
Everything, start to finish. So, like, Minecraft Dungeons, right?
I'm aware.
Of course.
Yes. Yeah, with all like this katana and everything. I want them to bring all those assets to a Minecraft procedurally generated RPG-ish world.
Ooh.
Like, imagine Minecraft, but instead of building the 100th boring ass iron sword, you could build like a katana, then enchant it with like the rustling leaves and everything. Because like the world is just, it's still the same block game in Minecraft Dungeons, but it just looks that much more engaging.
So you want a full-on sort of Minecraft Dungeon style RPG, is what you're saying?
Yeah, but I think it would just be easier if it was Minecraft too, because you could still add the same block building mechanics to it. Why the heck not? It's already a block game, but just have it so that you're not building the same 4 or 5 things, because it gets boring, and then you start doing redstone stuff, and then you've seen some of the stuff we've done. It gets weird.
It breaks the game. It just breaks it completely.
Well,
right?
I hope that one never happens.
Well, that really would expand the audience of Minecraft, I think, because right now Minecraft is really relegated to kind of people that grew up with it, or the younger generation. I mean, if you expand it as an actual storyline with an actual RPG
game.
Element,
nobody asked for that.
No,
nobody asked for that. Nobody wants these silly things. Like, Minecraft Dungeons was cool, but that's just because it gave me an idea of what like Minecraft actually could be. Like, it could be sweet.
Yeah, it could be a lot more.
Yeah.
Well,
and
tell
Mojang, if you haven't.
Yeah, I got that.
Mojang.
Yeah.
I figured as much. No one else is touching Minecraft, because why would they? Why would they want to?
Come on, Kevin, stop it.
Yeah.
Come on, Minecraft is amazing. Come on, dude.
It's
especially
not my
Minecraft
fault.
Dungeons.
I'm Icarus,
I love
and
that
I
game.
will get the sun.
Guys, you know what I just realized is my at Project XTalk no longer applies, so I got to change that after I read this next question. From Jam Pack Sam, shout out to Sam, guest a few weeks ago. I was on his podcast Exhibition recently, so please go check that out if you haven't. A bit of a silly question. Is a Burger King chicken fry nothing more than elongated chicken nugget?
Yes. Yes.
It's chicken tender.
No. Chicken
No,
tenders are
it's
completely
chicken tender.
different things. But chicken tender has actual, like, protein and chicken in it. When we're talking about a nugget, we're talking about grinded garbage from chicken extruded into a shape. A chicken fry is exactly the same thing, except it's an elongated cylinder. Okay,
It's
so
a
when
chicken nugget in the shape of a chicken tender.
it's not in the shape of a chicken tender. It's a stick. A
What are
chicken
you
tender.
talking about? That's exactly what a chicken tender looks like.
No, it doesn't look. What
Bro.
chicken tenders are you eating in the United Kingdom?
Does
No,
UK
like-
have the thinnest chicken tenders in the world, or what?
No, sorry. I didn't mean chicken. I meant fish fingers. Sorry. It looks similar to
That
fish
makes
fingers.
more
Oh,
sense.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. I was talking
One
about
of
fish fingers.
those.
Sorry.
You
I don't know why I
almost
said
got me
chicken
upset.
tender.
I'm like, that's
Okay,
not what a
I
tendy
meant
is.
fish fingers. Yeah,
All
I meant fish fingers. But yeah.
Yeah, same thing.
I will say, I'm vegan, so this question doesn't really, I can't wait. I did have both of these, before I went vegan. However, I actually prefer Burger King over McDonald's. I know it's a hot take. I do not think a chicken fry is an elongated chicken nugget because the outside texture is completely different.
You're talking about batter.
Yeah,
Okay.
batter for sure. For sure. It's all about the breading, though. The chicken nugget batter is completely different compared to the chicken fry. And hot take, chicken fry has a superior batter. It tastes like an actual. What is the chicken nugget outside, huh? It's just some weird crispy thin layer.
Look, the chicken nugget is what the sauce is. Okay, you have
Sweet
to have
and
the
sour
correct sauce with your chicken nugget. It has to either be the honey mustard or the sweet and sour sauce for it to be a chicken nugget. People that dip their nuggets in ketchup are either little children or fools. That's the only explanation.
I didn't even know you could. I thought the only option
Negative.
was sweet and sour sauce.
Sweet and sour or honey mustard. That's it. You
Okay,
can't
guys,
touch it.
hot take. I don't like chicken nuggets.
That's fine. I just said
I
the
like
same-
chicken wings.
fries.
Chicken wings superior.
Everyone likes chicken wings.
That's a completely different conversation. Chicken wings are like you go to a pizza place or you go to an actual
You
tavern.
spend actual
restaurant.
money to buy
Yes,
chicken wings.
I'm not spending 50 cents for half a dozen chicken nuggets.
Right. That's a night out with the boys, getting some beers at B-Dubs. Watching the football game. You got to get some wings.
Yep.
Okay, wait. Do you guys prefer boneless or with bone?
With bone. Come on.
With bone. Okay, cool.
You get the flats, you dip it in the blue cheese, and then in one suck, it's all
Garrett,
gone.
I'm gonna let you
One
answer
suck.
this. I'm gonna let you answer this before me.
Yeah, you guys have distorted this too much. Kevin, what was the actual question again?
Are chicken fries from Burger King just elongated chicken nuggets?
I haven't went to a Burger King in like a decade, man. I live in a town
fair
of
enough.
5,000 people, man. If I'm leaving town, I'm hitting like Pizza Hut and McDonald's
fair
and
enough.
like
Pizza Hut.
Pizza Hut's
Pizza
fire.
Hut,
Don't you,
man.
don't
Papa
you
John's
say
is
anything.
way better than Pizza Hut.
They're both
Papa John's
trash.
so
No, Papa
wrong.
John's is way better than Pizza Hut.
we don't have Papa John's. It's like a big city, like in the eastern part of the country thing.
Papa John's is trash. Domino's
No,
is
Papa
better,
John's is
even though Domino's
amazing.
is
I love
also
Domino's
trash.
is pretty
Domino's is
Domino's
superior
is trash.
to all.
Domino's is trash. Domino's is
All right.
trash. Like here in the UK, Domino's sucks.
We're
Maybe- I don't
getting
know
off
about
topic
America,
here.
but-
We got to move on.
Yeah. This is an I hate my friends.
Yeah,
type
we're gonna talk.
conversation,
If
Okay?
you like conversations like this, go listen to "I Hate My Friends."
yes. These are just viewer questions. So what gaming myth / creepy pasta of the past was one you heard the most? I don't have the slightest idea. The gaming myth I've heard the most, and that's probably just because of the scene and generation I grew up, was that you could unlock Sonic and Tails in Smash Brothers Melee. I heard that one constantly, and it's not true.
So I think for me, growing up, Markiplier was the big thing when I was growing up on YouTube for young gamers and stuff
Five
like
Nights
that.
at Freddy's.
Five Nights at Freddy's, and it's
Yep.
all the lore and the Bite of 87 and all this lore that surrounded the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. The Markiplier, he's done videos delving into the lore. I've watched some of I think it's called Game Theory. Matt Patrick, he does these theory videos and stuff about Five Nights at Freddy's. I mean, that was really the whole beginning of the creepypasta. And then I guess the next one would be the SCP franchise. I don't know if you ought to even call it a franchise, but anything to do with SCPs. If you guys don't know what that is, it's sort of like in more modern terms, it's like the Backrooms, but with entities. It's a lot of horror and like different types of creatures or objects that have supernatural abilities. Some are good, some are bad. There were a bunch of video games based around it. A lot of YouTubers played games based on like Jacksepticeye, Markiplier, and stuff. Like when I was a young kid, when I watched them all play these games. So I think I would say Five Nights at Freddy's lore and SCP lore were definitely the creepypastas that I really delved into back when I was a young kid.
You want to know mine?
Yeah.
What's that?
Doki Doki Literature Club.
Oh no.
Yeah, like I
This is
remember like
scarring.
I was in like my junior year high school. This game was popping off. Everyone was playing it, and I just like sat there at like till midnight just watching videos about like different theories and stuff. But yeah, that was creepy.
Garrett, you got one?
So like favorite creepy or just like creepy cryptid
Gaming myth or creepy gaming. They called it a creepy pasta, but that's like a Reddit term. So yeah, like gaming
yeah.
myth, creepy thing.
like not too much really, man.
Mhm.
Like when he said the Backrooms, I was like, oh dude, if it goes into like creepypastas, I can't get enough of those Skinwalker stories on YouTube. Listen to those like 8, 9, like on my night shift. It's the only thing that keeps me awake. Because like then you just sit there and you have to like fold clothes for like 4 or 5 hours while like checking the occasional person in, right? You tend to doze off. But yeah, Skinwalker stories or anything to do with hikers or canoeing, yeah, those are my favorites. But like the gaming ones, the only one that I believe is like do you guys remember how there would always be that little kid on the school bus that tells you about in Pokemon like Red and Blue, the first one on the ice path? And they're like, no, dude, there's a second path. And you'd sit there and you try for hours and hours.
I've heard that before.
I haven't heard that. You just reminded me though. Mew is under the truck. You gotta go under. That's the one. Mew is under the truck.
Or you could get the glitch Pokemon by turning off your game right at the right time.
Yes, I've heard that one. Yep.
I got the glitch Pokemon from my Game Shark. Does that
Doesn't count if it's from Game Shark.
Game Shark.
You gotta turn it off and on. You gotta shake it, point the console or point the Game Boy to the east.
I think Mew under the truck is a good one.
And I have to shout out another one that I think Amon might know from our generation, and that's Slender Man. When that really blew up,
creepypasta that got so popular that it made a game.
It got
like
so
the original,
popular.
I guess like there's the SCP video game now, and they're working on that endless IKEA one, which actually looks cool.
But I remember, I think it was like 2012, 2013 when Slender Man really blew up. That was when the game came out. Yep. Everybody started playing it. And then people started posting pictures on Reddit and online and stuff about how they saw Slender Man. And, it's just this whole
two girls murdered their best friend in the woods over it.
Yes, it was a real thing. Dude, there was actual murders related to it. Crazy.
Yeah. Crazy.
Ethan, I think you might know this. The Minecraft mob one, Hero Brian. So there's this myth that there's a secret mob operating through Minecraft, and it was never true. But there's this character called Hero Brian, which is like alternate reality version of your main character, but he's
alternate
evil.
Of Steve. I do remember that one.
Murdered the original thing. Okay, can I at least say it properly? Apparently, Notch had a brother who died while he was making the game.
They think Minecraft is haunted.
He made a secret mob that he coded in some of his brother's personality traits into this character called Hero Brian. And then Hero Brian could randomly go into your server at any time and basically became like, as the creepypasta grew, it sort of got into like its own VI AI system. And then it would go around the world delimbing trees and things, and that came on to like at the same time when you could type in random codes to people's worlds. So people were invading people's worlds under that name and just going around and like propagating the whole thing.
Yep.
So crazy.
I remember there's this YouTuber called Stampy Longhead. I used to watch him. Oh my goodness, I used to genuinely be scared at that time. It was crazy.
Gotta love how these little gaming communities make these sort of lore things themselves. It just shows how active and lively it is.
Left it like actually led on to the rumor by always putting it in their patch updates, Herobrine removed. Then on the next
Yep.
date, it would be Herobrine removed. Then on the
Yep.
next update, is Herobrine removed. It's just sort of
Mojax
became like
doesn't
this.
troll before he
Yeah.
got
Yeah.
bought by Xbox.
Oh god, damn! I miss those days, man. That was creepy speculation.
Good
Oh,
creepy
God.
passes from our
Yep.
generation, man. It's
Mhm.
so good.
Hero Brian.
Yeah. I have no idea what. Just I zoned out for 5 minutes. Thought I was dying.
It's all
but-
good. I'll do the recap of what
No.
Kevin heard. Minecraft, Minecraft.
Minecraft,
Stupid.
blocks.
Burn in hell. Minecraft blocks. Kid game. Blocks.
Minecraft.
Minecraft.
All right. Hopple is our final question, and he asks, "What is your rarest Xbox achievement?" His is Submariner in Far Changing Tides, where apparently only 3% of people have unlocked it, and it's for traveling 10,000 meters aboard the vessel while submerged. This is actually hard to find out if you're not
Yeah, how do you find that out?
on. You have to go to True Achievements and link your profile, and then you can look at your ratio score. So my rarest achievement, which is the game with the highest ratio, it's actually Fall Guy Fashionista. Unlock 50
Oh,
cosmetic
Fashionista,
items
yeah.
from the store. 7.47 is the ratio there. My second one is also Fall Guys, and it's qualify 500 rounds. But if we're not going for Fall Guys, and I knew it would be this, it then proceeds to be a giant list of Battleborn achievements, and I'm not surprised that I have rare achievements in Battleborn because no one else played it. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know off the top of your head.
Could you
I'm
tell us
looking
how
this
to get
up
to it
right now.
Because
Yeah,
I have
tell us how to get to it.
my account linked. I just don't know where to go on the True Achievement website.
So if you click your account on True
Okay.
Achievements, and then you go, that's not my gamer score. There. You go to achievements, and then once you're in your profile, you can click achievements and then click ratio, and it'll bring up whatever the highest number, whatever the biggest ratio number is. That is yours.
I'm doing this off my phone.
Okay, I got mine. It's from Cyberpunk 2077. It's called V for Vendetta. It's 15 gamer score. After reviving with a second heart, which is basically once you die, you can revive again. You have to kill or incapacitate the enemy who killed you within 5 seconds. So that's my rarest achievement. Only 7% of people have unlocked it. So yeah.
Interesting. Ethan, did you get yours? Garrett?
No, I can't see where that thing is.
So you just click ratio top?
You click your
found it.
profile, then go to achievements, and then click the ratio so it switches from the lowest to the highest ratio. So you have to click ratio on the little gray bar, and then it'll bring up your whatever's the highest ratio one.
Oh.
So what's yours?
Apparently it is a couch potato in Crackle.
Crackle? What?
Right?
Someone's getting a phone call.
Who has a rotary phone that's going off right now?
It's work calls.
And I think I found mine.
Cool.
So mine is called Against the Current in Star Wars Squadrons. So actually I can't figure out it doesn't say, it just says acquired the thread the needle metal, whatever that means, and it's less than 1%, it says, of gamers got it. So I need to figure out what it is. I will read this whole guide and figure out what exactly I did to get this achievement.
Well, while you do that, it is time to transition away from questions. Everyone, again, thank you for the questions for this episode, since there's no news. If you want to be featured on any episode, tweet at us, join the Discord, as I've mentioned below. We love taking your guys' questions. But now, to wrap off the episode, we're going to do a game of Jeopardy! And let me just share my screen. So, Aman has made this lovely board for us. And Aman, I'm actually going to take away the banner since it's cutting off my face in this view.
And real quick, before we go any further, if anybody's interested, it's reaching the Starhawk's core in 40 seconds without taking any damage. I don't know. I can't remember what the hell the Starhawk is. I'm assuming it's kind of like a Star Destroyer type thing in Squadrons, but that's my achievement.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, we all have some unique ones. I'm more proud of my Battleborn ones, to be honest, than the Fall Guys. But Aman, you've made this, so you're going
Yes.
to be the one reading the questions.
All right.
Because you have
All
the
right.
answers.
Oh no.
Mm.
Hopefully you remember them because I can't look.
I've only watched 2 of these.
All right. Okay. All right. So Kevin, you're up first.
Great.
Which one are you picking?
Xbox Bethesda Showcase for 500 is what I'm
500. All
picking.
right. Go ahead.
Read the question.
Name one of the games that was not announced to be coming to Xbox Game Pass that was revealed at this show.
Diablo 4.
Man,
That is correct.
That's
That
a
is indeed correct.
500.
That is indeed correct.
Easy. Ethan, you're up next.
All right.
So Ethan, which one are you going for?
Should I just go safe and pick Xbox? You know, I think I might take a little bit of risk here. Let's do State of Play for 300.
Wow.
Oh,
You didn't even watch it with us.
What was the name of the dating action JRPG title revealed at this showcase?
Should I just add the points now?
This
Yeah.
is not one of the things I paid attention to. I can see the
This
face
was in the
of the character.
showcase?
I can actually see the face of the character. I can't figure out what the name is, so don't even try. It's just I give
Garrett.
up.
Garrett,
All right.
before
Yeah,
I
you know-
steal, would you like a
No,
go?
something to do with cheerleaders. Screw it.
The answer is a
Cheerleaders Samurai
Turnites.
7.
Yes, it is.
Turnites?
300 points for Kevin.
All right.
What?
Garrett?
I'm not picking that section
I
anymore.
don't Xbox and Bethesda showcased 400. I got to try for something.
Okay. What
Oh,
games
no.
developed by Riot Games will be making their way to Xbox Game Pass?
I don't.
All of them?
I'm
You
stealing
want him to
this.
name all of
Yeah,
them?
I'll.
Wait, all of them?
There's 5. So
Yeah,
You have to
no,
name
I
all
can't even-
5?
I can't even
Yeah.
think of one.
That's
No.
wild.
Pass. I'm gonna get 0 points this game.
anyone else want to take a shot?
5.
Not for all
League-
5.
League
Yeah.
of Legends,
Yeah.
Wild Rift,
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow. okay.
Valorant,
Mm-hmm.
Hearthstone.
There's no way he's
Mhm.
getting this.
Ooh.
No, I don't. There wasn't Hearthstone. There was something.
No,
else.
Hearthstone,
Hearthstone
was
wasn't
Blizzard.
on there. Yeah.
Hearthstone wasn't on
Oh
there.
shit! What's their stupid? Not Hearthstone. What's this? Oh my god! Okay, I messed it up anyway. It's like Hearthstone, isn't it?
Yep.
Yep.
There we go.
Yep. Yep.
Would've
It's
never-
Legends of Runeterra.
Runeterra,
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. Yep.
And Teamfight Tactics. Yep.
I wouldn't have got Team Fight Tactics, so I feel less bad about not getting it right. All
So
right.
Kevin, back to you. Which one are you picking?
I'm gonna choose PlayStation State of Play for
Oh
500.
man, I should have watched
Okay.
this.
What games were announced to be coming to PlayStation
All
VR 2
games?
at this showcase? Yes, all games announced to be coming to PlayStation VR 2.
Horizon Call of the Mountain,
Mm-hmm.
Walking Dead.
I need the
Saints
full
and-
name, by the way.
Oh, is it Saints and Sinners
This is
2?
crazy.
Yeah.
Yes, you're correct.
And then
Wait, is Half-Life Alex coming to VR?
no,
PlayStation?
no, it's not.
No.
What was the third one? What
Garrett,
was the
don't help
third
him.
one?
I know the
We-
third one. If I get the third one, do I get the points?
Oh,
There's
Resident
4.
Evil 8.
Damn
I'm
it.
pretty sure there were 4.
There's 4.
Or I might just be
Uh,
capping. I have no idea.
How do you not know?
You wrote the question. What's the?
All right, okay. If you guys get 3, if any one of you gets 3, I'll
well, I
give
just
you
got
guys double
3.
points.
I just got 3.
just
Those
got
3
3,
are
yeah.
right.
Oh, okay then. Let's see.
Oh,
So
the other
what is
one's No Man's Sky.
Oh, that's already on.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is. Oh, there's 5. Oh no,
What?
there's 4.
No, there's 4. There's 4. That's 4.
You know
Oh,
what?
you get the points, Kevin. You get the points.
I'll take away 100 because I missed one. I think that's fair. And you know what, Ethan? I'll give you 100 because you got
Thank
it.
you.
That's how we do it here. We make
I
up
love
the
my
rules
No
of
Man's
Jeopardy.
Sky.
We make up the rules of Jeopardy. Ethan, get on the board, please.
I'm done going out of my comfort zone. Xbox Bethesda 300. And I'm probably not gonna get this one either.
What was the new
Oh,
Microsoft Flight
Come
Simulator aircraft
on.
that was announced at this showcase? Hint: it can
Oh.
take you to space.
The Pelican.
That is indeed correct.
There were other ones that were announced, by the way. It wasn't just the
But-
Pelican, but that one took you to space. Yes.
Hint. Yeah.
Yep. Garrett, get on the board, please.
This is so shameful. I don't know. Hey, we might as well go for a complete absurdity. Let's do Final Fantasy 25th anniversary. 500 points.
Oh, man.
What final? Oh, you're reading it, Aman. Sorry, I'm used to it.
What Final Fantasy VII game will receive a closed beta test later this year?
Final Fantasy 7 Darthraga.
You're just
that is,
saying words,
that
bro.
is
It's not even a
That
thing.
is
Soup.
incorrect, unfortunately.
Is it? Here's my guess.
Mhm.
Final Fantasy Ever Crisis.
Yes, Kevin, you are indeed correct. The mobile game. You are indeed
wow.
correct.
So good. I'm
What a
You
so.
are oh my
good.
god, how did you get that? I thought no one was gonna get that one,
I'm
but damn,
so
Kevin.
It's his privilege of
good.
owning a PlayStation 5. That's the only reason he's
It's a
getting
mobile game. It's a mobile game.
But
me just-
whatever.
let me
Still
just-
bad.
Sorry, I can't hear you
Wow.
over all the salt hitting my desk.
who has 7,000 gamer score this month, Kevin? All right. All right.
Jesus, got 7,000 now. Wow. Okay.
No, it's
okay.
probably like 6,000.
All right, looks like it's back to you, Kevin. Which one are you picking?
Summer Game Fest kickoff 500 looks pretty good. I think.
Let's open it up.
Let's go. What two games present at this showcase were also in the PlayStation State of Play?
The Callisto Protocol is one.
Mm-hmm.
Street
know this.
Fighter 6.
Damn it.
You are indeed correct, Kevin.
No.
You get 500 points once again.
Do you guys even
Kevin
watch these
absolutely
showcases or
destroyed
what?
you all.
I knew it.
All
All
right,
right.
Ethan.
Since I knew the 500, I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to go for Summer Games Fest 400. We're going to see if I know this one too.
All right. What Street Fighter character was announced to return to Street Fighter 6 at this showcase?
The guy with the flat top. I don't know his name.
What's his name?
I don't know. I don't play Street
Well,
Fighter.
I need the name.
He has the crazy, dumb looking flat top. He's the white
Take it from
guy,
here,
really
Kev.
buff.
Garrett, if
What's
you would
the
like, if you would like
No,
to steal,
I don't have it. I do not. I do
There's
not play
nothing in
Street
me.
Fighter.
I
His
know
name
who it
is
is.
Guile.
The second I saw the
Guile.
question
Kevin
read, I
gets
looked at
another
Kevin's face and
400
he had it.
points. Guys, Kevin, it's embarrassing, Ethan. Garrett,
This-
come on.
This
You
is
guys should be ashamed of
biased.
yourself.
This is a biased Jeopardy board.
These are showcases we watched together.
Can't even win now. It's impossible
I
for them to
don't- yeah,
win.
I
don't
was
think you can
asleep
even
for
add
half
what's
of the
left
Summer
together
Games
on the
Fest.
board.
I was asleep
Uh,
for half the Summer Games Fest, Kevin. If you look back, I was actually asleep. Okay.
Garrett, please.
I guess
your turn.
let's do Xbox and Bethesda 100. I might as well try to get on the board.
What was the release date given to Overwatch 2 Early Access?
An exact release date for 100?
What the heck is this? I don't. Let's. September 22nd. I only got a 1 out of 365 chance.
Ethan, you want to go?
No, September 4th.
Yes,
Close. Close. October
Oh my
4th.
God.
Oh,
It's
no.
October 4th. Kevin gets more points.
I like
Oh,
this
God.
game.
This is a clean sweep here, right?
Yeah,
Oh my
Alright.
goodness.
Jesus, Kevin.
I haven't
We'll
cared about a
practice trivia
single
in the
game that's been
shower or
talked about.
something. Like, what is going on?
All
I won the
right.
first one, and that's it. It's been a wash
It's
ever
back to
since.
you, Kevin. Which one are you
Uh,
picking?
We'll go Final Fantasy VII 25th anniversary for 400.
Well, let's get it. How many games will be part of the Final Fantasy VII
Oh, come
remake
on.
saga?
3 remake, rebirth, and 1 unannounced project.
I know every single one Kevin is doing.
What?
It's for
Wait,
No,
what?
you're
prequel.
wrong.
the
Wait,
prequel.
that's what I was gonna say.
No,
You should've
Crisis
given
Core
me
doesn't
the
work. No,
chance.
Crisis Core isn't part of the remake
It's part of the
collection. That's not-
saga.
No, it's not.
It's
It's
a
just a
remake. It's a
no. It's
remake
just it's a
and
remaster. It's a
Hold on,
remaster. We
hold on.
went over this on the Project XTalk. It's a remaster. It's not a remake.
Oh, okay. That's
Crisis Core is a
that's
separate
my bad.
project.
Kevin,
Yeah, Crisis
Kevin's
Core
right.
is nothing. Yeah, Crisis Core is completely
Okay,
separate.
I was under the assumption it was a remake, so
No,
that was
there-
a trick question. Yeah, okay, never mind.
Wow, he's even
Kevin-
correcting the board to get more points.
Okay.
dude,
You
You
want
gotta
me
do
to
it here.
hand you a mop or something? Like, he's
So-
cleaning house, anyways.
So, Kevin, since I've known every single one that you've picked, I want you to pick the next one for me.
Oh, that's a
you're,
good strat.
You're gonna want Summer Game Fest 300.
Oh, will I? Okay. Let's do it.
What updates did we get at this showcase related to the Last of Us IP?
What updates did we get this showcase related to the Last of Us
Yeah.
IP?
I'll
I
give you a
would
hint.
just say
There's three.
multiplayer.
That
There's three.
they gave us updates on the HBO show that they did. They gave us a still image for that.
Right.
They gave us I mean, I don't know if it was an update as much of it was an acknowledgement about the multiplayer
That is
aspect
correct.
of
That
Last
is
of
one of
Us.
them.
And then they gave us the Last of Us I don't know if it's the remaster or remake, whatever the hell the
Yeah.
thing is for
You're correct,
PlayStation
yeah.
5.
You
You're
got
right.
the points.
You got it.
You got the points.
That's the strat, Kevin. You're picking my stuff from now on.
Garrett, I noticed you're sitting there with a donut. How about you get on the board?
I sort of liked his. Pick for me, Kev.
Kevin's just
All
gonna
right.
pick all of ours.
You're going Xbox Bethesda
Okay,
200.
perfect.
What was the name of the new
Oh,
Elder
what
Scrolls
the
me.
heck? You
Online
That's
named it at
me.
the beginning of this show.
I said
me.
it at the beginning of the
yeah,
show.
like
That's me if he doesn't get this.
Come on, Garrett.
oh, this is annoying now. I
You
shouldn't
have
have
10
drank
seconds.
before the show.
10, 9.
Oh,
8.
just give it to Ethan.
Ethan.
High Isle.
You are indeed correct.
Ethan, I was never going to take it from you. I wasn't.
Thank you.
know?
And I'm half
Thank
the
you.
title.
It's because you know you're gonna win, Kevin. You know, you just
I get it.
So, Kevin, which one are you going for?
State of Play 400.
Ooh.
Go for it. What release date / window did Final Fantasy 16 get at this showcase?
Summer 2023.
You are indeed correct.
Now I'm a little worried because I didn't know that one. You know, I'm gonna stick with the gut intuition. Kevin, go for it. What do you want me to do?
Summer
At
Game
what
Fest.
point do we just say that he's won?
No, we got to finish the board.
I'm
gotta
trying to at
finish
least
the
break
board.
1,000 here.
There ain't no
All right.
mercy rule here.
I'm trying to at least break 1,000
No
here.
mercy rule.
What Gotham Knights character got a deep dive trailer at this showcase?
Doc Ock.
I don't even remember Gotham Knights being at the showcase. Let's do Nightwing.
You are indeed correct.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Broke 1,000. Look at you go.
You guys on a team now? What's going on? He's cheering for you.
Me and Garrett have combined points. All right, combined points. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, Garrett. Garrett, you want Summer Game Fest 100?
Sure, at this point. It'll probably be like, what was the girl in the third scene's blue shirt or something?
What was the name of the new Outriders DLC?
Ooh, I don't know this one.
Oh.
Anyone else want to steal?
Well, it's Garrett's question, so I'm gonna give him a chance.
No. Go ahead, Kev.
World Slayer.
World Slayer?
Slayer.
You are
I was
indeed
half. I thought it was
correct.
World Eater.
God, guys, this is an embarrassment.
Oh, for me. Like, whatever. It's all
Let's
good.
go to- I'll
Kevin,
say,
which one are you picking?
Final Fantasy 7 25th anniversary 300.
He's just taking all the points.
What Final Fantasy VII game announced at this showcase will be launching on Xbox this winter?
Crisis Core
Just talked
Final
about it.
Fantasy 7 Reunion is the
You
title.
are indeed correct there.
Look at that. Perfect. Perfect title, everything.
You forgot the semicolon, but excuse it.
You want me to say who says semicolon when they're speaking?
If you want the perfect score, you need to say that.
All right, I'm going solo on this one. PlayStation 200.
Let's get it. What PlayStation exclusive is
Spider-Man.
set to make its PC debut? You are indeed correct.
That would have been the only question that I could answer that's left on the board.
Well, he got
Right
three
there.
answers.
All right, let's do PlayStation State of Play and some good intention on for 100.
What game announced at this showcase will be available with the brand new PlayStation Plus subscription?
Got nothing, but let's just say the new Horizon Forbidden West game. Horizon game.
Ethan, you know it?
Ethan, do you want to steal?
God of War 2018. I don't know.
Stray is the answer.
Stray.
Oh,
Right.
Stray?
Yep, that's true.
Yep.
Now I remember.
4,000. That's a new record right there.
It's my turn. My turn.
Yes, Kevin. Which one are you picking?
Let's just do this one for 200.
What is the title of the new installment in the Final Fantasy VII Remake saga?
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
You are indeed correct.
Wow.
Flawless victory.
All
Really?
right.
Yeah, right.
Now, Ethan,
Yep.
Ethan, wrap
Come
it
on.
up here.
If I get this one right, I win the whole thing, right?
what platform received Final Fantasy VII Remake this month?
What platform received it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Am I missing something?
Probably.
It's on PlayStation already.
Yeah.
Is it PlayStation 5?
No. It's already on PlayStation 5 too.
Then it must be on PC.
You are indeed correct.
All right. You got to give me the 100. You got to give me the 100, please. Just give it to me.
He is and he
Pity
isn't.
100.
He is and he isn't.
Kevin,
because-
you have 4,200 points. I have 1,300. Give it to me.
I'm just saying, technically, it's already on PC because it's on the Epic Game Store.
And what was the answer?
The answer is Steam. He
Steam.
didn't write an answer, but
Steam's
the answer
not a
is
I didn't write an
Steam.
platform.
answer. Yeah, it's
The answer is Steam.
Steam's not a platform. It is. It's a thing.
Steam
I don't know.
So that was probably the quickest and most brutal
Brutal.
ass whooping.
First
Of
time
any
I'd ever
Jeopardy
done
I
game.
still got
that.
over 1,000. I'm happy.
I will say, guys,
Garrett at 0. So
Yeah, no, like you did better than me, bud.
I will say, maybe we cut that out, so
I
you know
know.
it doesn't look
Oh,
like
it's
you
all
guys.
good. My
I'm
shame's
just
embarrassed.
joking. Why would I ever not want the internet to see my dominance? In what world would I cut that out? I made an example of you. This is why you call me master at Save the Game Media here.
Jesus.
What? What? Who got that memo? I missed
Yeah,
that.
check your email. It might have gone to spam, but I do. It's probably
Yeah,
probably
yours
addressed
is
something
legit.
like
Nah, that's
Kevin-
gonna stay in spam.
Kevin's new title, and it's like Supreme Overlord or Master, I believe.
I see.
You know,
Okay.
I
get it.
accept either or, but
I mean, Kevin, you still haven't beat me at Jeopardy. We're still tied from last time. So
Is that the one I made that you guys tied?
yep.
That means
Yeah,
I
it
got to make the
was.
one that you guys fight against. All right. So I'll make
Yes,
the next
sir.
Jeopardy. All right.
Yes, sir.
I'll do the next
When
one.
is that coming? Because I'm gonna whoop the master's ass here, guys. I'm gonna.
listen, can we
whoop
make
the
it a little more
master's-
I'm waiting for the
challenging?
phone
This
call.
board was incredibly easy.
All right.
I thought
I
it
mean,
was
blame
quite
them
hard.
all.
like,
In
yeah,
what world is this quite hard? I have eyes. I have a brain. I
mean,
remember
like,
things.
I
Can
thought you would
somebody
get
grab a
them, but I
moth
thought it was hard for
stripping
Ethan.
ego
and
again?
Well, guys, that has been your bonus episode of Project XTalk
Yep.
and Xbox podcast. If you like that, please make sure to like, share, subscribe to Save the Game Media. Go check out all our other platforms, our podcasts, No Limits, Frame by Frame, I Hate My Friends. They all have their own audio podcast feed. Head on over there, leave them reviews after you check out their stuff. Great content. Glad we got new people on board. Ethan, where can they find you?
They can find me at White Cedar 1 on Twitter and Gravy3448 on Xbox.
Amon, where can they find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Amon_M05.
Garrett, where can they find you?
Xbox and PlayStation and Twitch, Wayworn G.
And you can find me at the Muffin Mon. It's a 1-7I and 0-7A. Follow us at Save the Game Media on Twitter. Until next week. And by next week, I mean like 2 days from when this posts, we're going to have a live episode. So Thursday, 5 p.m. Eastern time, come hang out with us for actual Xbox news. Until then, we will see you. Goodbye.